be the best. The story of a legend in the making. Defeat the best to be the best. Yeah, of a legend in the making. History in the making.
Yesterday, we saw Group 1 and 2 conclude their games, but today it's going to be a new set of groups stepping inside of the playing field. Welcome to the iQOO BMPS 2024, where I'm going to be a host of Castro Necro. John alongside with me on the panel, it will be I Super Johnny once again. And Johnny, the group of death is over here.
Exactly. I mean, we have been waiting for Group 3 since day 1 of Round 2, and finally we get to see them in action. Of course, it is going to be a tough challenge for all of the 16 teams that are present in this group, but hey, a challenge for them means more fun for us.
I know, right? You've got teams like Global Esports, Sarkar Gaming, even Gujarat Tigers, MOGO Esports, man. MOGO Esports and Global Esports in one single group. You already know it's going to be ruckus all across the playing field.
Exactly, and that's even not the whole list. You have 8-bit, TWOB, Team Versatile in the mix as well. Some of the best performing players across the BGMI circuit in this country, all in the same group. Hey, now that's going to be a fun set of matches to witness.
And the crazy part is there's only 2 new names in the playing field in this group, by the way. You've only got Ignite Gaming and TMG Gaming. And speaking of TMG Gaming, we know they barely qualified, and that just blows. Placed inside of the group of death, they're going to be facing off against so many formidable foes like Autobotz Esports, even 4 Miracles, so it is going to be really tough.
See, now you say that they barely qualified, but they had 74 points in the qualification matches of round 1. Guess who else had 74 points, Necro?
Who?
Global Esports.
Oh.
They were able to match Global Esports.
But hey, I mean, let's keep one thing in check, and that is Global Esports was testing a lot of those waters, right? They were playing so passive. They were not exactly showcasing that true old Global Esports gameplay. One thing is for sure, inside of the round 2, Global Esports will try to take things a little bit seriously.
See, that is true, but I think after witnessing what happened with INS and Revenant Esports yesterday, one thing is for sure, anything can happen, anything can go wrong, anyone right now can be kicked out in round 2 itself, because this is one of the toughest stages of the tournament, right? The challenge for round 1 was, of course, the number of teams you had to go up against and the number of matches you had to be consistent in. Round 2 brings with it a different challenge. This is a sprint. Just 6 matches. Either you go at it and secure above. I feel the cutoff will be between 22 to 27 points. If you go beyond 27, that gives you a little bit of safety cushion to work with. But as you keep saying, like, go over 30, just make it sure that you are qualifying for round 3.
So that's the crazy part, though. The cutoff is still not yet confirmed. You never know which teams are going to move on forward, which teams are going to be kicked out. But one thing is for sure, Revenant Esports yesterday, they did not really perform the way we all expected them to. Just getting 20 points in the span of 6 games, now that's not a Revenant Esports performance.
Hey, it was a tough pill for everyone to swallow, and of course, the toughest was for Revenant Esports. No one expected them to be one of the teams getting kicked out this early in the tournament, especially considering that their run in round 1 wasn't that bad. They actually had a decent performance in round 1, and after that we were expecting them to improve upon that. But as you and I kept having that discussion throughout their matches yesterday, the aggression was missing from their matches. They were completely focused on placements, and I think that is a lesson learned by the teams that are going to play their matches today and tomorrow, that if you focus on just one aspect, there might be a possibility that you might miss out on qualifying for round 3.
Now listen, you spoke about placement, but let's talk about the opposite side of the spectrum. The teams that like to notch the aggression up off the rip. You've got MOGO Esports in this group. You've also got Team Versatile, Reckoning Esports, TWOB, and Team 8-Bit.
Yeah.
Now these 4 teams, one thing is for sure, as soon as the game starts, they're going to start to cause a lot of ruckus inside of the lobby.
Of course, and there is nothing holding them back right now. They also realize they have 6 matches and they have to do whatever it takes. And if you guys want nothing holding you back in your matches, check out the iQOO Z9S series, ladies and gentlemen, starting at only 18,999. And of course, if you go onto Google and search for the iQOO Z9S, you can stand a chance of winning an iQOO Z9S Pro for yourself.
And yes, not just that, 15 of those devices are being given away right now. So move on towards Google and search for the iQOO Z9S series. Let's move the conversation on towards a few more newer names on the block, if you'd like to say TMG Gaming too. Now, they barely qualified inside of the week 2. Yes, they still had decent amount of points, but on that last day, they performed really well, especially when the sword was right on their necks.
Exactly, it's just like Team Cosmic from yesterday's matches, right? When you put them under pressure, that is when they perform, and I think this is a new trait as we discussed about Team Cosmic as well. Witnessing this side from the newer teams, newer players, that when they are under pressure, they're still able to maintain their composure, and not really maintain their composure, but they just realize, like, all right, it is better for us to go all in, make a statement. Either we qualify to the other side or we just get taken out trying, and that sort of attitude is what I have come to love from the newer teams.
But Johnny, we have theory crafted so much, but what are all these teams fighting for? That's a big question, and it's going to be revealed right here, right now. That's going to be the prize pool for the iQOO BMPS 2024. 2 crore rupees are on the line, from which the champion team will be getting 75 lakhs. Now, that's a lot of money.
It is a lot of money. I don't know why we try to build suspense for us. We've been talking about this since the start of the tournament. 2 crore rupees on the line, and of course,
it's always fun, though.
It is always fun. Right? It's a lot of money as well.
Yeah.
75 lakhs, and not just the money, it's the trophy that comes along with it. The bragging rights of calling yourself the champions of the iQOO BMPS 2024. Of course, that is not it. The runners-up of the tournament walk away with 30 lakh rupees. The second runner-up walking away with 20 lakh rupees. And of course, the individual accolades are also going to be there, where the iQOO MVP of the tournament gets 4 lakhs, in-game leader gets 2 lakhs, emerging star with 1 lakh, and fan favorite player gets 50,000 rupees.
And things just don't end over there. Even for the land finale, there will be a few individual prizes given away. The MVP of the finals will be getting Hero Extreme 160R 4V, and the survivor of the finals will be getting Hero Extreme 125R. So these two guys, they will be riding the bikes back to their boot camp or home.
Yeah, Necro, I got a sad news, man. I just got word they're not letting us anywhere near those bikes now.
What? Really?
Yeah.
Why?
They heard our test drive plan yesterday.
There's no way. Well, you know what? Still, it's evil plans with Necro and Johnny.
Exactly.
We'll make that happen. But the points distribution, if you want to move on forward and claim that prize pool, this is how you can do it. First placing team inside of the game will be getting 10 points, the second one will be getting 6, and the third one will be getting 5, and it's going to keep on descending downwards until you look at the best part about this points distribution, and that's going to be 1 point for each finish.
And yesterday, for the first time, we had one of those games where the bottom 7 teams of a game got 0 points. Again, it is important for the teams at the top to try and create that vacuum, to try and kick out as much of the competition as early in the tournament as possible. But let's have a look at the schedule now. Of course, it is going to remain the same, the rotation of the maps, but Erangel, Miramar and Sanok, the first 3 games will be played by the teams from Group 3, and then the switch comes. Map changes along with the group itself. Group 4 kicking their journey off on Vikendi, followed by Miramar, and of course, the last map of the day will be the map of Erangel.
As you mentioned, it will be Group 3 to kick off the action, and inside of Group 3, you've also got Esports. And Esports in the week 1, they performed so well, getting 60 points in the span of 6 games. Now, that is a magnificent performance, especially from a returning banner like Esports.
It is, I mean, and then you wanted to talk about their week 2 performance, right? Where they did not perform that well. But I guess we saw this from a lot of teams, right?
Exactly.
And since you bring up Esports, I would like to bring to light that they are in the same group as Blind Esports. Blind Esports also had a similar run, because in week 1 they had 74 points, and week 2 they did 13 points in 6 games.
That's the exact part, though. All the teams, they already knew that. Yes, they've done the heavy lifting in the week 1 itself, so they do not really need to try hard anymore in the upcoming week. So everyone was just sitting back and relaxing. Even Silly Esports was a prime example of that, right? 89 points in the span of 6 games, and then later on inside of the week 2, they had, what, 20 points? Or somewhere around that. So Silly Esports as well, they took a big back step.
Exactly, but now I think these teams have some idea of what they need to do, how many points they need to secure in order to qualify. And yesterday our discussions were 4 to 5 points per match. That should be enough to help you qualify for round 3. But still, let's have a look at the overall rankings and see where the cutoff can be and how the averages are working out for the teams right now. So we do have the top 16 teams on our screens. Pretty much these teams are the ones who have reached that safety marker. 34 points for Inferno Squad on that 16th position. I think they're going to be safe. They are going to be moving to round 3.
It is Inferno Squad we're speaking of. 34 points, more than enough in my opinion. The cutoff should still linger around somewhere around 28 points. At the end of the day, that's what I think.
Yeah,
that's the maximum it's going to reach. Not more than that. You've also got a few more known names at the top of the charts. Godlike, CG, iQOO Soul. But seeing Hero Extreme Godlike is definitely a bit of a surprise, I'm not going to lie. None of us expected Hero Extreme Godlike to perform so well, but hey, it's a good thing.
Exactly. It's a pleasant surprise, right?
Yeah.
And everyone was very excited to see how they've been performing. The level of aggression they brought into their matches was amazing. But let's move forward to the next page. So over here, we start things off on the 17th position. We have RTG IND with 34 points, followed by WSB, Glitch, Reborn, Imprint, Legacy Esports. Yesterday, they barely made it through, 29 points secured. So anyone with under 30 points right now, their positions are still up for grabs. So Imprint Esports, they are not safe. Legacy is not safe. Coronado, insane. Rivals Ape on that 24th position with 24 points. And right now, Necro, the calculation sits that 1/4 of the teams that are there in round 2 will be eliminated.
Can Team Insane qualify? That's my question. They've got 26 points, Johnny. There's a high chance they can move forward. Right now, the cutoff is supposed to be somewhere around 24 points.
Yes, right now it is around 24 points, but it can be higher than 24 as well. Depends on how the 32 teams that began their journey today, how they play. Now, things get interesting when you look at the teams that are there in Group 3 and 4, right? Because Group 3, as we mentioned, Group of Death, everyone's been calling it since the group draws happen. And again, after that, when you are put in a group like this, you know for a fact that securing points, that is going to be the biggest struggles. You can't really charge into fights without realizing who you are going up against, how they like to take their team fights, how they like to position themselves into a 4v4. Drop clashes are going to be avoided at least in the early stages. So in the matches today, I'm expecting extremely few drop clashes. But then again, there's always going to be that one team that realizes, all right, if everyone's thinking the same, we're going to go off the books and play our own game.
But that's the thing about the Group 3, though. There's so many known names, and one thing is for sure, someone has to raise that benchmark. At the start of the day, we made our predictions, and I went with Team Bliss. Not exactly the newer face, but you can still say for this team, it's a do-or-die run. If they mess this up, it's pretty much going to be done for the banner.
You're the only one who went with a risky prediction today.
Yeah.
Me and Necros, we went for MOGO Esports. Spero went with H-Spark, Maisie, Gujarat Tigers, along with Ankybot, who also went for Gujarat Tigers. And then you have Gamezo, who's gone for Orangutan. And of course, all of these teams have been in a phenomenal performance, but in a phenomenal form. MOGO Esports in particular, I mean, they did quite well. If you look at their aggregate, week 1, week 2, there was a slight improvement. Gujarat Tigers as well, I think, became a very well-performing team. 72 points in that opening week and 50-plus points coming into week 2. Orangutan Esports as well, they did quite well for themselves in their journey in round 1. 60-plus points in both the weeks. X-Spark, of course, X-Spark will have a lot of pressure. They have a lot to justify after their recent win in the BGIS 2024. But Necro, Bliss Esports, as you mentioned, few experienced name, but these players have been out of the circuit for a while.
AJ, Turbo, you've also got Negi. They have been trying their best, I'm not going to lie, in every single official tournament. We also saw them in BGIS 2024. Unfortunately, not really making it that long inside of the journey. So, yeah, makes a lot of sense. They have been struggling. But I still think, for some reason, this iQOO BMPS 2024's run is going to be a little bit special for Team Bliss. One thing is for sure, we're seeing them in much more of a refined form.
That is true. I mean, we've seen an improvement from them. Week 1 and week 2, they try to be as consistent in this as they could have been. And of course, the big struggle for week 1 was just trying to stay within that qualification bracket. We saw a lot of teams that went for those risky plays, because of which they did have to face elimination in round 1 itself. But for Team Bliss, round 2, as you mentioned, is a new opportunity. We start from scratch, 0 points on the board, and all they have to do is just stay within the top 48.
Exactly. This team is also known for the aggression as well, and with the way they have been playing, they indeed have been surprising all of us. You've got the matchup of the day on the screen. It's going to be Group 3 to kick things off, and you've got a few known names like Sarkar Gaming, Global Esports, K9 Esports, FS Esports, Autobotz, and 4M. Now, speaking of 4M, Johnny, with the way they started things off inside of the round 1, we all were doubting if these teams can even qualify, but luckily enough in the week 2 they catched up the pace.
They caught up the pace. They qualified, I think, within the last 2 matches themselves. 4 miracles put us in a very precarious position, to be honest. It was scary, man. But as we move to the next page, we have Ignite Gaming, another new set of players that we see in front of us. And of course, they have done quite well for themselves if you look at their performance and how they managed to qualify. Week 1, 39 points. Week 2, 53 points. But then you look at everyone else and there's so much experience on the board. Reckoning Esports, Blind, Team Versatile, Gujarat Tigers, MOGO, 8-Bit, TWOB. This is a tough group to compete in, and for Ignite Gaming, this is their first real challenge.
And keep this thing in mind, Reckoning Esports' form has been shaky a little bit, I'm not going to lie. With the way they were performing in the past tournament as well, with the way they're performing over here as well, Reckoning Esports isn't really looking at the top-notch form. And I would still love to see them be back at the old ways, but knowing the fact that it's Reckoning Esports, you always do have this assurity that, yes, this team can move on forward. It's the young guns inside of the playing field, Gravity leading the pack. You've also got Hunters in the back lines who's providing so much firepower. So yeah, Reckoning Esports is indeed like the powerhouse inside of the playing field. Now the main driving force for this entire lobby is going to be Global Esports, Gujarat Tigers, and MOGO Esports. These 3 teams will go on aggressive off the rip.
I mean, MOGO Esports for sure will try to be aggressive in game number 1 itself. Global Esports, I am actually very concerned about them, Necro, because the journey in round 1 did take a dip from week 1 to week 2. Now we know the team has a lot of firepower to work with, but how do they bring it into action in this opening match? That is going to be a big question, and we would like to see the answer.
Global Esports secured 48 points in the week 1 itself, but you know what? What's going to be happening inside of the first game of the day? It's still a big mystery, so let's move on to the first game of Erangel. as the plane flat path starts all the way from Stalber towards Quarry. Once again, this plane flat path is pretty balanced in my opinion, but unless if you want to move down south towards the Snufka military base, well then that's going to be a bit of a tough stretch. MOGO Esports is going to have a tough day in the office.
I mean, for sure, if they look to start from that military base position, it is going to be an early struggle for MOGO Esports. But, I mean, this can be one of those teams that chooses to go a little aggressive right off the bat and try and pick an early fight. But we do see the players from Global Esports taking an early exit from that plane along with Reckoning Esports. And again, we are hoping to see some early aggression. TMG going for that Stalber Kamishki Hill. Global Esports, I think they're going to kick their journey off from Severny and shooting range this time around. Just looking for that early calmness inside this match of Erangel.
Yeah, Global Esports, as usual, dropping it towards Severny. It's no concerns over there. You've also got MOGO Esports is going to move down south towards the Snufka military base. That's been their primary drop location. Still looking out for a few collisions here and there, and knowing the fact that there's so many known names inside of this playing field. One thing is for sure, these guys know exactly how each other play.
Exactly. There's so much information to work with about the other teams. I mean, you've played against these players for years and years, and you know their tendencies. You know which IGL likes to be aggressive in mid-game, which IGL prioritizes playing from the edge, clearing the backlines first. You can try and outplay them. You can try and come up with specific countermeasures for very specific teams. But apart from that, man, you look at this lobby and it already feels like the semifinals over here.
I know, right?
Yeah.
They've been dropping down south towards Fair Pier. You've also got K9 Esports towards that Quarry side, just spreading themselves out quite wide apart. For 8-bit, the only possible concern can be the name of MOGO Esports. And speaking of MOGO Esports, recently they have been really aggressive. Even if they get their hands on the bigger weaponry, they can still charge on forward for a fight, and I wouldn't be surprised.
Me neither. We've seen them do that multiple times in the past in round one. But look at this. Northern Georgia Pool, the first drop clash of the game where we have the players of Blind Esports up against Air Esports. And right off the bat, this is going to be the first fight of the match where Blind Esports have already had one of their teammates knocked out. So Air Esports over here have the man advantage to work with, but still scrambling for those early weapons. It's going to be a big concern. And of course, utility, that is going to be the big playmaker and a difference maker in this fight.
You love to see it. Air Esports, they almost find another knockout too, and that's what's going to happen. As Sora falls down for Blind Esports, that's quite a big mistake, I'm not going to lie.
Oh, it's a Vector.
DP still in the back lines with just a Vector in the hands. Does not really have a lot of bullets in the magazine because he does not have the extended mag. And even that's a big concern. S12K is being pulled out as well from DP, but at the same time is also being pushed back. Sorov still knocked out for Blind Esports. The troubles, they keep on stacking up, but this is going to be a crucial knock as they find the return one. Vector is still in play as he's shredding through their armors. And now for Air Esports, even they're going to have the same amount of pressure as Blind Esports. It's a 3-on-3 fight now. That one single knock just leveled up the playing field, but even Evil gets knocked out, and now that's bad news for Blind Esports. Air Esports, they find themselves with the upper advantage as the man's going to make the push, and he still strikes down the second player as well. What is going on? Air Esports, they're making it look so easy, as Blind Esports, they're struggling way too much inside of the fight.
Yeah, there's no coming back into this match for Blind Esports now. Hunted down and taken out in a matter of seconds. They're trying to recover, but it's not going to be an easy one. The player runs up to the first floor again. And Aura Esports, they have led him into a trap. Here comes the push, one after the other. The players of Aura Esports, they go running in. And Blind Esports is going to be the first team to be eliminated from this match. A big name already getting kicked out back into the lobby. This is exactly what we were talking about.
A flawless squad wipe from Air Esports.
Oh, Flex as well.
And yeah, Mr. Spray just adding the salt on top of the wounds. The classic approach. You'll love to see it. It's Air Esports on the playing field, and they're constantly just using the emotes. Just rub that salt. You love to see it, right? These type of shenanigans really put on the entertainment a little bit more. And now it's going to be an official rivalry between Air Esports and Blind Esports.
Are we making it official?
Erangels, this is going to keep on happening.
Are we making it official? Are we sure about it?
Yes, we are.
All right,
100%. Then. Blind Esports, they're quite the egoistic bunch. They're not going to let this go away like that.
That's the problem, right? It's not this Blind Esports. It's the older one that used to be like that. The new one, the new Blind Esports is a lot calmer, Necro.
We'll see, because these playing four, we have been looking at them in the past as well. DP is quite the known name.
Yeah.
Even Sorov has been there in the playing field, so the playing four is quite the familiar ones. So they do have the experience, but still playing under a new banner. Now that's something that might just be a little bit pressurizing. And Blind Esports, you can pretty much call them like the defending champions.
Yeah, kind of. I mean, the previous roster that was playing under the banner of Blind Esports during the last Pro Series 2023 did lift the trophy under the same banner. So there is pressure upon these players to live up to the same legacy. You are correct about that, but it's going to be a bit challenging, especially considering that the roster went on to, well, they are playing for iQOO Seoul right now, and they're doing phenomenally well for themselves.
Indeed.
But there was another situation that was developing. I think there's going to be a few more minutes before the fight breaks out. So, Blind Esports, Aero Esports, that fiasco happened towards the northern Georgia Pole city, but towards the Georgia Pole and hospital position, we had the players of Gujarat Tigers, who were quite close to Sarkar Gaming, that were playing the Georgia Pole city, the southern Georgia Pole city. I was hoping for an early fight, but it seems like Gujarat Tigers, they are going to look to back off. Looking for that Everest control. This gives them a lot of information to work with from the top of this hill, but then again, engaging into a fight would mean that you need at least 2 knocks before you can commit for a push and before you can try and secure those finishes for yourselves. Coming down from this mountain takes a lot of time.
It indeed does. But once again, for GT, the only reason why they're taking this high ground is because they know there's going to be few teams cruising past them. And maybe if they do find a few knockouts here and there, that's going to be a good thing. But still for GT, the main sign of concern at this point has to be securing that qualification bracket, at least in the span of 3 games.
Yeah.
That's how GT likes to play. They're the proactive ones. And in these 3 games, they're definitely going to try to ace it.
Oh, of course. And again, I mean, one of the key players this time around for Gujarat Tigers has been WindGod. I mean, being the IGL of the lineup as well, he has been performing phenomenally well as far as individual performances go, which is a very rare sight. I think 2 of the best performing IGL, just not just looking at how well their teams are doing, but how well those particular players as individuals are playing, I think are WindGod and Hector in this tournament.
Indeed. Speaking of WindGod, he's been the main performing player. In general, even the form that he's been performing with, it's been intense. And you would like to see that same form replicated over here too. We're not really seeing a lot of the fights happening off the rip, which makes a lot of sense. Once again, it's quite the known faces facing off against each other, and these teams know exactly how the rivals play, because they have been performing against each other for time and time in the past as well, in a lot of tournaments. So they're well familiar with each other's strats.
This is the toughest lobby to secure points in. It's going to be so frustrating. I mean, you can't really run into 4v4s, otherwise what happened to Blind Esports will happen. Every single team has the caliber to squad wipe anyone over here.
Yeah.
And that is going to be such a big challenge during the mid-game stages. Big reason why we are not seeing a lot of early action right now, even though teams were dropping quite close to each other. I mean, a few moments ago, you had the players of Versatile Esports quite close to the players of FS, still not looking for an opportunity to engage against each other. There's a lot of respect going around, but I think tomorrow that is going to change. Because today the differences that will arise on the overall leaderboard, that will force these teams to change their strategies and be a little bit more aggressive. The teams at the top will definitely try to kick out a lot of the main competition from this group itself.
And usually in these type of lobbies, you really expect the newer names to struggle, right?
Yeah.
For example, Aero Esports, you've got Ignite Gaming too. But still, man, these 2 teams, if you try and look at their track record, they have been performing so well. Let's speak about Aero Esports. In the week 1 of the round 1, they garnered 61 points.
Yeah.
That is impressive. Now you move the conversation on towards Ignite Gaming. In week 1, they had 39 points. In week 2, they had 53. That's consistency.
Exactly. I mean, even TMG, another newer name inside of the block, week 1, 41 points, week 2, 33 points. The aggregate was over 70. And they did maintain that consistent performance throughout their journey in round 1, which for some teams is the most difficult thing to execute. But then again, I mean, things can change. 6 matches, the pros know how to step things up. It's all about having that one big game. You have 120-pointer in your bag. It makes qualifying for round 3 extremely easy.
And this is going to be one of those groups where the chance of vacuum are the least.
Yeah, agreed.
There's so many known names, and one thing is for sure, everyone's going to get away a fair share amount. And there's a high chance even the benchmark's going to be raised up because of this
That's
group.
the problem, right? If the points, there is only limited number of points in every single game that you play. And if the points are being evenly split between this particular group, that means the most amount of teams getting kicked out of round 2 will be from this group as well.
A lot of questions in general. Mysteries that still we want to unravel. But we do not know what holds in stock. A team that might just struggle, though, is right on the screen. Sarkar Gaming. And speaking of this team's form, sometimes they turn themselves on in a pretty great way. Sometimes they're just deactivated. And hopefully this time they have put on the proper game face.
That is true. I mean, we have been hoping to see Sarkar Gaming in the best form. And we know this team, like these players, they have a lot of experience under their belt as well.
Exactly.
Time and time again, we have seen them make it to the big stages, to the officials. But unfortunately, they haven't been that successful over the years. This time around, things feel a bit different. Their performance in round one, while it might not have been the greatest ever, it still showed the signs of life that were there within the team. They are being very proactive, looking for those mid-game fights, being a part of the action and not really running away, just playing for placement. But let's see how their journey turns out. Then there's this team. We saw 8-bit on our screen just a few seconds ago. I don't know what happened. 82 points in week 1, 31 in week 2. I was surprised.
Just like the other teams, right? 8-bit knows they've already qualified. They made the cut.
And Blind Esports.
Yeah. So pretty much just relax, sit back, and let the lobby play its toll. That's what they did. You move the conversation on towards the players of Sarkar Gaming once again. And just like Team Bliss, even for Sarkar Gaming, this is a do-or-die tournament. If they do not perform, there's a high chance this entire playing floor, it might just disassemble.
That can happen. I mean, of course, even the players that they have right now came from other different squads. I mean, we have seen a few of them in the past. In particular, Kana and Anonymous, we have seen them in previous tournaments. But I think right now, considering they are still in a decent position, and of course, rankings being reset means round 2, there's a new opportunity for them to strike. And they don't necessarily have to finish in the first position right now. All they have to do is try to qualify. They have the potential as well. So just maintaining the same aggregate as they did in those first either of the 2 weeks, I think they should be able to pull it off. But let's see if they can actually make it happen. A huge shout out to our official smartphone partner, the iQOO Z9S series, starting at 18,999. And of course, if you go on to Google search for the iQOO Z9S, you can stand a chance of winning an iQOO Z9S Pro for yourself. 15 of those are being given out, and you could be the lucky one.
Legit almost could have been knocked out, by the way, in that rotation. Luckily enough, he barely survives on a sliver of HP. All thanks to the boosters, by the way. And so far, we haven't spoken about one team. That's FS Esports.
Oh, yeah.
FS Esports, especially in BGMI 2024, with how they were performing, they were like the burning torch consistency inside of the round 1 with how they were performing in this BMPS. Man, a lot of the question marks were there in my heart. But then later on in the week 2 FS Esports, they showcased what they were capable of and once again reignited their form, and we saw the prime FS Esports back in play.
I think it was a middle-of-the-pack performance both of the time. That is just my personal opinion, to be honest. But we had that discussion, right? FS Esports, there was too much pressure upon a single player. WindGod has been playing phenomenally well, but everyone else needs to step up as well. And this time, I'm quite happy seeing WindGod perform, because usually it was Hitman who was put under that pressure of securing those frag points for the team. It's a new player this time, and if Hitman brings himself back into that old confidence, back into that old form, I think FS Esports is one of those lineups that can compete for the top spot and a spot for in the finale.
That's the thing, right? FS Esports and Reckoning Esports, they pretty much feel the same for some reason.
Yeah.
Their play style feels the same, the confidence feels the same. Even quite the younger bunch on the block, and we know what they're capable of. Firepower's on point. It's an absolute powerhouse. You move the conversation on towards the aggressive bunch, and even 4 Miracles is supposed to be one of those. It's a team packed with veterans, led by Adi. He's an aggressive IGL, by the way. But so far, 4 Miracles, they have been showcasing quite a tactical gameplay. Now, if that's good or bad, I don't know.
Me neither, to be honest. I mean, but we are here to figure it out, right? That's what the Pro Series will be about. This team recently formed. One thing that makes Adi special and different from all the other IGL is that he's used to this struggle. He has been put in the situation where he is forced to lead a new pack of players all the way to the top again and again. And he has executed it multiple times, always being successful. I mean, we kept talking about Insane Esports for a long time, right? Adi was the IGL that secured the most number of chicken dinners in this 15-match circuit during the last BGIS. But then again, this time around, he has a little bit more experienced players to work with within this lineup of 4 Miracle. You talk about Kyoya being there. You talk about Jazzy being there as well. These lads have had a taste of the competitive circuit, and I'm pretty sure they are also looking for an opportunity to strike. So 4 Miracles is one of those dark horses that you do not really know where they might end up, but you're hoping to see them perform to the best of their abilities, and I expect them to get at least as far as the semifinals of this tournament.
Yeah, hands down.
That should be easy, right?
Should be easy for a banner like that, but you never know. You can still say it's a band of misfits put together, just like 4 misfits. For them, things did not really work out that well.
That's the worst name to bring to this conversation, man.
I know, man, but it's still like a bunch of veterans put together, and then you just hope that this recipe works.
Unlike it did for 4 Misfits.
Yeah, it did not really work that well, but GT, they step in the playing field of TWOB, and this time they're getting dismantled. One man's already taken down. That's not a great news for GT. ClutchGod's being one of the main playmakers for this entire banner, and GT, they need to be a little bit more careful. As a man's getting chased down, Legit's on that prowl. But still for GT, they just want to evade the tracks at TWOB. They're facing off against quite a formidable banner too.
Yeah.
TWOB, they're quite the aggressive bunch, and they're not going to let you go just like that.
Exactly. I mean, Sarkar just chases away that player from Gujarat Tigers and just forces all the players from GT back up the Everest Mountain. This is not how Gujarat Tigers thought this game was going to go for them. And look at this, Necro, after the first fight of the game, which began right off the bat in that northern Georgia Pole city, right? This is when we get to see the next casualty. One player, ClutchGod, the best performing player, in fact, from the side of GT, getting shut down extremely early inside of the game. Mobility was something that was questioned about that play coming in from the players of GT. But if you don't want your mobility in real life to be questioned, well, check out our official mobility partner, Hero. We've come out with the Hero Extreme 125R.
Incredible bike. I just love that color palette. You know, silver, white, with a tint of blue.
Ooh, yeah.
And the mixture of white. I like that. Moving the conversation on towards the game once again, as you've got Global Esports as well. Towards the Brit side. They do want to cross down south towards the main island. But the only concern for Global Esports is Air Esports. Even for Team 8-Bit, they're on the run. It's again one of the phase of the games where every single team just wants to place themselves in a comfortable spot. But for 8-Bit, this is not going to be as comfy. There's one team that's right next to them, and there's a high chance they might just find a few knocks.
Not just one. Right now, there are clusters forming. And again, as we have discussed from the start of the match, till now, these teams are extremely, extremely power-packed, so no one is going to let a single mistake go unpunished. As we were talking about 8-Bit, right across the ridge up front from them is the side of 4 Miracle Esports. But 4 Miracle Esports, they might have their own concerns to worry about, because on the back lines, they have Ignite Gaming closing in on their position. But here come the player of 8-Bit, Juicy leading the charge, gets close to the ridge, but instantly is going to be forced to circle around. As I think he did hear the commotion coming from the other side and was made aware of the presence of the players of 4 Miracle Esports.
Is the man gathering the intel, Johnny?
Yeah, he is.
He's scouting out the surrounding lines, knowing where exactly the foes are placed. So in the future, it's not going to be trouble when they try to make it out alive from this spot. They need to pave a good pathway. That's what they need to do.
Global Esports on our screens. They're playing the Northern Island still. But you remember a few moments ago we saw the players of Gujarat Tigers, right? They were trying to breach the circle from the western side. Did not work out.
Oh,
now Gujarat Tigers, they did move up towards the Northern Island as well. And there might be a slight collision between the players of Global Esports and Gujarat Tigers. We are hoping to see one, of course.
Still, it's a big might, though. You never know if that's going to come into fruition or not. Gujarat Tigers all the way in the back lines for Global Esports. Slug is the man who's already made the entrance down south.
I see it happening,
It's such a big split, Johnny. It's a 3-1 split going on for Global Esports. Slug is all the way down south, by the way.
Look at that.
I'm not even sure what exactly Global Esports is looking to pull off, but maybe now it's going to work out if Slug keeps himself alive in that spot.
If Slug keeps himself alive and if they fight and survive that 3 versus 3, that might just happen between them and the players of Gujarat Tigers. Now, Gujarat Tigers still continue on their journey towards the east, and Global Esports, they move up north, utilize that bridge, that Everest bridge, and then make the southern rotation towards the Everest Hill. Their rotation, the team is going to be split by a lot of squads. As you were talking about Slug, look at him. He's getting surrounded by the players of K9 Esports, Versatile, and TWOB. But looking towards Ruins, we have Air Esports. Now, Necro, my opinion is, this is the prime position to play this zone from.
Hands down it is. They're right in the smack center. Even FS Esports, they've got quite a great spot.
Yeah.
Nothing taken away from that. For Aero Esports, just secure the vehicles. they're going to be off the essence later on. Especially when the zone moves away, that's the only thing that's going to be your good friend, knowing the fact that you're on the high ground. And if the zone moves away from the high ground itself, it will be tough to make that rotate. Global Esports, even they clash against a few teams, as K9 Esports is going to be there in the front lines. And the fight comes into fruition. Beast gets knocked out, as even Slug is taking a few shots upon himself. Slug's out in the open, and the man gets ran over. For Global Esports, it's a tough pill to swallow. What can they do? It's time to recover the pace inside of the fight. Aimbot is single-handedly manhandling the team in the front. As K9 Esports, even they're starting to face the brunt. But what just happened? One single man from Global Esports. That's going to be Ninja Boy, who flips the odds in the opponent's face. And he now just stacks all the odds with his team. He's also patched himself up. Once again, back with full HP for K9 Esports. They've choked up the fight to the maximum potential. And now the recovery is not there. K9 Esports, they crumble.
What a choke coming in for the players of K9 Esports, and what a phenomenal clutch by Ninja Boy. Now this was a true 4K, right? I mean, he drops into the fight, exiting that vehicle, and the moment he got out of that car, Necro, he was already down to around 10 HP, and yet, armed with nothing but that shotgun itself, takes down the third from the flank. Look at this. Already has his teammates out of the picture, and this is where he flipped the odds. This is where the tables were turned, and the composure in the end. That first shot connection on to believe, that is where the game was already over.
Ninja Boy, so good.
Oh, of course.
The best player right now in the country, hands down. That's Ninja Boy. And now look at the rotation Global Esports is pulling off. This takes a lot of guts. But still, Global Esports, they themselves know they're quite desperate at this point in time. And they run in the open arms of TWOB as they find a lot of those shots and even a few connections. As the man gets knocked out, Slug also gets ran over and confirmed. For GT, they could not really catch and prioritize the players of Global Esports. But for Global Esports, the game's already screwed.
Yeah, Slug knocked and finished off. It's down to the last player, but here come MOGO. And they are going to try and look for a fight against the players of GUJARAT Tigers. They kick things off in a brilliant manner. GUJARAT Tigers already down to their last man. So there's not a lot that they can do unless this nade connects. It's quite close to that vehicle. Destro takes a lot of damage. And MOGO Esports, you know, they are being put under a lot of pressure right now. Looking at the finish feed, it seems like Necro, the journey of this game at least, might come to an end for the players of Reckoning Esports as well. But we will come back to that fight in a bit. This one about to get wrapped up in the next few seconds. No recovery for either sides. Destro is looking to push up forward. Just trying to see if he can outsmart the player on the opposing side. Forces him out into the open, and with the shotgun just wraps things up. MOGO Esports, 5 finishes secured in total in this game. But the numbers are still lacking. Last 2 players left, and here come the players of TWOB. I wonder if Sarwith was able to spot these 2 lads out behind that car.
I think so, he was. He knows what exactly is going on, but he still does not want to step in the playing field just yet. He does not have the proper team cavalry, and he also knows the spot is quite exposed.
Yeah.
So it's not going to be worth it for now. Even Team Versatile, now they step in. For MOGO Esports, the troubles, they just keep on stacking up. They're not less. Instead, they keep on increasing. Raiden's nade's going to find the beautiful connection as Delta PG gets knocked out. And now look at Destro, the only man standing in the playing field. What can he do? Destro's got too much to try and worry about, as Delta PG will be confirmed by Destro's nade itself. What just happened? MOGO Esports, they're choking this fight once again. It's now just Destro up and alive, and Destro is trying his best to dish out a lot of that damage. Team Versatile, they themselves choke. What is going on? Chokes after chokes. It's really tough to see what exactly is happening at Destro. He pulls off an insane clutch.
All thanks to a third party. All thanks to one of the players from TWOB taking down, not even TWOB, it was Versatile Esports who took down one of their own players, and Destro punishes them. Another 3K comes in from the IGL of MOGO Esports, but the threat is not over. The vultures are here and they're circling around all of these crates. Destro again forced into a situation to try and take another fight against the players of TWOB. Back to back, finishing off 2 teams. Can he do it for the 3rd time in the row? Luckily for him, Necro, you know what's the best part about being over here for him? He has all of these crates around him, so there's like a lot of first aids to work with.
Yeah, he can just go for the med strat and try and secure as many placement points as possible, but you've still got 11 teams alive in the game, and that's a big concern. 11 teams up and alive inside of this zone. TWOB having the major chunk of the circle as well to play with. That's just even better. But now the zone's going to move down south, and now for TWOB, they're having the upper edge. Playing from the northern side, playing from the edge itself. For MOGO Esports, Destro is still in the outskirts, going for that Met strat. Even the blue zone's doing that constant damage. For MOGO Esports, I feel like the game is pretty much going to be done. But look at what's happening. TWOB, Sarvit, and his teammate right next to each other. As there's a big split that's going on for TWOB. For this split to come into fruition, they need to spread themselves out in much more of a better manner. Play for the intel too, because right now TWOB, they just have a rough lay of the land.
Look at that. It seemed like only a few teams fighting amongst themselves, but instantly we lost like half the lobby. And this is the second time this man was forced to be the savior of his team. First, the second, pushing through the smoke, being a little aggro. And here was that final pick in the fight. Didn't even see the one last player from the side of MOGO, from the side of Team Versatile bite the dust. But as we were talking about all of those crates, Destro, he has the same idea. Of course, that was the easiest plan to execute. Look inside those crates, find those first aids, and go for the first aid strat, the med strat. They don't need to worry about anything, MOGO Esports, right now, Necro, I feel like. They already have 8 finishes. They are in the top 9.
Yeah, but here's the problem, though, right? If he gets eliminated right here, he's not going to have a lot of the placement points. He can get away with much better stats.
Who needs stats? Right now, it's all about qualification.
He's only gotten, what, 5 or 6 first aids? That's going to keep him alive for maybe a next minute. That's it.
6 right now. There are, I believe, 4, 8. There are 11 crates right there.
Let's see what happens. Sarkar Gaming, though, backs against the wall. As the wall of death is going to start to move, even the players of FS Esports, they're forcing out the players of Sarkar Gaming. KSR7 and Sarkar himself right next to each other. Utilities can be a big counter, but still, no one wants to toss those. For FS Esports, they've already ran out of those. 1 single frag grenade and 7 smokes is something that the player has. And the remaining players, they don't even have that.
And look at the utility trade between the players of FS and TWOB. We just saw on that finish feed now, FS switching things up, looking for Sarkar Gaming, as you mentioned. But Sarkar and KSR7, the problem is that the backlines are going to be put under pressure by that wall of death pushing in that direction. And they need to be extremely careful. Era Esports on the verge of getting eliminated from this match.
Oh, interesting. Is that nade going to find a knock? No, it's going to be the answer. Just a bit of that chip damage. Only if the players of FS Esports has as many nades as CG from yesterday's game, then maybe this could have been a proper squad wipe.
Oh man, that was something else. But I think these lads are also going to try and emulate that situation. I am sure we're going to see that moment in this lobby in particular.
TWOB facing a big brunt, Johnny. It's not a great news.
2 players down.
Prince knocked out, Sarvit knocked out. Sarvit needs to be back on his feet, and that's what happens. It's all good in the hood for now. Utilities tossed out as well. That's going to be the smoke grenades that blew him out, blocking all the line of sight inside of that church, at least for a decent while. I'm not sure what the game plan's going to be for TWOB, but considering the zone moves away, now it's a big sign of struggle. They're also taking a lot of shots upon themselves that don't exactly know where to move, as now they pull out the vehicles, and it's time to run. Legit, even he's trying to provide that cover fire. Legit's going to be the sacrificial lamb for TWOB, gathering all the attention upon himself as the 3 players to move up close and personal, and Legit will be knocked out. This was expected.
Yeah, he was getting shot at from every single direction, and the 2 frontline players, their intentions are clear now. They have to try and pick off the players of 8-Bit to try and save Legit, but he gets finished off by the players of FS Esports. In the meanwhile, Sarvit with those nades is looking to see if he can wipe out the players of 8-Bit, but the wall separates them. Juicy getting spotted out. Sarvit still not finding that frag, and here comes the punish from the players of 8-Bit. The knock is going to be secured by the players of 8-Bit, at Sarvit from TWOB falls. Cyrex and Prince, last 2 remaining players, but they are distracted. They have their own troubles to deal with. You know what? TWOB, they might have had the numbers advantage, but the circle was not theirs, and that was the biggest detriment to their performance in this game. They might have a top 5 finish with 7 eliminations secured in this match, but moving further from here, it's going to be a big challenge. Well, luckily for them, Sarkar Gaming bite the dust before them.
I do understand the strategy, though. Legit was the sacrificial lamb, and Sarvith was the main playmaker. But he messed up.
Yeah.
They wanted to go for this wall that's dividing 8-Bit and TWOB. But unfortunately, the wall's now contested by the players of 8-Bit, and you can't do anything. TWOB's out in the open, and this is going to be free pounds for the players of FS Esports. And here comes it. As Hitman's going to be knocked out, utilities are doing that constant damage. Even Wizard falls down, and this is the advantage that TWOB needed. And for 8-Bit, they're just here to claim the elimination points, as even Sarkar is going to be the one to hit the deck. For TWOB, it was quite a bad pounce, but even the last man gets snuffed out.
And now it is down to Team 8-Bit and the players of FS Esports. TraceGod has been spotted out in the open, and Mighty goes down. Juicy, with that nade, can finish off the game, and it feels like it is perfect, and it is a juicy grenade indeed. Points secured, the chicken dinner wrapped up as well, and this is why this is the team that instilled fear into every one of the squad that went up against them in round 1. 8-Bit once again kicking things off in a brilliant manner.
How are they so good? That's my question, right? But they only choke in the grand finals.
Yeah.
For some reason, they're never able to be the champions. But still, with the way 8-Bit played, just two-man squad standing, taking down Sarvith, knowing the fact that Sarvith had such a big advantage, still 8-Bit came out on top in that fight.
There was one big mistake. There was one, not even a mistake, it was a bad assumption made by the players of TWOB against 8-Bit. It was the fact that they thought that even Juicy was going to be on the other side of that wall. They did not know that he was on the inside and he is going to have a direct line of fire onto Sarvith.
But that's the thing, though. Sarvith still had the advantage, knowing the fact that Juicy was way too exposed, and there was no way to provide that cover fire for the man who was there on the opposite side of the wall.
You know, Necro, how sometimes when you're peeking at a particular angle or holding a particular angle, you expect someone to just run out into the open. But then there's going to be that one awkward guy who just speaks very slightly, very slowly. You are not even prepared for him to just be there, peeking around the corner in a very calm manner, and you get taken out. It feels like that should have been an easy shot, but if you are not prepared for it, you are not going to be able to, your muscles will not move. You aren't going to be able to react.
Yeah, I mean, the man from 8-Bit was just constantly spamming through with the SMGs and the AR that he had in his backpack, and he luckily enough connected all those shots.
They wanted to nade around the corner. I think that was the plan. Just go out, both the players are going to be behind the wall. They won't see me cook up the nade. I'm going to nade them, both of them go down. They wanted to go for an easy play, but hey, doesn't matter. TWOB has a lot of eliminations to work with, so I think they start off on a good note at least.
Still, they did pretty good, as you mentioned, right? Even for Global Esports, it could have been much more of a better game, but then they clashed against quite the formidable force. They choked up a big fight as well, but luckily enough, there was Ninja Boy to save the day, and he got a big 4-piece for his team. And this is how the fight really came into fruition. Juicy somehow coming out on top in that duel, and the elimination was stolen away, by the way, from someone else.
It was FS Esports who took away that point. FS was causing a lot of trouble for both 8-Bit and TWOB, because there was an early fight where I think TWOB went against the players of Esports, and even then it was FS Esports who tried to steal those points. They walked away with a few. This team is very opportunistic, FS Esports, I have to say. I mean, they put in the least amount of efforts in terms of committing into those fights, but they still walk away with a decent number of points every single time.
Now let's speak about a few teams that were completely missing from the game. Reckoning Esports, Autobotz. We just never saw them in the playing field, right?
Autobotz, not in terms of fights. They were there in the top 5 of this match, though, so they do have some placement points to work with, but I think we knew this was going to happen with Autobotz, right? They were going to struggle in terms of finishes.
Yeah, I mean, this is definitely going to happen, especially when you're placed in such a formidable lobby. It is going to be tough for a newer name like Autobotz to come out on top and rise up.
You want to hear something awkward, right? We still talk about Autobotz just because they were there in the later stage of the game. Team Versatile, we saw them, but not for the right reason.
Yeah, they were just clutched out. And that's the main problem, right? Destro, the pounce they made on top of that, man, it made a lot of sense.
Yes.
But then choking the fight in that way, now that's something you do not really expect from a banner like Versatile. Just imagine, it's going to be such a big mental setback.
I won't call it a choke. Yes, that will be a mental setback, and knowing the players of MOGO Esports, I think the intention behind that clutch was exactly that. Just make sure these guys are panicking at the start of the day, so they're going to fight amongst themselves in their boot camp, and we are going to reap the benefits inside of the game. MOGO Esports is an evil team, man. They are going to mess with your heads inside of the game and outside of the game as well. But hey, they have been consistent in their journey as well, and they are very aggressive. But as I was saying, more than a choke in that fight, it was an outplay from Destro. Because if you put both these two teams in a similar situation 100 times, 99.9% of the times it will be the 4v1 working out in the favor of 4 players, the team with 4 players, Versatile Esports in this case. That was an outplay. It is one of those rare moments that you never expect, and Versatile Esports, they didn't expect to get beaten down by one man inside that smoke.
Now, the only reason that happened is because the players are taking one after one fights. Only if all of them would have made the pounce at the same time, it would have seen a big week of Ram in at the same time, then maybe things would have been different, because Destro found the first knockout, then later on he also got the confirmation on that player, then second player rammed in, he got the second knockout too, the third player was around the smoke, he was just playing Ringa Rosie.
Yeah, he used their vehicles against them, that's what he did. Because the first player, the push was straight up inside of the smoke, then he came back around the vehicle, denying the line of fire to the man in the backlines, but that is going to be a very deep breakdown. For now, let's have a look at the point ranking. We have 8-bit starting things off with 17 points. Then we have TWOB on the second with 13. FS Esports with 12 points. Not enough eliminations, of course. Just 6 on the board. Error Esports with 9 points. MOGO Esports, all because of their IGL standing and holding his ground. They have 9 points as well. And then we have Global Esports with 6 points, all thanks to Ninja Boy.
Yeah, I mean, Global Esports is going to qualify. I know that. Global Esports is not going to go for a banger performance. They're just going to play till the brim. That's it. They do not really want to exceed the limits. They're just going to play just to qualify.
See, we know 30 points is a safety cushion, right?
Yeah.
They're going to get 6 finishes every single game and qualify. That is how Global Esports will push.
That's what they did in the round 1 itself too, man. They just did barely enough to qualify. That's it. And as soon as they moved on forward towards the round 2, that's what it feels like is going to be the course over here as well.
It's like Global Esports is us, Rekno, right?
Yeah.
You and me. Why overexert yourself? You know you can get enough points. Just go for the easy way. 5 finishes per game. You have 30 points at the end of 6 matches. You make it through.
You might call them lazy, but I call them smart.
Yeah, me too, man.
So
very
they're
smart.
also hiding a lot of those tactics. You never know. The aggressive Global Esports, you might just see them directly in the land finale.
They have one strategy. They're putting that strategy on display. It is basically just go out and destroy.
Yeah, pretty much, and that's been their main course of action. But this time around, they're taking quite a tactical approach, man. Especially in the round 1, they were doing so. Even inside of this game, the rotation that they pulled off, Slug was all the way separated. He was sent down south, realizing the fact, okay, now the zone shifted towards that ruin side. Global Esports thought that this is going to be an easy ram, and they can easily come out on top. But then 3 players got taken down. They just got a reality check. Ninja Boy comes in and saves the day.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the rotation was saved by Ninja Boy, but it was still the most awkward fight I've witnessed, right? Because the biggest challenge in a split like this was to be able to regroup with Slug. They were in the same compound as Slug, so they had succeeded in regrouping, but it was the actual fight that did not go there. Well, luckily, again, Ninja Boy was there.
Now, I just want to know what exactly is the communication between the team. Does Maui say, yeah, Slug, you know what? Just go and have a nice stroll around the map. Let us know what exactly is going on. We're going to be over here chilling, my friend. You just let us know the information. And then when Slug finds out that, okay, guys, the zone rotation is right over there, we're going to make that pounce. But for now, let's move on to a short break.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. And when you know they go the ammo. Keep getting bigger, better, faster, plan. Yo, throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक मिनट
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch.
I'm not doing this.
300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
हम यहाँ X-Suit के लिए आए
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर।
अबे बंद करो बे, आंख में छुप रहा है।
कट, शूट कैंसिल।
यार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO BMPS 2024. And of course, what an exciting start to the journey of Group 3 in this round 2 it has been. I mean, the first game was intense, but we are expecting the intensity to go up a little bit higher as the matches are going to move forward now. This is Super Johnny, joined by Necro alongside with me. And Necro, I'm pretty sure, just like me and Necro before you, you also enjoyed the action, but I'm sure that there is going to be that one name that let you down in that first game.
Oh yeah, I really felt like Reckoning would be that one team to literally dominate or at least do some damage to some particular teams, but hey, my expectations went downhill. But nevertheless, I was very entertained in this match. Specifically, I will name this match the Map of Clutches. We saw it from Destro, we saw it from Ninja Boy, and an overall performance, if you ask me. I, as an audience, would love to see some more matches like this.
Yeah, I mean, everyone would love to. And I think we are going to get at least 5 more games like this. Because this group has 5 matches remaining, 3 tomorrow and 2 for the day left. And of course, what I am waiting for, the map that I am waiting for from this group is going to be the map of Sanhok, man. I can't even dream the amount of chaos that's going to be there on that map. It is going to be so fun. But if you want to enjoy the action in your matches, ladies and gentlemen, check out the iQOO Z9S series starting at 18,999. And of course, if you go onto Google and search for the iQOO Z9S, you can stand a chance of winning an iQOO Z9S Pro for yourselves. 15 of those are being given out. You could be the lucky one, unlike this guy.
I mean, I am quite unlucky, you can say, because whenever I have participated in some giveaways, I have never won one. But you know, you can test your luck, as Johnny said already. But coming back to the discussion again, Johnny, do you think this time Reckoning can bounce up and they can just come up with some decent performance because it's the map of Miramar?
I think so. I think that's the problem with this group as well. There's going to be so many comebacks. These standings are going to be extremely unstable. And this is what I wanted to discuss with Necro, and I think we did touch upon this topic as well, as to because of how competitive things might get in this particular group, I expect that the most amount of teams getting kicked out will be from Group 3. There's going to be a struggle to secure points in every single game, unless you are doing what Destro did for his team, clutch out 2 fights back to back. But let's have a look at the overall leaderboard right now, see if any of the teams from this particular group get to move forward. And I don't think so, because the best performing team from this group secured 17 points. The Chicken Dinner was worth 17 points, and I think that is the lowest we have seen till now.
Yeah.
Not the lowest, but in round 2...
comparatively.
Yeah, comparatively. This might be one of the lower Chicken Dinners, 17 points. But again, I mean, it is one of the most competitive groups, so it's fair.
Yeah, I really expected, maybe what, 13, 14 is the max amount of points a team with Chicken Dinner would take. I really thought that because, in terms of finishes in total, I really thought that. But again, it was a great match for 8-bit. They got a lot more opportunities to capitalize on against the fight of TWOB. They also capitalized on the finishes of FS Esports. I mean, for them, it was all free finishes roaming exactly in front of them.
Yeah, I mean, 8-bit, I mean, they were struggling in terms of... 8-bit had the most poor position inside that final fight.
Exactly.
But they were still able to capitalize, as you mentioned, target prioritization. It is an actual thing inside of the game. You have to pick the right targets at the right time. If you choose for the go for the wrong fight, then you're going to get shot from the flank and get taken out. But 8-bit, they were phenomenal. Again, this is where the experience that the players have comes into play. 17 points on the board, and they're already in the top 28. So not too far away from that safety cushion that everyone kept talking about, right? 24 to 28 points. Worst case scenario, the cutoff goes to 30. So 8-bit, they get 17 points in one more match, and they are pretty much already good to go for the next side of the tournament, round 3.
Yeah. I'm also thinking about TWOB and FS Esports. For once, I really thought, after seeing the circle shift towards Ruins, I thought this is the game where FS can literally capitalize on, and they might be backing up the Chicken Dinner as well. But things always doesn't go the way we want it, right, Johnny? But for them, they somehow managed to get decent points. Talking about MOGO Esports and Error, the start that Error Esports had was exceptionally well. That clutch from Mr. Spray, I wouldn't say the clutch, but exactly the 3 frags that he took was incredible.
And I think Error Esports, because of that fight that happened towards Northern Georgia Pole where they eliminated Blind Esports, I thought Error Esports would have a fun time in this game and they would go very far, and they did, to be honest. But they weren't really able to pick up any more finishes, a lot more finishes moving from there on out. I think they got 1 more finish after that. They did play for survival, and they kept their total tally in a very nice position, extremely close to double digits. They got 9 points from that opening match. But if they can secure 9 points in every single game, then I'm going to be happy. That means Error Esports has a fully fleshed out strategy for how they want to play out their journey. I do not want to see that instability, because when you beat a team like Blind Esports, you have that boost of confidence. In Error Esports, also, if you go back inside of the game, they had that Ruins position under their control. That should have given them the extra bit of edge needed to try and take the teams like TWOB, to try and pick up teams like FS Esports, but they weren't really there.
Yeah, I feel like the aggression was a little bit stuttled out there.
Yeah.
It could have been much more greater because of the start that they had, as you mentioned earlier. But also talking about MOGO Esports, the rotation was really perfect, but losing the players at that point was really not something that even Destro expected. But from there, the clutch that he did was so good, I literally jumped off my chair.
I mean, and it wasn't one clutch. That's the big deal about that fight. It was 2 fights back to back, and in both the fights, Destro was the last man left standing for his team. Luckily for him, I think he had a little bit of breathing room to recover, so that his HP would be in a preferable position to go into a fight against the players of Team Versatile. But let's see how this next map is going to go, because it is the map of Miramar. And if we are going to talk about Miramar, we have to talk about Somraj from Team Versatile. Yeah. This is his home. Now, all of these teams are just intruders into this map.
Somraj has definitely got some great plays in this particular map of Miramar. And just overviewing what happened in the previous match against MOGO Esports, they did not even expect that one player can take down their entirety of the squad like that. If you're in Destro's position, you would be panicking at that moment. But still, he handled it very nicely. But coming back to Team Versatile, I really hope that Somraj will be looking forward to get his vengeance in this particular map. But also another team, I think, who will be looking out for vengeance will be 4Miracle Esports.
4Miracle and Reckoning Esports. I'll add Reckoning to this list, because Reckoning Esports, another team that is built of young players, but these players again and again have showcased that they have the firepower to compete at the top level. I mean, we talk about their recent best performance in BGIS 2024, right? No one thought that these young players would finish on the podium, yet they did. And the consistent performance did not fade away after that tournament as well. Recently in a third party, played extremely well on an individual manner. Starting into this tournament, the start was a little bit slow, but the recovery was even more fluid and it was very swift. So again, coming into round 2, the first game might not have gone their way, but I'm expecting a lot from Reckoning Esports going into this match too. I want to know your prediction for game 2.
Yeah, I am looking forward for a rivalry between Adi and Somraj, the OG one that always happened in Pozo. But I want to see whether this thing is going to continue or not. But all the answers will be there inside the game. Because somehow I feel like this is going to be another interesting match. But without any further delay, let's jump onto the map of Golden Sand.
Well, the Golden Sands are in front of us, and it is the map of Miramar kicked off right now, ladies and gentlemen. It's going to be an exciting game for sure. The trajectory of the plane starting from the northwestern quadrant, and it goes towards the southeastern quadrant of the map. So from Ruins till Porto Palacio, a diagonal flight path, one of the most preferred flight paths that you could ask for on the biggest map inside of this game.
I love this flight path. Whenever I'm playing the map of Miramar, I would dream of this flight path every time. It is a different factor that I don't get one. But still, if you talk about the teams taking drop, we can see Autobotz, Esports going for the split of Ruins. They definitely need a lot more points from this particular match, because somehow I felt like their presence was missing in the map of Erangel.
Yeah.
Same goes for Reckoning as well. So for them to step up their game and to end the day one on a good note, they have to get a lot more points.
Hey, I mean, we were talking about early fights. It's not the one that we wanted, but we are still going to get one. Look at La Cabrera. We have Ignite Gaming. Now, they did not have a fun time in that previous match, getting taken out super early inside of this game, but this match brings with it an opportunity to strike early, to secure those finish points early in this game. And again, considering it is the map of Miramar, we expected Somraj and the boys to go towards El Pozo. They went towards Monte Nuevo, but we'll see how their journey turns out. In the meanwhile, it is K9 Esports that have chosen to clash against the players of Ignite, and MJ is going to be the first casualty of this entire map.
They've had an upset in the previous match against Global Esports, though. This time it seems like Ignite Gaming, they have ignited the sparks within themselves to come up front and take the battle. They have already got a good start, no doubt in that. But K9 Esports, how are they going to recover from it? Because you can see the entire position, the formation that Ignite Gaming are playing in. They are seeming to be very aggressive. And I really believe that they have a lot of intel to play around with.
Oh yeah, they do. I mean, about a few players, though. I think that one isolated player towards the northern side of the road, he has been spotted out. The other two lads still managing to hold on to their position. But look at this. What a nice circle towards the northeastern side. LSR prime position. There's no one there. MOGO Esports, I think they're going to feel extremely comfortable in this game, considering they have early control of Impala. The flight path was a favorable one for them. And as we said, there's no one in the entire northeastern quadrant of the map. So MOGO Esports will have an opportunity to take early control of any location that they want. The question is, do they make that play, or are they going to stay in Impala hoping to see if they can trap someone mid-rotation and pick off their points?
And the one team that can be trapped is going to be Reckoning Esports, because they have gone down to Puerto Paraíso. Probably they will be thinking that if we had went down in the areas of Cruz del Valle or Torre Ahumada, things could have been a little bit more profitable for them, but it's not like that. And as we already know, MOGO Esports, they are not a team to rotate quickly.
Yeah.
They usually take the time, they gather a lot of loot for themselves, and then they start rotating. So there's a very good chance that we might be seeing a rotational clash between Reckoning Esports and MOGO.
The possibility is there, but the only reason I feel that might not happen is because it's MOGO Esports and Reckoning. Right? Everyone knows where Destro plays from on Miramar, and everyone knows that you have to avoid that eastern roadway. Just stay away from him and his team for as long as possible. I mean, we remember the previous BGIS 2023, right? There was a simple strategy back then that Destro and the boys who were playing under the banner of Gladiator Esports back then used to employ. They used to start from Impala and just completely take control of that eastern highway all the way till LSR. The team that suffered the most because of their strategy of having that eastern spread was Orangutan, who used to play from LSR back then. Right now, Reckoning Esports, they want to avoid being the new Orangutan. They want to avoid getting taken out, getting put under pressure from MOGO Esports this early. So they are going to try and stay within Puerto Paraíso for as long as possible as well. And they're going to try and breach Impala as slowly as possible. Clear out, make sure you do not run into the trap. Make sure you are aware that the compounds are clear. So that is going to be a slow rotation. But as you said, I mean, we can expect a fight over there. But Gujarat Tigers now, a story of redemption for what happened to them in previous match. Did not really expect an early exit, but unfortunately they were one of the first few teams to get kicked out and sent back to the lobby.
Clutch God's early elimination, that somehow I felt like had put on the pressure on the boys of Gujarat, but right now traveling in a single vehicle. We have seen what happened in the previous day. In the Mirado, got sprayed down by the players. Miramar is not a map where you would like to travel in a single vehicle, that to like 3 players.
Yeah, Miramar and Vikendi, both these maps. And even Sanok, but vehicle usage on Sanok is already quite low.
You give away a lot of sound if you just travel in a vehicle in a particular map of Sanok, because it's way too smaller.
Yes, on Sanok, people or players resist using vehicles just because information goes out. On Vikendi, it is because of how open the position is between the compounds, and of course how many teams stay alive during the later stages of the match. So it's not just one team that's going to focus fire you, it's going to be like 2 teams. So the damage output that the damage intake that you are getting upon your vehicle and upon yourself is going to be much higher than the other maps. And on Miramar, it's just because of how exposed the position are. So you have to be very careful how you rotate. In the meanwhile, Aimbot, he is getting sandwiched from both sides. A player on the outside and one on the other side of the door. There's absolutely nothing Aimbot can do about this. K9 Esports, they face another casualty.
This is a disaster. What was Aimbot doing there? First question arises there, but alongside, if he was still there and his teammates had that idea, he has given the call out that, you know, I am being pushed by 3 players. I need a backup. I need some cover fire. His teammates were way too far from him.
Yeah, they can't do anything. The players of K9 Esports have been denied access to these buildings, so they can't even go around looting now. We saw one player with a vehicle. He was on the outer sides of the city, and I think that player has been given the call to just completely run away if he can. See if Zap finds an opening, then maybe they turn around and look to re-engage, but that's going to be a tough challenge. Zap lobs out a smoke, denies at least the left flank from his position. Although Ignite Gaming still looking to go for a push. Zap hiding behind the smoke, tries to manipulate the players into thinking that he's not there, but still takes a lot of damage. The MMG comes into play. It's going to do absolutely nothing as the players of Ignite Gaming find their 3rd frag of the game. K9 Esports, they are down to their last player. It's his belief. And I think now his teammates are going to start believing that at least they get a few placement points from this game, because there are no finishes as of now.
It can be possible though, because K9, they're on the northern side of the map, and if Believe moves up, Tutoria Humada finds a sweet spot for himself to just hold for some certain part of time before the circle shifts away over his head. That is the only thing I believe that Believe has to do it. But the way Ignite Gaming have started this game, I mean, so good. They literally isolated every player of K9 and took them one by one. And that is one of the greatest strategies that I believe a team like Ignite Gaming can opt for in the early phase of the game. And they've done that beautifully.
Yeah, Ignite Gaming, another surprising new name. We were talking about them at the start of the day as well. The performance improving from week 1 of round 1, heading into week 2 of round 2, when they were put under real pressure. And they just got better. On the other side, K9 Esports, they took a dip in their performance, and it seems like the struggles that were there towards the end of their journey in round 1, they haven't really gone away. They bring that slow momentum with them into round 2, which is, yeah, not really how you want to proceed in this particular round of the tournament. Again, just 6 matches in round 2 to qualify for round 3. And only the top 48 teams get to move forward. So big challenge, and K9 Esports dropping the ball twice in a row means they do not have any more matches to mess up from here on out. But, well, you do not want to mess up in front of this man for sure. That is a lesson learned by 2 different teams in the previous map. Destro, the iQOO MVP of the map of Erangel, 5 eliminations secured by him, and all 5 of them in clutch moments, by the way. And then we have Ninja Boy from Global Esports in the list of top 5 players. Mighty from Team 8-Bit makes the list, along with Prince OG from TWOB and Juicy, the IGL of Team 8-Bit.
All the OG names on the list, as we see, they've stepped up their game, and just seeing how the group is, the big names that you have, we are not giving this group a name of group of death just because we want to. Because all the teams that is consistent in this particular group is extremely well trained, well experienced, so you do have a lot more pressure. And right now, even Reckoning, they're feeling the pressure for themselves. The first match, it's definitely not what they expected it will become for them, but right now, coming down to the map of Miramar, they will be looking forward to grab a lot more points, which is very essential. You don't want to play how things went down for Revenant or INS in the previous groups. You don't want to miss the opportunities that you get inside the match.
I don't think any of these teams will have that mindset as well to try and take a backseat and play for placements. I think this will be the most chaotic group in round 2. The most chaotic, the most aggressive, the most competitive as well. Very intense. I mean, that was just a taste of what is about to come. Because today you are going to see a few teams take the lead, but that also means that the teams that get left behind will be extremely desperate for points tomorrow. Talk about desperation. Esports, yeah, decent start to the journey. Nothing taken away. That first fight, the win against Blind Esports was massive for them. But I expected a lot more after that shift in momentum. I mean, they, as I said, beating out a team like Blind Esports, especially the first fight of the game, it gives you a massive boost in confidence. And from there on out, instead of being aggressive, Esports played for placement points, but as I mentioned, it did secure those placement points as well. And hence, they have a decent tally to kick things off with. Now, then, if they can maintain that average to the end of the day, then they're pretty much already set for qualification tomorrow, but that's a story for another time. In the meanwhile, it seems like Reckoning Esports have been spotted out by MOGO Esports, and Justin did go for a few shots. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to find that connection.
Oh, this is a powerhouse, MOGO Esports. We know the names on paper. This lineup is extremely aggressive. And even if 3 players fall down, you have the IGL or any single player you see in this lineup can step up and clutch it out for you. That's the speciality. And what they have done in the previous round 1 was exceptionally well. But when you're talking about good things and well performance, you get the iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from 18,999. It has got a 5,500 mAh battery, 80 watt flash charger, so you can just plug in if your battery is almost about to die. You can just plug in and charge it quickly as possible, and then again, you're back on the game.
Hey man, a game of a scrim. You take your few minutes to discuss what happened with your teammates. Back again, scrim number 2. A few minutes to bring the juice back up in the device. Back again, scrim number 3. Perfect device to grind on, to be honest. But let's see. I mean, the grind is still on for the players of Gujarat Tigers in this match. They've managed to find their first frag of the game. This is what I want to talk about. The IGL, the big man Adi from 4 Miracles, shut down. That was a brilliant knock and a finish by Harsh. But again, it's Gujarat Tigers, so for them, this is the standard.
Yeah.
This is their bar is extremely high.
It happened with WindGod in the previous match. He was taken down by the players of K9 or maybe TWOB if I'm not wrong. But right now, they have done some similar deed to 4 Miracle Esports. But they will be looking forward to bounce back somehow. The first match, it did not went that well for Miracle. They will be looking forward to bounce back with at least like 8 to 10 points from this match, which will be particularly pretty good to sum up things after the end of 2 matches. But how are they going to do it? Because now the IGL is down. They have a loss in the numbers of men that they have in their team. But it also helps them, when the IGL is down, it gives the IGL a lot of room to take quick decisions and rely to their teammates that, you can go there and play alongside those ridges.
Yeah, that's true for most cases, but that's a problem with teams like 4 Miracles. It's going to be a problem with teams like MOGO Esports, teams that have those aggressive IGLs, right? Where the IGL is leading from the front line. He's also the scouter for the team. He's also the man responsible for finding that first opening. For those teams, losing their IGL is the toughest position they could be in. As of now, yes, you can look at the perspective of all your teammates, gather a little bit more information, and then make better decisions for the team. But still, one player is missing. 25% of the firepower within your squad just vanished. Not really a position you want to be in. But let's see, 4 Miracle, as we were talking about them and Gujarat Tigers, right? Their position in the play zone right now is decent. So they can be a little bit passive play for the later stage of the game. And of course, after the bad results in match number 1, both the teams definitely do need to perform in the map of Miramar to bring themselves back into a fighting position. But same goes for this team. And we were talking about them from the start of the match. Team Versatile. Everyone always says that the map of Miramar belongs to Somraj. But can he conquer this map once again? And especially, as we have been saying, in the toughest lobby in this tournament.
Indeed. The King of Miramar needs to reclaim his throne once again. That is what we are speaking about. And he has got all players that he needs to conquer it once again. But Slug, as Necro was telling, he was there to scout out the positioning. But Clutch, he just had a peekaboo moment. But Slug says, okay, I'm going to go off, rely some information. If he had, I'm not quite sure that even Slug had spotted one of the players of FS.
I think he saw the vehicle. I think he just might have seen the slight green tint of that Lamborghini and just instantly circled back towards the rest of his team. And Global Esports, as you were talking about, Slug, this time they've made a different play. So Slug wasn't left entirely alone to his all by himself. There's Beast quite close to him, just in case things go awry for Global Esports. There's some form of backup to buy themselves time for Ninja Boy and Mavi to close in. So they have a backup option, but still, now it's time to bring that backup option into play because Slug has just gotten himself knocked out. And this can spell a lot of trouble for the players of Global Esports, but luckily for them, the circle takes that northern shift and GE are already smack center. They are surrounded. FS Esports towards the northwest. You have Gujarat Tigers northwest as well. Southern side compromised by the players of TWOB and northeast compromised by 4 Miracles. Global Esports, they are in that circle of death. But it is Global Esports. You put them in a position like this and they are going to start looking for frags around them. In the meanwhile, Gujarat Tigers, a little bit of distraction caused by the players of FS Esports, but the distance between the two sides has kept these two teams at bay.
Oh my god. Look at this fight, Johnny. Dash has completely been knocked out. Sarkar is trying to save his teammate, but it's a very tough job when you know there are a lot of players aiming at that position. I don't think it's going to be a good decision for them to go up front. But already the cover fire coming on the way. Anonymous finds Legit in an off-guard position, takes him down instantly as this is the first finish point for the side of Sarkar Gaming. They were also looking forward to grab a lot more in the previous match as well, but the position did not favor them at all. Anonymous, he is playing on a split, which might help them. And Sorov's position is also compromised, if I'm not wrong. Anonymous has all the intel in the world. And in the meanwhile, I guess the rescue mission is completed by Sarkar Gaming.
Yeah, I mean, the revive was easy after Legit got finished, but before that, few shots fired by Sarkar onto the players of Blind Esports, and they've attracted the wrong kind of attention because Blind Esports instantly just went charging up the hill looking for a fight. And with 2 players down the hill as well, they have the opportunity to cause a blockade or block Sarkar Gaming in their tracks mid-rotation. As of now, no incentive for either of these 2 sides to force a fight against each other, because both the squads are inside of the play zone. But 8-Bit, now they show up in the middle of nowhere. Juicy, the IGL himself, is going to be in the worst position. Nova with a nade looking to secure that knock for his team. But the other players from the side of 8-Bit are waiting for that overextension from the players of Blind Esports. The nade fails to connect, but Mighty in the backline gets knocked out. But Aditya, the man who we have seen in the list of the iQOO top contenders, once again finds a brilliant trade for his team. Evil, as soon as he goes for a peek, takes a lot of damage upon himself and is going to be forced into the backlines. And Aditya, now this man is sent out on a rescue mission to try and bring Juicy back in. Luckily for 8-Bit, the one edge that they have in this fight is the fact that Juicy did not get knocked out. So all Aditya has to do is just get him on the back of that buggy and run for cover.
Oh, the rescue mission is completed. Safe and sound. Blind Esports is still looking for another opening, and Mac goes down. This is what Blind Esports wanted, but the distance between both this compound and the ridge is way too vast for Blind Esports to cover this position. It can be a little problematic, but in the meanwhile, Mac will be getting his revival done. There is no problem in that at all. But 8-Bit, the quick trade exchange is working out brilliantly for them, but right now Evil, he's just knocking on the doors. Mighty is completely compromised, but he can relay the information to his teammates.
That was an insane shot with a Mini 14. I mean, that has definitely shaken Mac to the core. 2 bullets right in his noggin, and he's going to have a headache after that one. But that knock did cause enough distraction for the players of Blind Esports to move in. Now, Evil with this flank can look to cause a lot of nuisance in the heads of players, into the heads of the players of 8-Bit. Because look at how the players of Blind Esports have positioned themselves. They are now between 8-Bit and the play zone. And of course, as soon as the players step out into the open, Nova and Evil, they're going to get to work. Juicy has taken a lot of damage, and it's the 4th blue zone as well. So even the blue zone damage itself will be quite significant and will hamper the rotation timings for the players of 8-Bit to move towards the play zone from here on out. They have those vehicles, but I don't think this team will push any further inside of this game. This is a very difficult position to fight yourself out of.
I feel like 8-Bit is doomed at this compound, Johnny.
Yeah.
If they go out, they only have one vehicle, if I'm not wrong, that one Lambo that you see out there. And if he has got some opportunities, it's fine. But Blind Esports, all their ADS, all the weapons, they're already on point towards the players of 8-Bit. Juicy has to bring something out of these players. But Blind, all 4 man, still standing with the HP and all the healings. But somehow I feel like Nova, he doesn't have a lot more healings to play along with if he wants to still fight out in the blue zone. But meanwhile, Spower gets taken down and even Delta gets knocked out. Sarkar Gaming, they're on a vengeance right now.
Well, this is vengeance indeed, and MOGO Esports this time again put down in the ditch, knocked out, and the gut punches do not stop. One more player bites the dust, and MOGO Esports, they are down to their last 2 players surviving this game. Luckily for those 2 individuals, they have access to the circle. So it is going to be difficult for the players of Sarkar Gaming to push any further, and there they are in the small little shack, Destro and Justin. They're waiting for the players of Sarkar Gaming to charge towards them, and, well, Sarkar Gaming has heard their call. They are making that push up the hill. It's a 2v4 situation, and the players of MOGO Esports, they are prepared. The wall of smokes is going to be laid out to deny that information scouting with the vehicles along the ridges. But even with the man advantage, I think Sarkar Gaming can just go for an all-in push, and Justin and Destro, this is a new strategy that everyone utilizes right now. You lob out a few smokes and then try and play inside of the smokes with the shotgun. But Destro, the opening found with a nade, and that is impressive. They're going to lob a lot more utility in the exact same position, and now the numbers have been equalized as Justin finds the second knock, but this nade landed quite close. He's crawling through this artillery strike. Now the patch is going to come in. Destro on the backlines is quite healthy though. He does not have any more utility to work with, and Sarkar Gaming, they wanted a little bit of breathing room. They have found it. Destro just charges forward, a big distraction, and he needs to go to the other side of the ridge. Justin, he's going to try and pick up a fight, a big play. The players of MOGO Esports trying to sandwich the players of Sarkar Gaming. 2v2 numbers, But Destro in the back lines, it seems like, is definitely making sure that the chaos and the pressure on the players of Sarkar Gaming is not going to slow down. And MOGO Esports, they clutch out the fight, but the celebrations cut short as a third party comes in from TWOB. One bullet fired by Sarvid, but hey, he also secures one finish point for his team.
A lot of noises have already been made, Johnny, and even Esports seems to be in the close proximity. But in the meanwhile, Team Versatile, they eliminate the remains of Gujarat Tigers from this particular match. Aquanox, he's going to bleed out, as it seems. Even Raiden is down and out. It all comes down to the king of Miramar, Somraj. He has to clutch it again. This is a good opportunity, and he capitalizes on the player as Team Blind again takes an exit with only 3 points in their back. Somraj, he has to go for a rescue mission, but is it possible? Because he's getting shot from multiple directions, and it's none other than Global Esports and Ignite Gaming.
Well, too much pressure for the players of Versatile to handle, and there it is, the ruler of Miramar cut down. And it is going to be Global Esports who find that important frag for themselves. This team is just Grim Reapers in disguise, man. First, they sent 8-bit back to the lobby. Now it is Team Versatile that they managed to catch off guard. And they're not going to slow down. Of course, it's Mavi and Ninja Boy who are going around securing all of those frags for the team as of now. But we are still waiting for Beast and Slug to step into the action.
Oh my god. Flex Shot is there out in the open, being the solo survivor for TMG. Not a single point been acquired by these players. All the 3 other players was taken down by the team of Autobotz Esports. A quick movement indeed. But for your quick movement in real life, you can grab a Hero Extreme 160 R4V for yourself. Or decent, I won't say decent, a cool looking bike for yourself. And it also has a lot more power.
Yeah. 160 cc's, oil and air cooled engine.
Oh yeah. Being a bike person, I love this.
Yeah, of course. Let's see, I mean, Era Esports, it seems like they are loving this position around the ridge, but biggest challenge is going to be the players from Autobotz, who have the high ground advantage to work with, to be honest. And a nice little spread towards the northern half of the play zone. Prime position to go for that chicken dinner if no one bothers them. This is spread I'm worried about, but that spread also gives them a lot more information around this play zone, so Autobotz have a good feeling about this team right now. Only 2 finishes on the board, though.
Oh, now Ignite Gaming might be in a world of trouble. Although he has started to do some sprays, but could not inflict a lot of damage. But in the meanwhile, TMG takes an exit with 0 points in total. They have been eliminated by the players of TWOB. Who are also barely surviving on 3-man so far. But the circle has already shifted, and look who are there in the middle of the circle. It's none other than the boys of Reckoning. So they have got a lot more job to do, but around the corner, you see the players of Autobotz as well. Orlo have moved up close, but Orlo is taking care of the boys of Ignite Gaming. And on the backside, you've got the boys of Global Esports, Ignite Gaming. They're in a very sandwich situation right now.
What happened to 4 Miracle? I thought Global Esports was taking a fight up north, but seems like they are still the reason that 4 Miracle gets eliminated. Every time a team gets eliminated, the last finish is by the players of Global Esports. But as I was saying, they were moving up north along that western edge, and they try to make a push against the players of Ignite Gaming. Although Slug over here has gotten himself knocked out. Beast right next to him is going for a revive. But it's still a very risky position for that revive, because the opposing side knows exactly where you are. And Slug is going to get finished off behind that vehicle. Beast proned out. But from the backlines, the backup has arrived in the form of Ninja Boy. And this man is Ninja. Indeed. Goes for the push up front. Beast knocked out. Ninja Boy finds the trade. And he's instantly going to try and convert those finishes for his team. Global Esports once again inside of the top 6, as FS Esports have been eliminated by the players of Air Esports. And GE have 5 finishes to work with. And look at how beautifully they move. How much suppression is on any team that goes up against GE. Because while Ninja Boy in the backlines is going for a revive upon his teammate, Mavi just stands there, pushes up front and stands in between his fallen comrade in the backlines, between the player that is going for a revive and the team up front, which is Autobotz Esports. And as we've been talking about them, the one big thorn that might be between them and their walk towards the chicken dinner on this map of Miramar is Reckoning Esports, and now Era Esports as well, since they also have the man advantage. But that position is quite exposed, so easy for the players of Autobotz to line up the spray. Unfortunately though, Orva is running out of ammunition.
Oh my god, the nade parade has already been started, and you can see the knocks being converted. Mr. Spray is barely surviving. The deal is done. Global Esports, they've got a lot more finishes to back up, 11 in total, and you can see this time, now this is a fight. Autobotz, they might be getting taken down. Ninja Boy, he does find something out there, but Mr. Spray, even he gets Beast down through that Molotov that he just did earlier on. But luckily, Beast will be getting the revival. But in all these commotion, Reckoning, they're sitting exactly in the dead center of the circle.
I mean, sitting in the center and, of course, out of the line of fire of Autobot Esport is what has kept Reckoning Esports in play till now. But the utility is going to be lobbed towards them at this point. And Autobot Esports, they are looking for an opening. The main fight is Global Esports and Autobots to decide the win for the chicken dinner. Reckoning Esports put on a lot of pressure as Autobots, they go for a push. A patience play coming from the players of GS. They stick around outside of the circle, outside, close to the blue, and protect their numbers. Reckoning Esports Viper knocked out. The opening that Autobots were looking for has been given to them, and the push is there. Gravity IGL, he has had big performances in the past, and he needs a big one if he wants to secure the placement points for his team. The distraction from Global Esports is there as Ninja Boy and Beast close in. If the nades connect from either sides, it is going to be a big play for both these teams. Doesn't matter if it's GE or Autobots, but Mavi from the side of GE takes a nade to the face, gets knocked out, and Autobots all of this time have managed to stay alive. But before I finish that sentence, Rico, he's going to be traded out. It's a 2v3 between GE and the players of Autobots. The numbers not in the favor of Global Esports, but they still have the momentum, and now finally it gets taken away. One more player hits the floor. Beast, he's the last man left standing to play for a clutch, to play for a big win. Nate goes out, finds an opening. One more player, Beard Baba extremely low. Play from the flank, and he lobs a nade to try and secure another knock. Fails to connect. The player runs behind outside of the damage radius. Global Esports and Autobots down to a 1v2. The jump shot, he whips it, and it is Autobots who end up securing a big winner at chicken dinner in the map of Miramar, beating out Global Esports. And this is again a good recovery from this team.
A much needed game for the boys of Autobotz Esports, but Global Esports literally wreaked havoc in this map of Golden Sand. So many finishes they have registered for themselves, but have to give a lot more credit to the boys of Autobotz because the patience, the kind of steadiness that they had within themselves was commendable.
Yeah, more than Autobots, I think Global Esports, because they are never patient, right? This team staying behind that ridge when they were top three teams, and Reckoning Esports was still in that broken building. Global Esports staying behind for that long made me just curious. Like, alright, it seems like now they are going for a chicken dinner, and they did try to make a big play, but unfortunately I think they were lacking in a lot of things. They did not have enough ammunition, no information as well about exactly how many players from Autobots had made that push, because only 3 came, one man was still up top. Apart from that utility, they committed everything. At one point, they were just out of throwables. And luckily for Autobots, they had the crates of Reckoning Esports to loot up. So they got that refill much quicker. And because of all of those small little details, I think Autobots had that slight edge to work with, along with the man advantage, of course. But what a fight between these two sides, man. Now, that was a winner-winner chicken dinner fight.
I am really feeling bad for the boys of Reckoning. They were in the dead center of the circle, but they got sandwiched between both the teams. And little did they expected that even Global Esports would be chanting him from the backlines. Autobots was there already, but in total it was a little bit of dicey match for Reckoning once again. I don't think that they have got a lot more points in this match.
I think they have decent amount of points, at least for the first 2 games. If we just look at it, alright, just 2 games have happened. I think it was still a decent performance. It keeps them in that middle pack in a fighting position. So Reckoning Esports, yes, they might feel pressure when they look at the overall ranking, but if they think about the fact that there are 4 matches remaining in round 2, then they're going to be feeling okay. But this is the winner-winner chicken dinner moment. The fight between Reckoning, Autobots, and the players of Global Esports. And you look at this, how beautifully Autobots, again, target prioritization is always going to be a big deal. Global Esports, they tried their level best, but it was those small little details that we spoke about. And along with that one moment as well, Orlo just realizing like, alright, now you want to go for a revive? I'm going to peek and take the shot. Takes down the man who was going for a revive, and then it was Beast just in the end, left all alone. Beast tried his level best. Had he found that opening with that jump shot and not whiffed, it was down to a 1v1, and we have seen those clutches happen. Yesterday, Necro was upset. How do you get clutched out by a UMP when you have 2 shotguns to work with? But this time, the player from the side of Global Esports had the shotgun in his own hands.
Yeah, it could have been a very doable situation for Slug, but hey, it was again an intense match to see, and even although I would say that the players of Autobotz played exceptionally well, again, I'm just thinking, what if Ninja Boy was not down in that position? What if he just managed to give the revival to Murphy and then back on his feet, taking a 3v3 fight?
Hey man, I mean, we could just say all of those what ifs, right? What if situation? What if Reckoning Esports had all 4 players? What if Autobotz lost few players while coming down that hill? But we are not Doctor Strange. We don't really get to have a look at all of those possibilities of what happened. We just have to live in reality that exists in front of us. And in this one, Autobotz definitely do secure that impressive win for themselves. Now, the real question though becomes as to where do they find themselves in the overall leaderboard after this performance? And of course, in their particular group as well. We have had this discussion. The cutoff, everyone's expecting it to be between 23 to 28. Worst case scenario, 30 points. And again, Autobotz, after this decent start, I think with 4 games, they should be able to secure a decent average to qualify. But let's have a look at the points from this game. Autobotz, 19 points secured. Global Esports. Now, this is why we call it GE Forever Fighting. 19 points, 13 finishes.
I guess the deal is done in just 2 matches, isn't it? So somehow I feel like Global Esports, they will be just sealing deal by the end of today's day. But Aero Esports also coming with a very consistent performance, 7 points in total that they have grabbed from this particular match as well. Will be looking forward to boost their points in the overall standings as well. Ignite Gaming also stepping up with a total of 7 points that they've accumulated. Again, after not having a great start of the first match of Erangel, this one is a very good recovery.
Yeah, this is a decent recovery, in fact, and even from the side of Reckoning Esports, I think 5 points is the average that me and Necro discussed. 5 points per games, 5 times 6, you have 30 points at the end of your journey inside of round 2. And 30 points is what you need to have that little bit of safety cushion to work with. But we talk about resets, right? And Gujarat Tigers, the previous game not going that well. Even in this game, they instantly get reset. Just 3 points for those 3 early finishes. No placement points secured. 4 miracles. Things not working out too well for them. They got taken out. And the biggest reset is going to be 8-bit. The chicken dinner from that game of Erangel now has been nullified. They just get 3 points from this match.
Exactly. A lot of upsets for big names as well. Gujarat Tigers, again, as you mentioned earlier, the first Erangel was not that great as well. So 2 matches are down, 1 more to go for today's day. They will be looking forward to at least grab 10 points from the next match of Sanhok. But again, it's going to be Sanhok. We know it's going to be chaotic.
Yeah, it is chaotic. And Gujarat Tigers is one of those teams that thrives amidst that chaos, right? This team, again, in week 1 was very aggressive. Week 2 was only aggressive. Week 2, they just completely gave up on securing those placement points and went all out into those gunfights. And I think that is what we can expect from Gujarat Tigers today as well. Considering, as you mentioned, it is their last game of the day. And if they do not go all in into this upcoming match, then there's going to be a lot of work left to do for tomorrow. And of course, tomorrow, all of these teams will dealing with that extra bit of mental pressure as well. That just 3 games to qualify. And I don't know how to secure all those qualification points in these 3 matches, right? I mean, it is a very tough job to execute, especially it will be much tougher considering the group we are talking about, the group of death itself.
Yeah, exactly. The first 2 matches have already given us a gist about what can we expect from this particular group. Everybody going aggressive, trying to find a lot more finishes. Aero Esports stepping up. They're also playing a steady game. It's not like they're going all blind rush and trying to find out the finishes. They're playing steady, they're capitalizing on the opportunities, but also like what Ignite Gaming did this time, they have to also look forward to do the similar stuffs in the next upcoming matches as well.
Exactly. Well, let's see. I mean, it's still a long way to go, right? Overall, 4 matches remain for this group. The next game of Sanhok will be an extremely important one. And of course, as we keep saying it, the group of death has some of the biggest names from the BGMI community competing today, right here, right now. And of course, they can strike back even with just 1 match remaining on the board. Now, is that actually going to happen in the upcoming game of Sanhok? We'll find the answer to that question, but after this very short break.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really.
Hey, but have you all seen it? Mega Taskers win at every level. iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock with an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the extreme.
Two matches are already done, and we are left with one more match for the group of death itself. And joining alongside me, I've got my big bro, Crow, joining me. So how do you think how the things are going to turn around for the teams those who haven't performed in the first two matches?
I mean, once again, for K9 Esports, with how things are looking like, I'm not going to lie, it's way too dicey for the survival. But knowing the fact that they've still got 4 more games to go, and the upcoming map is also going to be the map of Sanhok. Sanhok is always supposed to bring in that X factor, right? A zone-oriented map. If you've got the zone control to the final few moments, there's a high chance you might just be the one to come out on top. So for K9 Esports, just play for safety, just try and prioritize the zone.
Yeah, even for 4 Miracle Esports, I felt like they were also in a dicey position. They got taken down. The first Adi got taken down in an off-guard position by the players of Gujarat Tigers, and after that, everything went downhill for their boys. I really thought that they can make a good comeback, but eventually they fell down.
Yeah, hands down. For 4 Miracles, with how things have been looking like, one thing is for sure, that they like to start things off a little bit slow. But now they need to realize that inside of the round 1, they had 12 games to play. Over here, you've only got half of that. Only 6 games to play. And for 4 Miracles, if they waste their chance in the first 3 games itself, tomorrow they're going to start things off on the map of Vikendi, and that's one of the most off maps to start things off with. Now, I do not really know the preparation for this team on the Vikendi map, but one thing is for sure, it's quite the experience banner. They should be able to amp up with the pressure as well. They should be able to amp up the aggression in general inside of the lobby. The performance is something you expect great from the side of 4 Miracles, but so far, the replication of that isn't there.
Even for Blind Esports, I'm really surprised to see the week 2 performance in round 1 was not that great. 13 points only that they have made it up for in the next 6 matches that they played in round 1, but definitely would be looking forward to see how they bounce back. But talking about the bouncing back performance, iQOO Z9 S Series, again, one of the smartest, slimmest phones that you get in this price segment.
Hands down, 18,999 is going to be the prize. If you move on towards Google and search for the iQOO Z9S, you might just stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9 Pro device, and the 15 of those are being given away, so you may not just be the one lucky one. But moving the conversation on towards a few more names, right? Reckoning Esports in that previous game, a decent one, I'm not going to lie, knowing the fact that they've still got 4 more games to go. There's a high chance they can easily pull off that comeback too. Even for Team Versatile. Now, this is really a chance where Team Versatile should strike. It's the map of Sanhok. If they do not really perform, one thing is for sure, on tomorrow's days, there's going to be a lot of that pressure.
And definitely, there are players who can handle it, but in this group, it's really tough. You also see Sarkar Gaming. They had a decent performance in round 1. They have qualified to round 2. Even in the first 2 matches, they have been in a very dicey position. They're getting inside the circle, they're taking the fights, but ultimately, when it matters the most, they're crumbling down. But moving on to the overall standings, we are going to see whether some of the teams have climbed up in top 16. Not yet so.
Yeah, the overall standings are clearly over here on the screen. And as we know, the top 16, we do not really see anyone over here from this group. But now, as you flip the table, that's where you're going to see a few entries. Global Esports, they make one, but just look at the dips in the performance. You see RA as well, down on that 25th spot. You also do see the players of Autobotz as well. Right there making the entrance with 23 points. The previous game was a life-changing game for Autobotz. Now knowing the fact that they stand a big chance to qualify in the upcoming stages, that's just going to add on the confidence even more.
Yeah, definitely. For the boys of 8-bit, it was a disaster. They failed to get a lot more points after having a chicken in the very first game. They will be looking forward to bounce back in the map of Sanhok itself. But for TWOB, they're stagnant in that one position. But moving on to the other slide, Aero Esports also, they're making sufficient run for themselves. Slowly and gradually, they're climbing up the ladder.
Hands down, they are. Even Reckoning Esports getting 8 points in the first 2 games. Yes, not too shabby of a performance, but knowing the fact that it's Reckoning Esports we're speaking of, they at least need somewhere around 20 points in the first 3 games, and then maybe tomorrow they can replicate the same performance, get 20 points as well on the board. So the upcoming game of Sanhok is going to hold a lot of value for the teams on the bottom page. Even for Blind Esports, just 3 points in 2 games. Now that's a big concern. Even for TMG, just 2 points in 2 games. 1 point per game. That's an average you do not really would want to see, especially a banner like TMG in.
I felt like the TMG, they're playing in similar stat of what INS and Revenant were playing. Playing it slow, trying to enter the circle late, and then engage themselves in fight. And that is, again, not working out for them. They need to figure out that there are 2 big examples set already in Group 1 and Group 2. If you try to avoid fights and if you play it passive and slow, it can also hamper your overall standing performance.
Yeah, and speak of hampering stuff, you've also got K9 Esports' performance being hampered a lot. They're not able to perform. It's a big sign of concern. It's quite a known banner as well. You've got players like MJ playing in there, but still for some reason the team synergy feels like it's lacking. They faced off against Ignite Gaming off the rip, and that fight in the game of Miramar just did not really come into fruition in a positive side of things for K9 Esports. I'm not sure what's going to be the thing that's going to kick things off in a great manner for this banner, but one thing is for sure, the upcoming game is going to be the last game. It's time to buckle things up and take things serious.
Definitely, and even for FS Esports, they had a decent Erangel, but the Miramar fell short with tons of points. But definitely we'll be looking forward to see how things turn around in the map of Sanhok. And talking about the teams, as we see, Sarkar Gaming, again, will be looking forward to get a lot more points. Still having a decent run, but if they get at least 10 points from this particular map of Sanhok, they will be pretty happy.
Hands down, even FS Esports is right there, right? For FS Esports, they're getting that constant point flow, so it's all good in the hood. Even for Autobotz Esports, the previous game was a banger one. As I mentioned, the previous game was a life-changing game for Autobotz. Now knowing the fact that they stand a chance to qualify in the upcoming stages, that's just going to be even better. Getting out of this group of death is the biggest thing a team can come over, a biggest hurdle, if you'd like to say. And for Team 8-Bit 2, we're seeing a big dip in that performance. But once again, it's Team 8-Bit we're speaking of. In the game 1, they got the chicken dinner. It's out of the game 2. Not really a lot of points, but still somewhere around 20 points in the overall standings. It's all good in the hood for Team 8-Bit.
They also had a decent run in the map of Sanhok so far. They will be looking forward to at least back up 8-9 points should be sufficient to end the day, I believe, for 8-Bit, and they can come back stronger tomorrow in the next 3 games that they will have. But talking about some decent performance, even MOGO Esports, I felt like they had a very good Erangel. Again, it was due to Destro's presence in this particular match. He clutched out, got a lot more finishes in his name. Second match also, it was kind of similar. 2 players got caught off guard, but suddenly, even after finishing the entirety of Sarkar Gaming, they got taken down by TWOB. So I really believe if MOGO survives in the top 3, they can have a huge number of finishes to their name.
Hands down they can. MOGO Esports is supposed to be like the aggressive bunch on the block, right? But so far the aggression hasn't been panning out that well. Even in the game of Erangel, they try to go aggressive against the players of Versatile Esports, where things really just came crashing down. Luckily enough, Destro was the man who got the constant points. You can say for MOGO Esports, there's still that consistency that's flowing through, and as long as that's happening, it's all going to be good in the hood. The real eyes are now going to be on the teams that are still on the struggling side of things. You've got TMG and a few more names. Are they going to perform over here in this map of Sanhok? That's a big question, but that will be answered right now. As the plane flat path pops up on the screen, starting all the way from Hathin towards down south Sami. Once again, this plane flat path is tilted all the way towards the left side of the map. And now, considering the plane flat path is towards the left, one thing is for sure, Global Esports, they're going to have a smooth sailing towards their drop location.
Nobody to contest, that's for sure. Global Esports will be looking forward to even if have the circle towards the area of Camp Alpha, they will be pretty happy. Because now even Sarkar Gaming taking drop in the areas of Hathin can be another contention. Even Autobotz fleeing down in the areas of Camp Alpha. I really want to see how things turn around. MOGO Esports going towards the area of Paradise Resort. Blind having a spread around the areas of Cow. Even Air around the close proximity. I believe a trifecta fight might get started in the areas of Cow and Paradise Resort if these 3 teams try to chime in.
Definitely a big chance. Global Esports dropping right next to Autobotz. And for Autobotz, now they're going to be in a red-hot form. And speaking of red-hot stuff, you've also got a fight brewing up on the screen. TWOB facing off against the players of 4 Miracles. As now 4M, they start things off in a great manner. Already Sarwit's knocked out for TWOB. It's quite a bad start. Knowing the fact that the man advantage is now in the hands of the opposition, and they're still making that rush against Pyrex. And for Cyrex, there's no cover fire available. But still his teammate closes on up. No vest, no helmet. That's where TWOB can definitely crumble. But even for the 4 Miracle side, it doesn't feel like they're going to back away from this spot anytime soon. They do want to take the fight up close and personal. They've already gotten 1 confirmation. They do want to hand out a few more death blows.
TWOB definitely would be looking forward. If they had 1 good nade, they could have got 1 opening against the boys of 4M. But Legend Cyrex in the position. Now he drops down. He is in a very low HP, but manages to get Legend down. But Cyrex goes up front, gets 1 knock, and gets the confirmation as well. But he won't be surviving for a bit too long. As 4 Miracle Esports, they wipe out the entirety of TWOB. By losing 1 player, Siam will be compromised, but all the 3 players will remain alive to continue in this match.
Yeah, that's brilliant from the side of 4 Miracle Esports. Getting the 4 early points on the board and knowing the fact that you've got 6 games to go. from which 3 of them they've already played. They've got 3 more to go tomorrow. 4 Miracles. Right now, they're still cooking in this game of Sanhok with 4 points already accumulated. You need somewhere around 35 points to be on the safer side of things, and 4 Miracles, they can easily achieve that with this average. But another team that's going to be a big concern is on the screen, TMG. And they're looking to face off against the players of VXT, which is Team Versatile. And speaking of Team Versatile, for some reason, you always have that assurity that this team can easily qualify and forward in the future stages. But for TMG, that assurity is not there.
The backup is already on the way, but he would be lucky that Team Versatile, they have decided to just back off from that area and rotate further deep inside the map. TMG, again, a lot of expectations from this particular map of Sanhok. They haven't packed a lot more points in the past 2 matches, keeping them in a very concerning zone so far. They can rotate down south from the ears of Cave because the circle is down south, keeping Cam Charlie and Painan in a very suitable spot. But one fight I'm really looking forward that can break out very soon. It can be K9 and GT.
K9 Esports on the move. GT is right in the front. And speaking of GT, this is another one of those concerning banners, right?
Uh-huh.
Not a lot of points accumulated so far. And it's GT we're speaking of, a team that's supposed to be a torch of aggression. But still, for some reason, we're not seeing that same aggression replicated over here, too. Now, that's a big sign of concern for me. GT's not able to get the constant point flow either. They're choking up the fights left, right, and center. I'm not sure what's going to be the one to save the day, but if they do face off against K9 Esports, it will be an insane fight. Who's going to come out on top? Still a big question. For K9 Esports, they have been struggling a lot with that confidence.
A lot of shots being given away by the players of Gujarat, Tigers, and K9. Now they have an intel that there is somebody up on the hill. They will be having their eyes already on that particular position. But looking down to this situation, Sarkar Gaming, they're rotating in a single Mirado. And exactly in front of Global Esports, it could have been very challenging. But their luck is very fine on them as they very slightly managed to escape from the sprays of Global Esports, boys.
They do make it out alive from the claws of Global Esports. Luckily enough for them, Global Esports was just not ready for this. So that's a great thing. And the iQOO MVP of the previous game was also Mavi from Global Esports, by the way. Performing when it matters the most. Mavi still, man. Even years ago, this man used to be the same way. Even now, he's the same way. Just performing when it matters the most for his team. He's like that crucial asset that's needed. The crucial string. Even the top 5 players, Ninja Boy, you talk about crucial and important asset. Ninja Boy, without this guy, the team is incomplete.
He has saved the day for Global Esports in the first match. What a clutch it was. And even in the second match of Miramar, he came as a savior in that particular fight. Saved Slug out there. My bad, it was Beast. But overall, Global Esports, they're having a very good day so far. They will be looking forward to end it in that similar manner. But talking about this team, Necro, Sarkar Gaming. Again, this team, we have seen them being a part of a lot more official events. In the BGIS also, they came in. They survived through a lot of rounds. But in the main stage where it matters the most, they have failed to deliver it.
They indeed have. And speak of delivering stuff, Reckoning Esports in that previous game were decent. Not exactly too good, not exactly too bad. Just on that normal marker. But we know what this banner is capable of. Hunters, Dinosaurs, Viper, Gravity Jot as the IGL playing for. Even they're starting to stack up with a lot of that experience. Speaking of experience, Ignite Gaming is one of those teams that does not really have a lot of that. But still they're doing decent for themselves in the run.
What a good match that they had in the previous game. Had a good start against K9 as we mentioned earlier. And after that, even flowing through the match, they have faced some fights. They were handling it maturely. They could not survive for a very longer period of time. But the amount of time they played, they have literally tormented a lot of teams. A lot of big names indeed. And right now in the position, if you ask me, they have the eastern corridor of the circle. It can be a good rotation for them if they go down south, if the circle shifts towards the side of Camp Charlie or maybe the southern side of Painan. It can be a good rotation for them. But really anticipating, if it goes up north, it is. And even Gujarat Tigers, they're sitting in the dead center. If it's a boot camp circle, we're going to see so many intense fights happening around there.
Definitely a high chance. Boot camp is there in the Smack Center. MOGO Esports underneath Paradise Resort. You've also got Blind Esports right under the players of MOGO Esports. TMG looking to approach that same vicinity. For TMG, it's a death trap. They're just stepping inside. It's not going to be good news. They will be pinched between two big names, Blind Esports and MOGO Esports. They should just back away from this spot as soon as possible. Or maybe just try and keep their position anonymous when the fight breaks out between these two formidable teams. That's when they can try and go for the finishing blow. But Destro has made his climb with the buggy on top of this big rock. He's going to have the high ground to play with. And now S-Power's given the call out. He's getting swarmed by a few foes. And MOGO Esports, they do want to amp up the aggression. Shotgun pulled out. S-Power took shots and instantly backs away. But where's the cover? That's my question. Cavalry needs to be here on point, and that's what happens. Destro delivers from the back as he finds a crucial knockout, but S-Power, he gets swarmed by the foes, and he will be devoured as well.
TMG won't be hesitant to take this fight right now, but once again, Justin tried to play it smart, but instantly gets traded off by his teammates. Franklin is there, trying to get on a 1v1 duel. It's a 2v1 situation, probably for Delta PG. Franklin going on the right-hand side, tries to make the connection, gets one of the players taken down. MOGO Esports in a despair right now as TMG, they're literally ruling in this fight. And even the revivals will be done in no time. Destro is in a very split area, so it would be very hard for him to come back and provide support or maybe take this vengeance up. Because TMG, they have all patched up and all the 4 players are back on their feet.
Destro, the only man surviving from that fight. What just happened with MOGO Esports? They were looking so confident with their approach in the past couple of rounds. But now look at MOGO Esports struggling to find that once again in the game. Destro messes up big time. He goes for that leap of faith with the buggy, but unfortunately, it flips when it lands. And now for Destro, he's going to be on foot. The only remaining man from MOGO Esports. He needs to secure consistent points. That's all he needs to do. Maybe 5 points in this game. That's still going to be good for MOGO Esports. On tomorrow's day, they can't pull off a big comeback.
A good thing for MOGO Esports is that they don't have any other teams around their surroundings. So they'll, like, if Destro wants to just stay in a compound, play it safe, he can do it. But if you want to boost your performance, you've definitely got the iQOO Z9S series starting from 18,999. Again, it's got a Snapdragon 7 Gen 3 performance. It's a powerful chip, I would say.
Indeed. It's a pretty powerful processor. Team 8-bit. Speaking of them, man, with how they've been positioning themselves, one thing is for sure, this team knows how to play that survival game. They know how to rack up the consistent points. They know what to do in the dire scenarios. But only in the online phase, by the way. When it comes to the LAN finale, 8-bit, they choke every single time. That's been the storyline for this team. Hopefully this time around, though, we might just see a different phase of 8-bit. If we do see that coming through, well, then it's going to be something we all will be happy seeing. But Reckoning Esports, this time around, losing out on their IGL way too early inside of the game. Now, that's a blow that Reckoning Esports will find tough to swallow.
Indeed. But the next circle shift, once again, Necro, would be very important, very interesting how it goes. And it goes up north once again. Global Esports, they can have their move from the northern side. And they can move down to the areas of Paradise Resort, the further outskirt compounds. But the entire commotion will be held in the down south position. You see Ignite Gaming, you see K9. Even the players of Blind might just rotate down south. So there's a big opportunity for the boys of Gujarat Tigers to maybe do something incredible on the ridges. But look at Sarkar Gaming's rotation. Oh my god.
Yeah, they're going for a long route, my friend. All the way from Hathin, from the blue itself, moving towards that bridge, probably camping it maybe, getting their hands on a formidable compound. That's what's going to be the main playstyle for Sarkar Gaming in this game. Play it as safe and sound as possible. Secure the consistent points. That's all they want to do. 4 miracles on the screen. Under the crosshairs of Gujarat Tigers and GT. They're indeed quite thirsty for the eliminations. Can they find it in this game?
Somehow I feel like GUJARAT needs to reunite with his teammates. He was there on a split. And as we see the circle coming all over in the years of boot camp, this can be a good spot for GUJARAT to make a comeback and reunite with his teammates and play along with them. But for Miracle Esports, another team coming in the backyard. That's none other than Blind Esports though. But in the meanwhile, Reckoning breaks out a fight against FS Esports, and even Wizard, he's in a very low HP and gets taken out instantly.
FS Esports in a big world of trouble as the players this time, they crumble down. And it does not feel like they stand a chance in the fight anymore, considering the man advantage now is in the hands of Reckoning Esports. And you know what happens when they find the man advantage. It will be chaos all across the board, especially for the opposing team. As even Clutch gets knocked out, there's not a lot you could do if you're FS Esports. With just one man surviving, he better back away and play for the placement.
Oh my god, look at Viper's position. He's on a hunt. He's preying on that one chance that if Hitman comes to the rescue, he will be swallowing him alive as well. But Hitman, he does a good job backing off from this fight, trying to find a safe spot for himself to take some shelter, patch himself up, and reset his mind. But for now, Blind Esports against Gujarat Tigers. It's going to be really interesting in this triple warehouse fight. Scapes and GUJARAT against the 3 players of Blind. As one of the players have been already compromised, Blind Esports, they are in a desperate need to win this fight at this moment to get the entirety control of this triple warehouse, because it can work like charms for them in the further stages of the match.
It indeed can. I mean, looking at where Blind Esports is positioned, three players right next to each other in the warehouse. They found a decent split to play with. But casualty is something they have, and that's a concern. FS Esports, they wanted to go for that rotate, but then a man gets knocked out, and because of that, even the vehicle just stops and tracks, and that's where even Wizard falls down. For Reckoning Esports, good target prioritization that we just saw coming through. And what just happened over here? Aero Esports, their player just walks into a complete uncharted territory. He opens that door, and for some reason, the opponent who was holding the angle towards that door, he whiffed the first shot.
Destroy it was. And that will mark the end of MOGO Esports' run in this particular match. But the circle, oh my god. This has to be the match for Gujarat Tigers. I mean, if it is not there up to the mark performance, I don't know what to say, because this is their home territory in which they can dominate. But for the teams like 8-Bit, Autobotz, it can be a very troubling factor, because Global Esports, they have moved up to that one particular island from which they can literally do the target practice on these two teams.
I mean, that's the conversation we had, right? Gujarat Tigers, they need a desperate performance in their hands. They're actually delivering a few death blows as well here and there. Blind Esports, they're still towards that warehouse area. There's a high chance Aero Esports is now going to be stacking right next to him, and that's what happens. Aero Esports, now they enter inside of the fray. We aren't really seeing a lot of the errors inside of the playstyle, but what is happening? The entire team is now just collapsing down, as it's going to be the players of 8-Bit taking a lot of the shots, and eventually Mac will also find the entire wipe right next to Mighty.
In a blink of an eye, a team gets decimated like that? Aero Esports, they never expected a spray to come up from a different part of the island. Well, 8-Bit, they were hoping for an opportunity like this, but the sound cues have been passed on to the boys of Global Esports, those who have already crossed the river. They will be having all their aim towards this side when they know that there is 8-Bit out there. But now even Autobot, they're on to the radius of 8-Bit Esports.
Yeah, and 8-Bit's doing a lot of damage, I'm not going to lie. It's going to start to irritate the players of Autobotz Esports. It's still something the players need to deal with. And Mac is constantly firing in the front. Also spots out one of the players. Global Esports is right there in the next lines. And that's what happens. Mobby strikes the anonymous factor as it kicks inside of the game. Now the players of 8-Bit, they will be in a big world of trouble. Do they go for the fight, or do they just stay back? That's the question. They also know they're going to face off against the formidable force of Global Esports. It's quite a stronger one. Freaks of Natures. Does 8-Bit want to take this fight? That's the question. It's going to be a big gamble if 8-Bit would go for the fight.
They have to do something, Necro. They can't just sit tight at that position because even the circle will be shifting away. But Slug, who has already crossed the river, he's just finding the opening frags for his team, punishing the players of Autobotz out there. Even for 8-bit, it's going to be a very tough job to cross the river. Even Beard Baba, he just can be that fish which Ninja Boy will be trying to hunt on. Beard Baba's position compromise, he gets taken down. It's almost 3 finishes for the boys of Global Esports.
Indeed. Global Esports, they're like the fishermen with the fishing net. Only if these teams had their hands on the Hero Extreme 125R, rotations would have been much smoother. Just like how Sarkar Gaming is playing so far. Rotated all the way from the bridge, outside of the zone. Now they've found themselves in quite a comfy spot inside of the circle. Where is the next zone going to shift? That's the question. And this time, it shifts down south. It screws a lot of team over.
Oh my god, Gujarat Tigers. I don't know what to do next because they still do have some compounds of bootcamp all to themselves. But for them, they have to eradicate the entirety of Ignite Gaming from this match. But still now, on the other perspective of the match, Slug, he's still fishing out there, getting all the knockouts, clearing and paving the path for the boys of Global Esports to rotate smoothly. But if you talk about smooth rotation, even Sarkar Gaming, they're not having one.
Yeah, it's quite a rough patch that they're moving with. What can you do if you're Sarkar Gaming? Especially when there's also 8-bit on the opposite side, constantly going for the shot, and Mac just finds a nice 2-piece. Both the players knocked out, even Slug's gonna hit the deck. Global Esports, they're trying their best to fight back, but knowing the fact that all the 3 players, they're in the water lines, what can you do? And here comes the shots. Beast is taking those against the players of 8-bit. All the way back in the blue, 8-bit's taking that constant damage from the wall of death. And even the players of Global Esports, they're keeping the pin down. As Beast spots out the players, but still no connections. There were a few damage dished out before, but not more than that. As Blind Esports, they face off against Ignite Gaming. Who will be the one to ignite the elimination this time around? That's the question. Hulk is there on the top floor. Evil is trying his best to keep the opponents off at bay. And here comes the beautiful knockout. What a timing that was. The nade's also going to blow off. Maybe that's going to find the confirmation, but no, it's going to be the answer. Evil eventually delivers that confirmation. And now for Ignite Gaming, they messed up big.
Blind Esports, this is a much needed fight for them, but the nade coming up from the side of Gujarat Tigers tries to chime in as they want to do and come up for a third party, Ignite Gaming. They are in the close proximity. This 2v2 fight is really important for Ignite Gaming at this point, but Darklord finds the opening. Aizen, he's all alone. Can he just clutch it out? He gets one knock, instantly switches to the TBS right now. Would be really crucial to get one more frag, but one confirmation can literally put GT in a very backward position.
Yeah, for Gujarat Tigers, they haven't been too fluid in the fights they've been taking. And for WindGod, this fight means lots!
Oh!
But he gets outplayed this time around by Aizen. What a way to close things off against WindGod. The man just gets outplayed. Indeed, a 200 IQ play from the side of Aizen, but for how long can he stay alive now? That's the real question. There's also going to be the utils pouncing on inside of the compound, and even the players of Global Esports would want a piece of Aizen. Ignite Gaming's one last man is still striking inside of the game and still standing. But the question is, for how long can he keep on standing? Global Esports on the opposite side, they would want to go for the confirmation, and Slug is right there around the corner. Aizen's position's known. Even TMG, they make their entrance. For Global Esports, there's a lot to deal with. Aizen, he patches himself up at the nick of time, and now Global Esports, can they deal with the players of TMG? That's going to be the answer as they find the opener already.
Slug with those beautiful nades, even Ninja Boy stepping up from the backyards. TMG, they're in a world of trouble. Even Saurav tries to chime in. Blind Esports, they're also sandwiching the boys of TMG, but Devil goes down. This nade should be enough, but Franklin, he barely survives on the pixel HP. Slug is still there, 3 finishes in his name. But even right now, 10 finishes have been acquired by the boys of Global Esports.
Devil just knocked himself out with that nade.
Oh.
He overcooked it. What just happened? TMG, they're choking under pressure. For Global Esports, exactly what they need. It's an unwanted help, but hey, something Global Esports is going to appreciate. Reckoning Esports' Dionysus. Look at this man. He wanted to be Sneaky Frog, but he gets spotted in the rainforests, and he will be eliminated from the game too. Reckoning Esports out on the 6th spot as they just wanted to get the consistent points, and they have gotten those. For Blind Esports, 4 elimination points so far on the board. They're looking quite okay and comfy on the board, but they still need to be careful of the players of Global Esports because they have a lot of capacity. And now Ninja Boy's cooking up this nade to perfection, but Aizen still finds the right moment to strike as he takes down Ninja Boy, and now Beast is left with all the heavy lifting to do. He needs to get the fallen player back up on his feet, at the same time take care of the players that are pushing up close and personal in the name of Blind Esports. That's too much to try and handle.
Ninja Boy's revival is going to be really crucial with Blind Esports. Look at Evil's position. He can be that party spoiler for the boys of Global Esports. Though the deed is done, but one chicken attack is what Global Esports is seeking. But you got to check the corners. Snow has been taken down. Global Esports are already swinging left and right. Skips has been punished. But still, Beast has been taken down as well. Evil going for a 1v1 duel against the last player of TMG. But Ninja Boy, he's doing the heavy lifting once and for all. 13 finishes in the name of Global Esports as they are still surviving in the top 3 team.
Global Esports, this is the exact force we were missing for a long time. But now they're once again back. Yes, they get eliminated from the game, but it's completely fine. For TMG, we had this conversation. This map is a zone-oriented one. If you get your hands on the zone, it's going to be next to impossible to steal it away from you. And that's what happens. Franklin has the zone in his hands, while Hirsch is all the way in the outskirts. He's going for the Met strat. For how long can he keep himself alive in the game? It's the final 2 players standing, and GT, they do stand a big chance to come out on top, as Hirsch is now going to make the pounce towards the safety lines. He's found himself the compound to play with as well. He's inside of the safety lines too, but can he strike down the last remaining man? Does not have any meds to play with. He gets those 4 first aids from a death crate. And now Franklin at the top. He knows what exactly is going on under him. A DBS in the hand, looking to hand out the death blow. Franklin, there's a lot of demons he's fighting in his head. And Franklin knows how crucial this game is for his team and their survival in the tournament. He needs to win it. This is the only chance he's going to have, as he's going to face off against Hirsch from Gujarat Tigers. He knows exactly where Hirsch is too. And here comes the face-off. Franklin, he wants to go for that finishing blow, but still Hirsch is hesitant. He wants to back away, but that blow from Hirsch is going to find that final deal, and he will seal it.
Gujarat Tigers, they have finally done it as what we expected from them. This was their circle, and they have dominated. Not as much as what TMG did or Global Esports did, but still, it was a really crucial match for the boys of TMG, and they have nailed the performance.
They indeed have nailed the performance with how the final few moments as well came into fruition. That fight was really crucial for TMG. And now getting this chicken dinner as well means a lot for Gujarat Tiger as well. Now TMG, they secure that second spot with decent amount of elimination points. Gujarat Tigers, they found a chicken dinner. For both the teams, it's a happy situation.
Even for Blind Esports, they were also in the top 4 teams. They will be getting a lot of points as well. They've also got a lot more finishes to play along with. So I can say it is a happy ending for the group of death.
Yeah, pretty much a happy ending, especially for these 2 names, right?
Yeah.
And as we have been speaking of the map of comebacks, this is pretty much Sandhawk. This is what happens. Sandhawk always comes in with the X Factor. It's always going to be a newer team on the block performing. But speaking of the OG names, Global Esports once again dominating. 13 finishes on the board just by these 2 players, Beast and Ninja Boy.
They were like, we're going to go in no matter who we see.
Yeah.
But a lot of upsets also happened in this particular match. MOGO Esports going down, 4 Miracle Esports also not stepping up to their A game. We expected them to bounce back, but somehow again they fell short with the positioning.
Yeah, exactly. For Global Esports, these 2 players, they perform pretty well. You move on towards Ninja Boy. He's always been the main playmaker, man. Let's be honest, right? And knowing the fact that there was one man from Ignite Gaming, Aizen, who was being a big pain in the foot for every single team that was playing around that entire compound. But still, luckily enough, Ninja Boy took down Aizen, came out on top in that fight, and then also secured a few extra bit of scrappy elimination points here and there. For Global Esports, it was a nuclear performance, but desperately needed performance was for Gujarat Tigers and TMG.
Franklin literally played so good. He had the patience all to himself, but Beast swinging left and right like that was kind of expected. But the way Franklin was setting tight in that one corner surprised everybody who came in his way. And at the last, in the final blow, what he did was amazing. Hirsch, he had that experience factor to literally bait Franklin and just outplay him in that final 1v1 situation that clinched the victory for the boys of Gujarat Tigers.
Hands down. And even for Reckoning Esports, I expected a lot more, but still there was that one man who was going for the med strat all the way outside the blue. He tried to make it in. He was trying to be the sneaky frog in the rainforest, but unfortunately when he got eliminated, even for Blind Esports, they had a few decent elimination points here and there, so you can say for Blind Esports as well, it was quite a consistent outing. One thing is for sure, the vacuum that we speak of that's only going to be created by Global Esports in the past 2 games.
Definitely 3 matches, and every match went on a high scale level. They finished in the top 2. They got a lot more 10+ finishes, and almost like every match here and there, Erangel was up and down. It can be still considered. They have recovered pretty well, and I believe by the end of these 3 matches, Global Esports have sealed the deal for round 3.
I think so. G should change their slogan from G fighting to G dominating. That's what's happening. Past 2 games, they have been just dominating the entire lobby. And that's the crazy part, though. They're still in the group of death, by the way. If they're dominating the group of death in such a way, then just imagine what's going to happen in the future stages. I'm just even more excited, man.
Yeah, definitely. But for a lot of teams, again, it has been a little bit dicey. Like for FS Esports, again, it was not a great match. They had maybe a couple of points, but it was not enough. We'll check it out. How many points did they have? Because total of 18 points was taken away by the boys of Global Esports, even after not having a chicken dinner.
Yeah, and the crazy part is they finished things off in the 3rd spot in that previous game, but still, they're at the top in the point standings. You move on towards GT, a team that got the chicken dinner, 17 points in total. GT, they've done the job. They've easily qualified. Now on tomorrow's day, they just need 5 to 6 points. In the span of 3 games, they can easily try and accumulate that. Even for TMG, 15 points. That's a major comeback. For 8-bit, 9 points on the board. Consistency all the way.
But for Versatile, FS Esports, TWB, I still think it's a very dicey situation. Even MOGO Esports walks away with only 0 points. But I will still say that MOGO Esports, they're in a decent spot for them to make a comeback in the next 3 games that they will have tomorrow. But for FS and Versatile, it's where the problem lies. Only one good match, a decent match for FS. The first one, Erangel. The Miramar went downhill. The Sanok was a disaster. But for Versatile, 3 of the matches were literally downslope.
Hands down for Versatile Esports. I'm not sure what exactly is going on. What's the main problem? But on paper, this lineup's supposed to perform. But still, with the way they're choking up the fights, the consequences they're facing inside of the fights too, I'm not sure what exactly is going on with the players of Versatile Esports. I just hope that they're going to pull off an iQOO Seoul in tomorrow's days, because that's what iQOO Seoul did, right? In the first 3 games, they only had 10 points, and then later on, they came on the other day, and they were just performing out of their minds. But especially with teams like Global Esports inside of the map, one thing is for sure, there's a high chance they might just start targeting.
Yeah, definitely. After the performance that they've done today, it's very evident. Like, if you have players like Beast, Slug, Ninja Boy on your team, maybe he will be like, okay, you want to go in? Go in. I give you the green signal. You want to take the frags? Take it.
And that's the funny part, right? Especially on the game in Miramar, when Mavi realized that, okay, it's time to step things up by a notch, considering we do not really have a lot of points in the overall standings anyways. It's better to qualify in these 3 games than relying on tomorrow's day. So Mavi stepped up as well. He got 6 eliminations in that map in Miramar. He was the man with the most amount of finishes. Ninja Boy had 4. So that's what I'm saying. Mavi still performs when it matters the most for the squad. He knows exactly when to pull the right string. And that's the best part about Global Esports. It's a powerhouse with the right direction, led by Mavi. That's what you like to see. Moving the conversation on towards Reckoning Esports. Today's day was decent. Tomorrow's day might just be even better. But for now, let's move on to a short break.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the Extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है एक बेटा किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से टेक 63 ouch I'm not doing this 300
खैर ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर। अबे बंद करो बे, आंख में छुप रहा है। कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
Welcome back after that short commercial break, and now it's Johnny with me on the panel. And Johnny, with how Group 3 unfolded, we expected exactly this thing. The aggressive teams once again dominating. GT, Global Esports just at the top.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, Group 3 was always going to be a bloodbath to begin with. And of course, it lived up to the expectations, man. But you know what? Now things are going to get awkward because the action that we witnessed in the first 3 games of the day, it's not going to be there in the upcoming matches. Group 4 is a little bit more balanced.
I know, right? For Group 4, you've got a few known names like Team Limra, WindGod Esports, Metal Esports. These 3 names are, of course, quite the known. Even add on Hyderabad Hydras, VASISTA Esports. And speaking of Hyderabad Hydras, actually, recently they have been in top-notch form.
It's them and, as you mentioned, VASISTA Esports as well, performing really well in round 1. God's Reign in the mix with these 2 teams inside of this group. And of course, we can't really forget about Orangutan as well. The Apes are going wild in the iQOO BMPS 2024.
All thanks to me for putting
What
God's
did you
Reign
do?
in this group.
What?
All thanks to me for putting God's Reign in this group.
Oh yeah, that was the slip that you drew.
Right? Yeah, that's what I'm saying, right? I drew TWOB, and God's Reign was the remaining one, and I knew it. Okay, God's Reign's going to move on towards the Group 4. But even for Group 4, man, if you try and look at things, even this seems pretty complicated, right? Just look at the amount of known names that are there in here as well.
It's about the known names and the fact that the known names in this group are all the dark horses, right? We have Progressive Man, Aerobotz, Team Crore, TCWxEMP, Elevate Esports, all the dark horses, the surprising dreams are in this particular group. So this is going to be the group of surprises, unlike the group of death that was there before this. But if you want a pleasant surprise of how your device actually functions when it functions well, you have to experience what it's like to play BGMI on the iQOO Z9S series, because it's very smooth. The game functions exactly as you want, and of course a lot of features in this device that help you practice, keep the grind going, the 5500 mAh battery, and of course the 80-watt flash charger that comes along with it, the 2000 Hz of touch sampling rate that is there in this device, and of course you look at it, how pretty it is, right?
Slim, looks pretty good. I'm not going to lie, I'm a big fan of this device. And you already know we're about to pull off a smartphone heist, right? Yeah, we're not really going to be spilling the beans just yet. But moving the conversation on towards a few more known names like Team Bliss as well inside of the mix. And for Team Bliss, we know how important this Pro Series is. Knowing the fact that all these 4 guys, they have been playing with each other for such a long time. It's quite the veterans inside of the playing field. And now as they step into round 2, this is going to mean too much for them.
Yeah, it is definitely going to mean quite a lot, but the journey does not end here, right? So you can't really take things easy once you move forward. From round 2 to round 3, things will get tougher. But looking at the rankings right now, Global Esports, they've done too well for themselves. 43 points in the first 3 games, of course, matching the performance of the teams at the top. Moving forward, I think it is going to be an interesting turn of events coming in from the players of side of 8-bit as well. 8-bit also having a decent performance throughout the day. 18 finishes, just 11 placement points, and of course the chicken dinner that they began the day with was quite phenomenal. So they do find themselves in a very comfortable position already within the top 22. And of course, as long as you are within the top 48, it's all good. As of now, I think we do see Revenant, TWOB, Dragon Esports, all these teams in the early 20s still in the top 48.
Yeah.
But we are expecting this to change, right? But Necro, what my concern was from Group 3 is that this group will get extremely competitive. And look at this. 3 games done and dusted, and we still see a lot of teams lurking in those mid-teens. Teams with a lot of teams with 11, 12, 13, 17 points. Esports, we see them with just 18 points secured. This Group 3 got extremely competitive.
Versatile, 4 Miracles, Blind Esports, 3 teams you would never expect to see on the last page.
Yeah.
But they indeed are. For Sarkar Gaming, they've only gotten 10 points, even for K9 Esports, just 4 points in 3 games. What exactly is going on with K9?
Man, there's so much competition in Group 3 that it will be very difficult for teams to qualify. And again, I think tomorrow is when their story comes to an end. And of course, the answers will be revealed as to which teams from Group 3 move forward. But now let's start talking about Group 4, right? As we were talking about them. A lot of dark horses in this group. We spoke about a few, Team Crore, EMP, Elevate Esports, but your pick of the day is here as well, Team Bliss.
Exactly. For Team Bliss, as I mentioned, it's a do or die run, and that's going to be a big motivating factor. When you know death is approaching you, that's something that motivates a man for survival so much. And that's what's going to happen with the players of Team Bliss. AJ, Turbo, quite the known names inside of the community. Add on Eggy, too, all the way in the back. Used to play for Enigma Gaming. If you remember, his bolt action snipers, he was one of the best inside of the country, but yes, he's not really using it anymore. But still, man, for Team Bliss, I want to see them perform even better.
Necro, if we go along with your theory, and Bliss does extremely well in game number 1, that means this is also a team that might just drop the ball in the upcoming matches. So it's a double-edged sword.
I mean, for Team Bliss, once again, look, they're quite the aggressive bunch.
Yeah.
The only reason why I went with Team Bliss is because I know they're going to put on the aggressive phase, just like Team X-Spark or maybe even Hyderabad, the Hydras. Now, for Team Bliss, the only reason why they will try to go for an all-in performance is because, as I mentioned, it's a do or die for them. If they mess things up over here in the round 2 itself, a lot of question marks will be raised. And as I mentioned, this lineup as well can be pretty much dismantled.
Yeah, and apart from this team, I think, again, surprising matches or surprising performances can be witnessed from a few other names. AstroKids, we keep talking about AstroKids, right? Yeah. A team that is a returning banner into the pro circuit, and this time they show up in an improved form as well. The performance we witnessed from them in round 1, they were quite consistent, and this team is again another one of those dark horse team that can surprise you at any given time, showing up with brilliant results at the end of stage. I have expectations of seeing AstroKids move from round 2 to round 3, but it's not going to be easy because, again, in their group, they have Team X-Spark to deal with. They have Raw Official, Orangutan, Hyderabad, Hydras, WindGod Esports, and Team Limra. Let's talk about these two names because Team Limra, the start of their journey in round 1, wasn't great. It wasn't good. It wasn't okay as well.
It was way too shaky. Then later on, they were just completely focusing on the placements. Luckily enough for Team Limra, they sort of caught on to the pace.
Luckily,
and they also qualified. But now, over here in the round 2, luck is not going to be the factor. You need to be a proper performer. You need to be a consistent one. Just like Team Limra was in the week 2. If they replicate the same performance over here in the round 2 itself, Team Limra can easily move on forward. But then you cannot really forget the fact that you've got so many formidable banners in this mix. You've also got Hyderabad Hydras, a team that's been in a top-notch form. You've also got VASISTA Esports, got Sreen. I mean, the names just keep on piling up. So these teams will definitely play a big spoiler.
And again, these are majority of the teams that rely on survival instincts rather than all-out aggression like the group before them. So this one might just get a little too intense towards the ending stages. And of course, we talk about the survival instincts. They are going to start their journey off on the map of Vikendi, ladies and gentlemen. The first game of the day for Group 4. And here we go.
The plane's going to hit the skies once again in the IC lands from port towards down south, which is going to be Kantra. If you do want to move in towards the extremities, which will be Milnar, Vihar, or even Dabra Mesto, it will be a tough stretch. Dropping towards the pit stops, get your hands on the basic weaponry and vehicle, and then maybe move in towards the extremities. But still, our main focus is going to be on the drop collisions.
Yeah, drop collisions if we get to see any, and of course after that, where will the circle be? Considering it is Vikendi, we are all used to it now. Early stages, the zone barely shifting, and after that is when the chaos sort of slowly and steadily builds up. But if you remember, Elevate Esports, Necro, they started their journey off round 1 by putting up an impressive performance on this map itself. We saw that amazing rotation come into play, going super wide, staying outside the zone for the longest time, and yet they made it into the top 3. Elevate Esports, I would love to see that performance again from this side. But to be honest, their performance and their consistency did take a massive hit once they were there in week 2.
Hands down, for a lot of the teams, that's what was the case, right? Especially for Elevate Esports, getting 61 points in the first week, and then just getting 17 points. Now that's a major dip. But a lot of the teams were doing the same thing as well. Even Global Esports was one prime example of that. And even Silly Esports was one prime example of that, right? So once you do get a good performance in the week 1 itself, you do not really need to perform in the second week. And that's what this team as well did.
Yeah.
And that's what a majority of the teams did.
At least G still had 20 plus points to work with.
Yeah, and G's going to do the same thing tomorrow as well. They're not going to perform, let's be honest. They're probably going to try to do something weird.
I think they were already doing a lot of weird things today, man. That 3-1 split, that extremely wide 3-1 split, that game 1 itself, Slug was at least 1,000, 1,100 meters away from his teammates.
I mean, just imagine, right? In the group of death, Global Esports was like a hot knife through butter. Just imagine the skill level on this team.
I think that is their comfort zone, right? Those early fights, aggression inside of the match.
Yeah.
They prefer to get pushed upon or just running into the action.
And even this meta is just favoring them.
You know how
It's
when
even
you're
better.
meditating, people usually put on some music to meditation?
Yeah.
Well, for global esports, their sound of meditation is just gunshots.
The shotguns, the gunshots.
Yeah, they find it peaceful, calming, soothing. And the finish speed going up along with it.
Yeah, they thrive in the chaos. And I'm a big fan of global esports, only because of that reason. Even
Yeah,
GT,
same.
man. That's what pretty much happened in the previous group, right? The aggressive teams, once again, they prevailed.
Now look at this, though. What is happening in front of us? Elevate Esports and AstroKids. A soft little drop clash between the two sides, but Elevate Esports just instantly back off and disengage from this fight. And AstroKids, they've been given full control of that cement factory because of it. That's a big location.
Indeed, but still we're speaking of the map of Vikendi, right? There's a lot of these scattered compounds that you can loot. So you can't satisfy yourself with the loot anyways. It's all good. It's not going to be that big of a concern just yet. Elevate Esports on the run. It is one of those teams that likes to start things off really slow. They do not want to go for the early game fights, and that's why they're backing away from that. They like to play for the placements. But maybe this time, it's time to notch the aggression up.
Well, let's see how far can they take this. Orangutan, a team that has been on fire. One of the players that everyone is keeping an eye on from this team is iQOO. He has been in a phenomenal form recently. Every single game we have seen him in has been incredible, but if round one, you remember, they were drawing chits to see who was going to play every single day. I hope that has ended now.
Well, I mean, if that's what's happening, then iQOO is really unlucky.
Yeah, he got 2 play days.
Yeah, that's it.
But hey, both those days he showed up big frag numbers on the board.
Maybe you can also look at it as a positive thing, right? They're keeping iQOO a secret. Just like how iQOO Seoul was doing in the recent third-party tournament, right? They were using Salme for a long time, and then in the grand finals, they pulled out the Joker.
I think that was just because the Manya was on vacation.
Even that.
Yeah, but I see what you did there.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's all about the ace up your sleeve.
Or a T-Rex.
Oh, that's too big to be under your sleeve.
Man, Dino Park brings back so many old memories. We've been begging for a game to come to an end here.
In the classic matches, it's like the hard drop.
It's the one thing that fills you with joy in this map of Vikendi.
Not for me, man. I get annoyed on this spot, I'm not going to lie. There's so many teams just dropping in the same spot, and you never know what's going to happen with you because the players are just hiding somewhere in a corner. Yeah, but they're just waiting for you to walk in their crosshair. Especially this maze is really annoying, man.
That is the moment, Necro, where you just put your mic on all chat, scream G fighting, and just take down whoever you see.
That's what I'm saying. It's not G fighting anymore. It's G dominating.
Yeah, that's what you shout the next time, I guess. Just scream G dominating inside of Dino Park and try and get as many finishes as you can. Oh, but it seems like a little bit of a surprise for all of you, because we are going to have a little bit of a rehost now.
Interesting. No Dino Park anymore, my friend. And even the plane flat pad's going to be switched up. At least the positive thing over here is that we did not really have any sort of collision, so no one was eliminated, so everyone's going to be on the even Steven side.
One collision. Did not result in a fight, though. And of course, I think we were good 5 minutes inside the match, 5-6 minutes inside of the game. Still no casualty. So ladies and gentlemen, I mean, that is what you can expect Vikendi to be like. I guess we have a little bit of a hint. But, hey, since the game is going to be rehosted, do you think teams like Orangutan and, of course, the heavy hitters, God's Reign, WindGod, they're going to try and pick up some early fights against some of the weaker teams who have gone for those isolated drops?
Not off the rip exactly. They would try to play their own game, especially it's the map of Vikendi, man. Why would you even want to force fight when you know the game's going to let you survive for the stage 5 with ease? True. You do not even need to take the fight. So it's all good in the hood until stage 5, but as soon as that stage 5 hits, that's where it's going to be chaotic endings. Now, that's where you might just see the weaker ones being targeted by the stronger ones. But still, you've got so many stronger keys here, man. You've got Metal Esports, Team X-Park, OG. The names just keep on stacking up.
Exactly.
You've also got Hyderabad, Hydras, VASISTA, Esports, Godsreen. So you cannot really go for the weaker bunch anymore because there's just 3 or 4 teams that are the weaker ones.
Exactly. But along with that, I think there's that one thing that makes me happy about this rehost, and that is going to be the fact that we will have a new circle as well. Because this game, man, it had Villa Circle. Villa Circle is one of the slowest zones inside of this map. It is so annoying.
Castle.
The early stage is slow. Castle or Dino Park?
Not Dino Park.
No, Dino Park. Let's
Dino
go for
Park
Dino
can be slow, Johnny, because everyone's just camping. They're just proning down. It's going to be tough to see those fights coming into fruition for a long time.
It's going to be tough, but it's going to be like the most chaotic ending you can ask for on this map.
It's going to be like Lost Neonist ending on the map of Miramar.
Yes, exactly.
That's what it's going to be. But instead of buildings, there's a lot of those small covers to play with. And even those small trolleys that are going to be utilized by the players as cover. But moving the conversation on towards a few struggling names, right? Especially inside of the group, I think the 4 aggressive men are going to struggle too much.
Ooh. You think that 4 aggressive man is going to struggle?
Hands down.
I think if they live up to their name, then maybe not. Because 4 aggressive man, again, they did pick up the pace quite nicely, transitioning from week 1 to week 2. Week 1, they struggled with just 18 points on the board. And then we see them in week 2, 53 points. So this team knows what they have to do to qualify. And they have the caliber to go for 53 points in just 6 matches, right?
Yeah.
If they can pull it off again in this week, then I don't think we're going to be too concerned about them.
Johnny, for some reason, I feel like Astrobotz is going to struggle a lot in this phase. Because with the way they played in the past, yes, they were dominating, but then they're going to face a complete different level of heat that they've never faced before.
So when you say Astrobotz, you mean Aerobotz or AstroKids or both of them?
AstroKids, that's what I meant to say. Man, Aerobotz, I mean, even I was gonna speak about this team too, right? Aerobotz, there's also Vixen inside of the playing field. We have been seeing that player for such a long time. Vixen now once again back over here with all of that experience.
Yeah.
Aerobotz, one thing is for sure, they're seeming much better, but still things can be tightened up.
Exactly, because of which I believe that what you said about AstroKids, same thing can be applied to Aerobotz Esports as well. We always noticed, like even in the previous round, especially during that opening week, one of the reasons that the struggle was there for Aerobotz was because another team, Autobotz, was right next to them, and these two teams always used to share that early drop. But they were so used to it that the early fights were ignored by either sides, and they would, again, for some reason, just collide into each other during the mid-game stages, and one of the teams would just get wiped out. The other one would be battered and bruised, but still survive with like 2 or 3 players. This time, that's not the case. This time, Aerobotz have the luxury of having an isolated drop all to themselves. They have a little bit of breathing room to work with. But that situation might also deny them the early opportunity to secure those points.
Yeah, for one thing is for sure, in this group, the newer names will struggle a lot. But that was not the case in the previous group, by the way, because even the newer names were performing in quite a decent manner. And the only way they were able to perform was because the OG names were fighting off against each other. They would come in from the back and just take the advantage of that.
There were 2 new names in the whole group, man. 14 experienced teams. 14 of the best teams in the country and 2 new names. And yes, we did discuss, we felt bad for them. But we do have a question from one of our viewers, and it is, Team Manya challenged Team Destro in the finals of BMPS 2023 with a bold drop class strategy. It will be exciting to see if Destro can make a strong comeback and showcase his skills in this BMPS. Can Destro take his revenge in this BMPS? I think, yeah, we did see Destro destroy everyone, the competition, and again in the previous matchup. So I think, yeah, Team Destro, or as MOGO Esports is their name right now, they are prepared pretty much, and the IGL himself, like 2 clutches, man, on that map of Erangel.
I know, right? Destro pulling off an insane clutch against Versatile Esports, and that just put the players in such a big mental setback that Versatile Esports is still not able to recover from that. They're all the way on the last page of the overall standings. And speaking of MOGO Esports, even for them, the day wasn't too good, Johnny.
MOGO Esports, I think they had a decent day. The first 2 games, they were able to secure 8 to 9 eliminations both matches. So, again, I think the aggregate that they wanted to hit within the first 3 games is there. Now, it's all about, can they double it tomorrow? If they can just maintain the exact amount of points tomorrow, get the same amount of points as they did today in the first 3 games, tomorrow also in the 3 games, they are going to be qualifying without even breaking a sweat. But as you were talking about this question, I think it is going to be interesting to see how the performance comes out from Team iQOO Seoul and, of course, Team MOGO Esports as well. Right now, 2 of the top contenders to lift the trophy.
Hands down. And with the way these two teams were also performing, right, we also saw a big change in the pace, especially for MOGO Esports, right? We had a full-blown conversation about how MOGO Esports used to play in the back, and now how they're playing over here inside of the competition. They've amped up the aggression by a big notch.
Yes.
And that's been the best possible part about this entire new MOGO Esports. Yes, but in the round 2 in that previous entire stance, it did not really work out that well. They do have decent amount of points, but decent's not enough to the standards MOGO Esports have set.
Exactly. I mean, their standards, the bar set by themselves is quite high. And for them to be able to beat it again and again, it is definitely going to be a challenge. But hey, man, it is MOGO Esports. You know, at the end of the day, there's a big probability. There's like a 99% chance that they're getting to the finals.
Hands down. And you speak about iQOO Seoul versus Team Destro or MOGO Esports. Now, both these teams are quite the formidable force. It's really tough to say how it's going to be.
You want to see a fight between them, right?
Yeah, I mean, I would love to see a proper 4-4, man. That's the only way you can sort of come to a proper conclusion who's going to be the one to come out on top. But I'm pretty sure, I don't think so we're going to see that same collision coming through. But both these teams, if they do collide against each other, one thing is for sure, the damage will be on equal levels.
Exactly, because, I mean, the question was about Manya and Destro, but you take these two IGLs away. Look at the rest of the players. Ronnie, Knuckle, Ninja on one side, and then you have Justin, Delta, and S-Power now added to the mix. So as you were talking about that firepower, it came from S-Power, of course, being added to the mix. And I think because of S-Power's addition, Justin and Delta have also been motivated quite a lot to step up their aggression. So now instead of one, just 3 players charge forward in every single fight. And Destro has always been that reliable player. He's not going to overexert himself if the other 3 players are getting all of those frags. When these 3 men fall, that is when he's like, all right, let me do my job, showcase you how it's done, boys.
And Johnny, we've been speaking a lot about all these teams, right? We forgot one known name, and that is God's Reen.
Oh, yeah.
We need to include this team as well in the mix of conversation because this has always been that X factor that comes into play. Yes, in the past known as Cheminix Venom, and when we saw this team, not exactly for the first time, but pretty much for a repeated time, especially in the BGS 2024, this team came in with a lot of promises, and they delivered too. Yes, not exactly the champions, but still in the grand finals, they did so good.
Exactly, and back then, again, they were playing for a banner that builds up those undergod players inside of the community. Right now, they have gotten to play under the banner of one of the biggest organizations that is there in BGMI, and of course, they are living up to the expectations that were laid out in front of them before the tournament even began. The performance in round 1 was decent, and I think God's Reign definitely is going to be one of those top contenders team, but before that, they have to get through to round 2.
Hey, can they get through to the round 2? That's going to be the question. Maybe the game 1 can be a big ace up their sleeves, and maybe they can perform off the rip on this game of Vikendi. As once again, the plane's going to hit the skies on the map of Vikendi. The plane flat path begins all the way from Milnar towards Trevno. And once again, this plane flat path is looking quite decent, knowing the fact that if you want to move in towards the extremities, it will be tough to move on towards those areas, especially Krichas will be out of contention, go for a pit stop, get your hands on the basic weaponry, vehicles, and then move in towards your main drop location.
Yeah, Goroka has been a big location in the last few Vikendies. We've witnessed majority of the circles forming towards the northwestern quadrant of the map. And as we look at this flight path, the previous one before the rehost was from the northwest to the southeast. Well, this one is from the southwest towards the northeast. And as you mentioned, Krichas, Dobromesto, Port, few locations off limit. But it is Vikendi. Just like Sanok, the map isn't too big. So you will have the luxury of dropping into those open isolated positions, going for the vehicle spawns, and then rotating towards the northwestern quadrant of the map.
Hands down. And with how things are also panning out, look at the zone too. Forms right in the smack center, right?
Yep.
You've got Mount Kresnik in that contention. Even Goroka is right there. Coal Mine there too. Castle is barely there. We wanted to see a castle circle, but then the gods are like, nope, my friend. Your request has been denied. Not enough sacrifices from you.
Hey, but look at this. A little bit of a switch up now. Because in the previous Vikendi, we noticed the drop clash happening towards Cement Factory with Elevate Esports and AstroKids dropping there. AstroKids switched up. They went for Castle this time. And Elevate Esports have gone for Trevno towards the northeastern quadrant. And that switch might have been a mistake because they find themselves and their access to the play zone now blocked by the players of Bliss.
Still, it's not that big sign of concern knowing the fact that Elevate Esports, it's them we're speaking of, and they're so patient that they can wait for all the stage 5s
that's
and then
true.
move inside of the zone all the way from the blue. It's them we're speaking of, man. Elevate Esports, they do elevate themselves, but quite late inside of the game. Team Bliss, they're the aggressive bunch. And for Team Bliss, proactivity is going to be of the essence.
You said something about Elevate Esports in round 1, that elevate and eliminate sound similar. They didn't like that, Necro.
Just like Angry Swans, they were pissed, huh?
Yeah, your words motivated them, and that is why they played so well during that first week.
I know, right? Sometimes the toxic motivation can be just the right thing the players need.
You always learn the wrong things in life.
Trust me, man. Toxic motivations, it really brings out the best of you.
I'm not going to say anything about it.
It's all that testosterone that just oozes in. They're like, how dare you say that to me?
Are you sure it's nothing else?
No, I don't think so.
All right, I'm going to take your word for it.
Listen, man, as a coach, sometimes you got to be harsh.
We are transitioning to the role of coach now from a motivation speaker.
Hands down.
Who are you coaching? Necros?
I'm coaching...
Is he your protege?
Necros?
Yeah.
I mean, I was playing with him, and we had a talk about playing with ARs, but then this man pulls out a P90.
What? No.
So I don't really know if he's a prodigy anymore, because he let me down with that move. And then he was also sliding all across the map, by the way. So that just adds on even more. So I was disappointed with Necros.
Also, what are you talking about coaching, man? I thought you and I were teammates. And we were supposed to form our own team. Are you quitting? Is this how you hand in your...
Maybe I'll coach our own team. How about that?
Yeah, it works.
I'll also be a player. I will also coach. So I'm like assaulter, coach, IGL,
support,
fragger, support,
substitute,
flexible, substitute, whatever. I'm everything.
Yeah.
Filter IGL.
Lot of roles just taken over by one man.
Hey man, I'm a big guy. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Big guy taking all the big responsibilities.
I know, right? Hey, but jokes apart, right? It's time to move inside of the game and see what exactly is popping up. There's not a lot happening inside of the game anyways. Team Limra is right underneath the players of Elevate Esports. For Team Crore, it's another one of those teams that performs when the sword is right on their necks, when their head's on the swivel. You've also got Metal Esports towards Dobro Mesto. You've got 4 AM towards Movatra. Down south, it's God's Reen. Aerobotz as well towards Abbey and Winery. So yeah, every single team is just settled in.
Yeah.
And it makes a lot of sense why we're not really seeing a lot of those drop collisions. It's because they have done their research. They know exactly where the opponent teams like to drop. The only collision that we saw was Elevate Esports up against the foes, but even that's been avoided successfully by the players of Elevate.
Yeah, but now the players of Team Bliss, I think they are looking to move in, because one of the players from sort of Elevate Esports has been isolated, and we just saw that one lad from Bliss Esports just pass him by.
I'm telling you, this team is the aggressive ones.
And Bliss is looking for a fight, as you said. But the question is, Elevate Esports, that team is an extremely difficult variable to account for. You never know what they're going to be up to. And along with that, it is quite a drastic change in the pace of the game. And after witnessing what Group 3 was up to and watching the action begin from the side of Group 4, well, the previous group was all about aggression. This is all about tacticality and survival instincts. Every single team in this group.
I mean,
except VASISTA Esports. I think that is that one outlier in this group.
Yeah. For VASISTA Esports, their confidence is going to be on Cloud 9.
Of course.
For all the right reasons, though.
85 points in week 2. They were the ones who got closest to the record that was set by Silly Esports in their opening week in round 1.
But Silly Esports, there's something else, man. With how they performed in the week 1. We know it's a returning banner. We saw this banner a lot of the times, even in BJAS 2023 and 2024 as well. But still, we never saw this team perform to this extent. But this time around, it was a complete different Silly Esports.
And that made us happy, to be honest.
Of course.
When we see the newer names step things up, get comfortable in their own skin and their own playstyle, it is the best sight to witness. You see them take on the challenge of the veterans, and of course, the new contenders, the new Tier 1 teams being built in front of our eyes. It's a longer storyline to follow. You see them across multiple tournaments, you see the improvements. One of the biggest examples for this, Necro, and the team that has impressed me the most so far in this season is Team LOLs.
Hands down.
The players from MICI have been absolutely phenomenal.
They've been on a roll indeed.
Yeah.
With how they performed in the round one itself. Things started off in a shaky way, I'm not going to lie.
True.
I had my doubts when I saw Team LOLs in contention. But then later on, they started to pick up that pace, especially Mudit.
Yeah.
In week one, this man was the only one who was performing consistently for his team. But then later on, the entire team stepped up.
Exactly. And considering, as we mentioned, the players used to play under the banner of MICI, they had some experience of what the BMPS feels like.
Yeah.
This time, LOLs was added to the roster. And of course, a man who's loved by the community, and he's showcased his skills as well. He's picking up decent frags every single round.
But I'm going to say an important point right over here.
All right.
You can only be called a T1 team when you qualify for the grand finals of an official tournament.
Not just one. You have to be consistent.
But at least, even if you do qualify for one and do decent, then you do have the rights to be called as a T1 team, just like Team Limra. It's a T1 team in my opinion. And if they do not perform good enough in this entire tournament, there's a high chance that badge might just be taken away from them.
You're very quick to give out badges and taking them away, man. Why are you so harsh?
It is what it is, dude.
Yeah, I mean, so for me, I would say for an entire competitive year, two big tournaments take place every single year, the BGIS and the BMPS. You have to make it at least to the finals of both of them for a new team that is debuting. And once you do that, I think it's all about being consistent, how you perform in the tournaments that take place the next year. Team Limra, yeah, of course, the performance last year was phenomenal. Not last year, but the previous BGIS was amazing. But this time, things are looking extremely different. But we have the MVP of that previous game, Franklin from TMG, on our screens. Amazing stats on the board for that map of Sanhok, to be honest.
Hands down. And TMG's quite the newer face, right?
Mm-hmm.
And this is what I'm saying. There were only a few known names who were returning back in that previous group. And then the rest were pretty much the T1s that they were facing off against.
Very true.
And TMG did quite nice, knowing the fact that they were surrounded by so many veterans. So that's why I'm really impressed.
Oh, but this is the team that everyone expects to dominate in this group 4, right? Team Xbox. And we haven't spoken about them yet. It is surprising. But Xbox, they've lived up to all the expectations that were set out. Week 1, 52 points. Week 2, yeah, that was a dip. But then again, they also knew that they weren't too far away from qualification, and majority of the times you are going to assume all of these tier 1 teams that have lifted the trophy once before, they know exactly what needs to be done without overexerting and overcomplicating things in the early rounds of a tournament. As everyone likes to call it, it's all about saving those strategies for the finals.
Hey, look at the best part though.
What?
X-Park, they've got the Joker up their sleeves.
Yeah, true. Now they have the Joker up their sleeves.
Now that's the wild card. That's what I'm saying. I'm telling you, there's a reason why this big shuffle came through. Does it make any sense to drop down NinjaJod from a lineup like this? The answer is going to be no. But still, they did it. They saw something with this playing for.
I think they did not need to do it, but they could afford to do it. They had the luxury because Sarang and SprayGod were in phenomenal form. NinjaJod added that extra bit of firepower they needed to lift a trophy, but Joker isn't a bad player either. He can keep up with the rest of the team. You remember those early matches Xbox played in the early rounds of early stages of round 1. Joker was there, stepping up and securing those 3 to 4 eliminations every match.
I'm not gonna lie, Joker sort of reminds me of Knuckle with the way he plays.
Yeah, exactly.
He's a pretty flexible player, but he's not exactly the IGL.
Yes.
But he's still a flex. He can support the team in a great manner. He can be the controlled aggressor too. He can also go all guns blazing if he wants. He's pretty much good in all the aspects of the game.
Yeah.
And maybe that's one of the main reasons why Team Xbox took Joker underneath their banner, because they've already gotten a lot of that firepower. They needed someone with that control. SprayGod also brings in that control. Add on Joker too. Now this team is much more tactically sound.
2 of the biggest swaps that happened. One was the NinjaJod and Joker swap. The other S-Power for Shogun. And I think all of these swaps are just working out quite nicely in this tournament. All these teams have done quite well for themselves. Carnival Gaming did quite well, putting Shogun into the mix. MOGO Esports is doing amazing with S-Power added to their roster. iQOO Soul did extremely well with NinjaJod as well, although we have yet to see him playing to his best individual performance, but I think that is going to happen in a while.
You know,
Xbox is also doing pretty well.
They indeed are, but as soon as you said so, Sarang goes down.
Oh, no.
You shouldn't have said that.
My bad, Necro. My bad, X-Pac.
Just stay quiet. Utilities tossed. No confirmation. Luckily enough for X-Pac, they're okay. Shadow 7 is there on the back lines. Maybe he can go for the revival, and that's what's probably going to happen. Good cover fire from the back lines. I like that from Spray God and Joker. And this is exactly what I'm saying, right?
Yeah.
Controlled aggression. These teams are not really going for the bigger pounces. Instead, they're still in the back lines, setting up the field trap, and they're just playing completely on their positioning. As Team X-Pac, now they know the fact that they're also getting pounced on, but Joker and his teammate, which is Spray God, they're going to have the biggest advantage because they've got the high ground to play with.
Yeah, they have the information to work with. At X-Pac, as soon as the revives come in, they are looking to disengage or get a little bit of distance between them and the players of Team Limra. Especially with the blue zone closing in on their red. They are going to be forced to move forward. But Necro, I just feel that aggression from the flank that Team Limra went for, I think that might just backfire. We see Gokul and Poco backing away. They're going to fall back, but Sarang is closed in on these compounds, and the players of Limra, they do move along their merry way. They're looking to push up north from this position of Podvosto, but that allows the players of X-Pac to breach inside the circle now.
Yeah, indeed it does. But I just love that stance from Team X-Pac. So quickly they made that happen, right?
Yeah.
Spray got Joker in the back. Shadow 7 instantly went for that. Revival, brilliant. Quick adaptations. And that's why it makes Team X-Pac who they are. Team Bliss, even they were chiming inside of a bit of that fight as they take fights against the players of Team Elevate Esports. And I'm still saying this, man. Elevate and eliminate. It sounds pretty similar.
It does sound pretty similar, but it goes for the other team as well, right? You charge for Elevate Esports, you get eliminated from the game. And of course, this is a team that knows how to play slow. This is their specialty. Bliss Esports might be wasting their time trying to pin down the players of Elevate Esports in these compounds, because that is exactly what Elevate Esports wanted when the game began. They wanted to stay here as long as possible. It's all about who has the most amount of first aids and who connects those nades to kick things off.
There's only 3 players of Elevate Esports inside of the compound, while one man is all the way scattered in the back. Now, he's got the advantage. If he moves in from the back lines, he can strike down all the players of Bliss from the back itself.
Oh, look at that nade.
But look at what's happening. Team Bliss, yes, they do find a few strikes, and that's going to put them on the advantage. But unfortunately for Team Bliss as well, they have taken equal amount of damage. Now it's time to recover from this fight, get the fallen players back upon their feet. Utilities being tossed even from the side of Bliss as they want to find the save. But what happens? The man who was there in the back lines, he finally strikes. Now the man from the open field, he's got the big advantage as Team Bliss, they're collapsing in this fight. It's a big choke. Turbo, he's going to hug the death. As now the remaining 3 players from Team Bliss, just imagine the amount of pressure they're going to be feeling inside of this fight. This nade needs to be cooked to perfection from Eggy. As he tosses the nade, it will be able to find the opener, but no, it's going to be the answer. Eggy was hoping a lot with that nade. Even Sam gets confirmed with another beautiful place nade as even Eggy hit the deck. But Eggy catches another man of Elevate Esports. And Team Bliss, they're on the verge of being eliminated, but the Eggy is the only player who's standing in between.
Yeah, he's the last man standing between his team and an early elimination. And Elevate Esports, they've handled the pressure in a brilliant manner, but Eggy, instead of going for a revive, realizes it's either a make it or break it position for his team. And Lemon, he does not have a lot of HP to work with, but the shotgun does not require him to have an HP advantage. The Molotov is going to result in his own teammate getting eliminated from this game. And Eggy, he sees Chiefly around the corner, goes for the shots and connects as well. 1 versus 2. Can he clutch out this fight? Another man down and it's the floor. It's the last man remaining and he's going to be spotted out as well. Eggy has a big advantage in this fight. He's already taken down to the last man in the corner. His head is going to be visible as well. 1 versus 1. No angle available to go for the shots. The G36C has enough ammunition. He just needs to collect a single bullet to take down that last man. And he does not have any utility to work with, man. All of those nades lobbed in the early stages is the reason that these players are struggling to face against each other. But a risky move. And he finds the frag in the end. It is Elevate Esports who still survive in this game. He does not have first stage, but those 4 finishes will mean a lot for this team.
Even Team Bliss got away with 3, so you can't say a sort of an happy ending for both the sides. But even for the side of Elevate Esports, the game is spoiled. At least they got away with the best possible outcome.
Yeah, I mean, best possible outcome, because now they have at least 7 crates over there to loot. And if they can find a decent number of first aids, and considering it's just one player, he can heal battle all the way till stage 5, stage 6 very easily and get quite close to the play zone.
They indeed can. And it's Elevate Esports we're speaking of. They know how to survive. They've cracked the code pretty much.
I think best case scenario, they're going to try and walk away with like 7 points from this game.
But here's the thing though, it does not really make a lot of sense for Team Bliss to be in a big standoff for such a long time. From the start of the game till now pretty much towards the mid-pack, Team Bliss was still there pinning down the players of Elevate Esports. Now that's what you call the stronger targeting the weaker ones. But this time, Team Bliss, they were the one who fell short.
Exactly, man. I mean, every single hero story you look at from wherever, it's always a David versus Goliath situation.
Pretty much the classic one, right? 3 players pinning that house, 1 man all the way in the back, and that was the guy who was the game changer. He found 2 knocks, and those were pretty crucial.
And we know how that David versus Goliath fight went, right? David won. Even in this one, Elevate Esports coming out on top. Had a little bit more than a rock and a slingshot to work with this time, though. All of those nades.
Here's the thing, though. David winning, that's not supposed to happen every single time.
That is exactly the case.
Because Goliath, at the end of the day, he is supposed to be the stronger one.
Yeah.
Maybe he does not have the brains, but all it takes is one smash.
Yeah, so in this particular situation, do not stay in a prolonged standoff against Elevate Esports. Just get in and get out as quickly as possible. If you secure one finish, be happy with it and move on.
The only reason why Team Bliss lost is because they did not know there's a man who was scattered across all the way in the sidelines. They did not know it's a 3-1 split going on, and that's where Team Bliss just completely lost. Surrounding awareness wasn't exactly on point.
Necro, looking at the map, we saw Limra moving along that eastern edge. I think they might clash against the players of Xbox soon.
They might. It's still a big might. Limra's in the back lines. His team Xpark there in the front, playing around the edges. And Team Limra, as you mentioned, there might just be a big clash coming through. And if Team Limra do clash against the players of Team Xpark, they better be ready. Because Team Xpark is someone who's got a lot of that firepower and a lot of potential. Their confidence is going to be through the roof.
And look at the radar. Xpark is moving in to block the way, block the entry of the play zone for the players of Team Limra.
They're pulling off a nice, smooth rotation. Just like our Hero Extreme 160R4V. And Team Limra, once again, they do run in the open arms of Team Xpark, but maybe this time they've found the advantage. Team Limra, they do dish out a lot of damage against the players of Team Xpark as they've been caught completely off guard. SprayGod and Sarang, they instantly fall down. Even Joker's gonna hit the deck. What just happened with Team Xpark? Everything just came collapsing down for them. They did not expect such an outcome inside of the fight, but Team Limra, they just had the big striking advantage. SprayGod's on the run, by the way.
Oh man, quite a series of unfortunate events unfolding in front of our eyes. And as you mentioned, Team Limra off to a great start. Xpark heard all of that commotion, but did not realize how many players were going to charge towards them all together. And Team Limra, they just piled on those 2 isolated individuals. Now it's down to Shadow and SprayGod to try and convert this game, secure at least 4 to 5 points from this match. But look at the shift of the circle. It's out into the open between Goroka and Mount Kresnik, just south of coal mines. Metal Esports, they have a good position to work with, and so does the side of Orangutan. Xpark, with just 2 players remaining, they take control of a few small compounds toward that eastern edge. But that cluster towards the southern side of the circle, Necro, there's going to be so much chaos, and especially for AstroKids, as they find themselves going up against WindGod Esports.
Indeed, there will be a lot of that chaos. And speaking of chaos, a peaceful outing towards this area. AstroKids pinning down Team Crow. Now, for Team Crow, Yatan is the only survivor, as we know. And for AstroKids, this is an easy outcome. They can easily come out on top in the fight. But here's the twist. It's WindGod Esports on the top, pinning down both the teams.
Yeah.
So yeah,
And
it's like a chain effect.
And we have seen what can happen if you have a lot of utility in this position. If you remember one of the games of Vikendi where Godlike actually secured a chicken dinner, they were playing the exact same compound. And with the utility, they were able to clear out the cliff down below. But VASISTA Esports from the flanks, they are going to look to cause a lot of trouble. And now Savitar from the side of WindGod Esports kick things off, finds a brilliant opening, damage dished out to Whiskey as well. The utility being piled on the players of VASISTA as there's another team chiming into the mix. It is going to be the side of Aerobotz. One more shot connects, and that's another man hitting the floor, but Savitar finally gets shut down as Trigger decides to pull the trigger, and Aerobotz from the backlines, they're going to look to clean this fight up.
Yeah, both the players knocked down though for VASISTA Esports, Apollo and his teammate, but both will be revived at the same time. It's also going to be the players of Aerobotz who come into fruition, and they do want a third part of this entire stance. Aerobotz Esports won't really have the exact advantage they need to take the fight, but still it's something they can work with. For VASISTA Esports, they found the big advantage inside of the fight already against the players of WindGod Esports.
Oh, he was
Look at VASISTA. Yeah, he wanted to go for a bit of that spoiler, but unfortunately a nade sails in, and it gives him that reality check. So he backs away once again to safety, and now he's playing from there. VASISTA Esports, there's a lot to worry about. Wixkey, Apollo, Trigger still up and alive. As one of the men from VASISTA Esports, he gets knocked out, and it's not a good news at all. Aerobotz Esports, they've got their stance ready. It's a field trap being set up, but can VASISTA Esports evade the tracks? That's my question.
Odin, he's behind enemy lines, and if he can take down at least one more, it still brings his team in a manageable position, and as soon as he does, he is going to get traded out by Whiskey in the back lines. So VASISTA Esports still holding on to their men numbers. 3 players still left standing. Only Shadow OG has been finished off. 2 players from the side of Aerobotz going for that heal quite close to them. And Xbox chiming into the mix. Now this is a situation where Xbox can also secure a few frags for themselves. Because both the teams fighting over here are a little bit distracted within themselves. And the nade from the top dishes out the damage. Carry hits the floor. And SprayGod finds that opening. But Limra, they are looking to make the push on the players of Xbox. And SprayGod is going to be isolated on top of that hill. In the meanwhile, Shadow 7 moves in close to the players of VASISTA Esports, and he's going to get pushed back behind the corner. The push with the DBS damage dished out onto Trigger, but he's still standing. Finally, the knock is going to be secured by the players of Xbox, and they have those 3 eliminations to work with in this game at least.
Such an awkward fight that was between SprayGod and the man in the front.
Yeah.
But eventually, it is Team Xbox to come out on top and be the cleanup crew. There's still one more team right underneath the players of Team Xbox they need to be careful about, and that's going to be the Team Crow. Above, it's also going to be Team Limra now stacking up, and they do want to be the opportunistic ones. But what just happened? Team Limra, they might have just walked into their own death as the first man hits the deck, but then it's still SprayGod in the front lines. He went for the confirmation. Too greedy there.
Here comes the opportunist though. Finally the nades from Yatin from the side of Crow, and he can definitely clean things up. The nades need to be lined up behind that hut, and this is where he's getting close. Another knock secured, and he has waited for his opportunity to strike. Now the spray comes in. One last man left standing, and Yatin cleans up nicely. 3 finishes secured, 6 eliminations on the board with a pixel of HP. He tries to go for the 4th, but the play zone does its job, and Team Crow will be shut down. Necro, let's count the numbers, right? AstroKids, WindGod, Aerobotz, VASISTA, Xbox, and Limra. 6 teams were there fighting under that cliff on top of that hill, and it was the one squad, Team Crow, that were down to their last man who end up securing the most eliminations from that entire chaos.
And we never saw this coming, right? A big surprise package that unfolded in a great manner for Team Crow. At least they got away with decent amount of finish points, right? 7 of them.
They get placement as well. They get 1 placement point.
Yeah, that is impressive. Yathin just saving the day for his team, especially in the game 1, when all the hopes were lost. And for God's reason, they're just here to collect a few scraps. That's it, don't mind them. They're easily getting the piece of candies rolled up in their bags.
I think this is their game. They have the numbers to work with for the chicken dinner.
They indeed do, but even Metal Esports has, even 4AM has, even Orangutan has, even Hyderabad Hydras has.
Oh no.
All the teams in the final few moments, they've got a lot of the players up and standing. You never know who's going to be the one to come out on top, especially when the zone forms right in the smack center, out in the open in no man's land.
At least 4M have the high ground advantage to work with over here. If they can take down the players of Metal Esports, theoretically they can make this work. And of course, once they take down Metal Esports, their backlines are going to be cleared as well. So all they have to worry about is going to be the immediate threat of God's Reign. Neo is trying to see if he can figure out how to pick off or at least find an opening against the players of Metal, but it's not going to be easy. They're holding on to their ground, just staying behind cover.
Yeah, for Metal Esports, it's not really that much of a comfy spot, I'm not gonna lie. The man's constantly getting sprayed down by 4 aggressive men's Neo. Even the Weekle's now gonna blow up for Metal Esports. They are completely paralyzed. Immobile, if you'd like to say. They can't really move from this spot anymore.
Circle belongs to no one. Of course, I think we are gonna have to wait 20 or so seconds, Necro, before we bring in the chaos again for the second time in this game.
Yeah.
All of these teams, once they step out into the open, they will collide against each other. There's no avoiding it.
That's the real question, though. There's no cover to play with. How are teams supposed to position themselves? Now it's time to make something out of nothing, my friend. Use the Weekles as cover. And that's what OG's already doing. They've already found themselves a few of that smoke walls to play with. They're also using the Weekles as cover. Pretty much trying to use anything that you can. Now it's time to burn through a lot of those smoke grenades. And OG's going to be burning through a lot of the crucial utilities, as even the players of 4AM, they make that pounce. But 4AM's taking a lot of that damage from the players, especially of Metal Esports. But both the players, they eventually do get striked out. And it's time for OG to get the confirmations rolled up as well. 4AM, they mess up big, as even Harry falls down. It's not a great split at all.
It is not a great split indeed, and Orangutan, capitalizing on their numbers advantage, are looking to finally rack up those elimination numbers there. Nate should do the job of dishing out the damage onto those knocked players, and 4 aggressive man, they can't really be aggressive inside of this match anymore, because even God's Reign is pushing them from the rear, but again, it's Orangutan causing trouble for everyone else around them. The finish is finally being secured. 4 is the number that they have right now on the board, but they are going to get a few more. God's Reign, 1 player knocked out in the back lines. AKOP in the front lines is looking to wrap things up against the players of OG, but the nade is too close and the vehicle blows up. And AKOP along with it, the frontliner for the side of Orangutan has fallen.
We saw that nade just sailed right next to him. How did he not see it?
Went under the car, man.
It was right next to him. We saw his death approach him, just knock on the doors politely, and then he gets asked to be taken down. 4 aggressive men, no password. He's indeed going to insert that password now, and the password's going to be the utilities. Orangutans are barely surviving on a pixel of HP, and the only reason why he was surviving, it's because of the booster. 4 aggressive men from the top, they're constantly collapsing. They're getting melted in the icy lands for some reason. Aru, the man who's there in the front lines for Team OG, but OG still got 3-man strong squad. And just look at the split of the players of OG. I'm loving this, right? They're spreading themselves out quite wide apart, but they've also got so much control of the map.
Exactly, and this map control can actually help them secure the winner chicken dinner as well. WindGod from the backlines of the players of God's Reign. Do not expect him to be there. He can be that unpleasant package of surprise that they will be forced to open. The spray inside of the smoke, shots do not connect. Altanki as well. So much map control taken over by the players of Orangutan. But Necro, look at the radar. There are so many isolated players still inside of the blue that can cause problems for Orangutan in these final few moments.
Oh no, password is still at the top. He's taken down way too low. How is the man still alive? That's my question. He's now one with the Nature. His position's known, but still WindGod cannot really go for the shots just yet, considering password's out in the open. And WindGod, he's also got players pouncing on top of him in the name of God's Reign. The nade's tossed to perfection. Not exactly so perfect, but this Molotov, it's definitely going to force out WindGod from that comfort zone. WindGod's on fire. Luckily enough, he's on the icy land, so the fire's not going to be that hurtful. He instantly evades it. Wall of Death as well as doing that constant damage against Phantom. And it is pretty much Team OG's game, considering they're the one to control the final few moments. God's Reigns Phantom, he needs to pull off a table turner. He gets that elimination point squeezed up before getting eliminated from the game. Can he move inside of the safety lines? The answer is going to be no, considering there's a lot of that damage against him.
Hey, but out of everyone, it is Metal Esports who end up finishing and making it all the way towards the top 2. Now, there's no way Encore makes it towards the circle, but they have a lot of placement points to work with. But hey, oh, this breaks my heart, man. Just 0 eliminations, no finish points. So they only get 6 points from this match.
Yeah, Metal Esports did not really get a lot of points secured from this match, but Team Crore is definitely going to be happy.
Oh, yeah.
Because they thought this game is done and dusted. First game is wasted, but then Yathin comes in as a savior, the hero that the team needed.
Of course, I think they have a grand total of 7 to 8 eliminations, out of which 6 were there on Yathin himself. I think Team Crore, they might not have walked away with the chicken dinner, but that was the best performing team inside of this game. Apart from that, Orangutan in those final few moments, this is what experience is all about. They realize, like, alright, Circle is out into the open. If we can send 2 players up front, and if those players survive long enough, and secondly, get close enough to the competition to lob those utilities, the backline players, all they have to do is just make sure that everyone else is pinned down, and we trust those 2 individuals to secure those frags. They send the 2 best players up front, AKOP and Athanki, and these 2 lads did their job phenomenally.
So here's the problem, right? 4AM was too busy fighting out against the players of Metal Esports. Metal Esports was too focused on the players of 4AM. God's Green was too focused on the players of 4AM. Now that's where these 3 teams were just duking it out against each other, and OG took the advantage. OG knew now is the right time to reposition. That's what they did. They got the most amount of map control, most amount of zone control. They had the information to play with as well. They knew exactly where God's Green was. They knew exactly where 4AM was. And the main problem was when these teams are duking it out against each other, a lot of that damage was already dished out. And for OG to just walk in and collect those scraps.
See, twice in the game we have noticed the same thing happens. If people around you ignore you for long enough, you have to punish them for that. In the final moments, Orangutan got ignored, as you pointed out. Earlier before that, we saw Yathin being ignored, and he went for the punish on Team Limra and secured all of those elimination points.
That was quite brilliant from Yathin, though, I'm not going to lie, right? Coming up with those nades, and then in the end, he just made that sprint to just get all the eliminations stacked up. And here we have the highlight of that.
Guess where he found those nades from? I believe from the crates of the players of AstroKids.
Hey, making the most out of the surroundings, right? That's what you were taught in school. And Yathin took that seriously in the game.
That was just something else, man. I mean, everyone hopes to have this one solo performance where you just clutch out so many points for your team, but towards the end it was about OG, and of course everyone ignoring them and them just asking the question, why? We are also one of the top contenders for this tournament. You can't really just ignore us, especially when we split our own firepower in half.
Exactly, and especially if you try and look at the entire outcome of that game. Now, Elevate Esports coming out on top against the players of Team Bliss, I did not expect. It was quite a weird game of Vikendi, where at the start, not exactly the fights, and then later on, not even in the mid phase, just in the early phase of the game, it was a big standoff between the players of Team Bliss and Elevate Esports. The fight comes into fruition. There's one man from Elevate Esports all the way in the backlines who was the table turner. That's why Team Bliss lost that fight. In general, the way the fights were taken in that previous game of Vikendi, it's quite unorthodox, I'm not going to lie.
Yeah, it is very unorthodox, but then again, it is Vikendi. It's always going to be unorthodox, right? I think what made it feel extremely weird was also how the first 3 games went, and of course, this one we expected it to be extremely tactical, and it was.
And my question is, where was Hyderabad Hydras?
Oh, yeah.
They're supposed to be formidable ones, right? But in this game, there's just nowhere to be seen.
Yeah, where'd
because
they go?
OG, with this one single game, they've pretty much secured that qualification. They've gotten, what, 19 points? Now in the upcoming game, they just need 10 points. They're already on.
Yeah. They have 5 matches to secure 10 points as well. So OG, I mean, but we knew, right? OG was always going to be very comfortable in this particular group. Orangutan, VASISTA Esports, God's Reign, X-Park, they are the top contenders. Who you expect, yes, they are going to qualify no matter what happens. But let's have a look at the point rankings, because as you talked about OG, they have 19 points. And then there's a massive dip, because the elimination points are quite evenly split between everyone else. God's Reign with 11, Limra with 8, 4 Aggressive Man with 7, Hyderabad Hydras, all right. So they were there. They got 3 placement points, just 4 eliminations, so they weren't really active in getting those finishes. Too many finishes, 7 points. But we know, Hyderabad Hydras, one thing is for sure, they might not be flashy, but they are one of the most consistent teams in this tournament.
Yeah, getting 7 points out of that, that's not bad. That's a way to start things off. And at least the positive side about this point standing is that no one's got 0 points.
Yeah.
Someone's got at least something in their hands, right? AstroKids, I told you, this team is going to struggle, man.
And I believe the struggle, either they reset it on the map of Miramar or it's going to go on till the last game of the day. Erangel is not going to go their way as well. And this is the true test for AstroKids to how much they've improved, right? Because this round 2, group 4, it's not an easy lobby to play in. Especially you look at the teams that they're going up against. Some of the teams drop quite close to them. And AstroKids, it is going to be a big challenge. Survival in the early stages of the map.
Yeah, and keep this thing in mind, by the way. You still haven't really seen the proper known cards activate. Team X-Park in the previous game, they were quite unlucky getting backstabbed by the players of Team Limra like that, especially when they're not really checking the backlines anymore. So yeah, for Team X-Park, they were extremely unlucky in that previous game. even that is one of those teams that can create a major vacuum. So for teams like AstroKids, even Aerobotz, they need to be way too careful, man. If they do not start performing today itself, tomorrow's day is going to be way too much. Your head's going to be on the swivel.
Exactly, but considering we know these teams, they are very tactical, very methodical. They can try to bring themselves back into the upcoming games, and considering the next match is going to be the map of Miramar, everyone's comfortable on that map. It is going to be an exciting one to witness, but all of that and more, ladies and gentlemen, is going to happen after this very short break, so don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Have you seen my phone?
Yes, I have. It's so gorgeous.
Yeah, bro. Really?
Hey, but have you all seen it? Mega Taskers win at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with 3D curved AMOLED display. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
The movie starts in 10. You can miss the beginning, or you can go ahead and challenge the clock. With an all-new Sprint EBT engine that goes 0 to 60 in 5.9 seconds. Presenting Hero Extreme 125R. Challenge the Extreme.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen, to the iQOO BMPS 2024, and round 2 is proving to be everything that we wanted and more. Isn't that right, Necros?
Yeah, definitely. The first match all today, starting with the Group of Death, was really interesting. All the 3 matches went so good.
Yeah.
But even in Group 4, it seems like the competition is still there. I mean, obviously, it's round 2. Teams are really, really interesting, and even they're performing to their limits. But what we saw happen to X-Park was really unfortunate. But the way Team Limra was pressurizing them, that was really commendable.
Yeah, it was. I mean, indeed. I mean, first they got off 2 players when X-Park tried to block their way towards the northern edge of the circle. And then they just chased after the remaining 2 players, Spray God and Shadow, and then hunted them down. But in doing so, Limra also signed their own death warrants because they allowed Yatin to just lob them with those nades and just rack away and take away those 3 players off the map completely. Unfortunate, but it was an incredible moment coming in from Team Crore. Now, because of that one moment, Team Crore have made sure that this first game wasn't an absolute blunder from their side. They have enough points to work with. But heading into this game of Miramar, man, which is again, a tactical map, more tactical in certain ways than Vikendi. And of course, this group is all about making those big brain plays. I want to know your expectations. Are there any teams that you are expecting, all right, Miramar might just be their game?
I think it can be Medal Esports. I mean, they were a little unfortunate, I would say, to not get a single finish out there, but still finishing in the top 2. But definitely, I'm looking forward that they can bounce back in this map of Miramar. But talking about the bounce back performance, we have got the iQOO Z9S series in front of us, an incredible smartphone right here with power pack chip, as well as the slimmest phone in this price segment.
Exactly, and if you want to bounce back in your performances, in your screams, ladies and gentlemen, check out the iQOO Z9S series starting at 18,999. And of course, if you go on to Google and search for the iQOO Z9S, you can stand a chance of winning an iQOO Z9S Pro for yourself, because 15 of those are being given out, and you could be the lucky one.
Yeah, definitely. And talking about luck as well, I would like to bring that one fight, Elevate Esports versus Team Bliss. Oh my god, that was... I really thought that Team Bliss had that upper hand. But Elevate Esports says, no, not now.
I think Team Bliss have been cursed for the day.
Yeah.
Didn't want to say this, but now I will because he's not here. That's Necro's pick.
Yeah, I know, right? I was wondering what Necro would be thinking that Team was going down like that, but almost it was a doable situation.
Yeah, it was manageable, but then again, when Necro picks you, you are going to end up making those mistakes. So they made the mistake of just staying behind. So the first mistake, I mean, not really a mistake, that was Elevate Esports' game plan. That is a team that always, they go for the weapons, and the next thing they look for is those medkits and first aids. And Elevate Esports always rack those up. There was a reason they walked away with a decent number of points total tally from that starting of the game. As we have said it, 5 points per match is the average that the teams need to have in order to qualify. Right now, all you have to do is avoid being in that bottom 1/4 of this entire lobby. But let's look at the overall rankings score. Now, for the first time, something special happens. We see the rankings that contain all the 64 teams in front of us. And now we can start building up the conversation of the cutoff.
Yeah, definitely. Somehow our cutoff points that we were discussing earlier in the day was like 23, 22, maybe even 24, around that. But maybe right now things can be around them. But talking about the next chart, there still hasn't been any kind of hindrances in it.
Yeah, I mean, no, I mean, I expect it to be a little bit higher. Mine is from 24 to 30.
Okay.
30 is the worst case scenario. Ideally, it's going to be 24 to 28, 29 is where I'm expecting the cutoff to be. Because you look right now, right? Revenant, TWOB still win the top 48, but they are on that 32nd position. Now, the teams behind them, as they play their matches, are definitely going to look to surpass them. It will be difficult for Revenant and TWOB to stay in this tournament unless every single squad behind them just absolutely drops the ball, and the two teams that have managed to break into the top 16 from the groups playing right now just keep on performing and just take every single point in the groups that in the matches that they play next. Because even look at this, Orangutan, they got 1 chicken dinner the previous map, and they have moved into 19 total points already.
Already a lot of teams are dropping down. We can see the numbers. Esports, they've completed their 3 matches, but for I can say Blind Rippers, they're also praying their stars that somehow can we qualify, though they have only 17 points on the board, so I don't think they're going to make it.
Yeah, I agree with that. Blind Rippers might not make it. And all the teams, in fact, with those 6 matches being played, so Blind Rippers, Hyper Rush, Captain, LOC, I think they might already be out. But I think there are going to be a few teams that are already out of this tournament. Because look at this, INS, just 7 points in 6 matches. They definitely do not make it through. And apart from that, I think everyone else on this last page of the leaderboard still has an opportunity to make a comeback. But hey, alright, so Raw Official, I think, yeah, we missed out on them. That is not a start we were expecting, to be honest. Just 1 point from that opening match. Now, this is a big name.
Second week of round 1 was not that great of Raw Official. The first week, they had 63 points. The second coming down, they had 31 only. So that does raise a lot of concern over their team, because we do expect Raw Official to perform like what they did in the week 1.
Yeah.
But the momentum is again being carried forwarded in this particular round of 2. But coming in this match, the first match, they only got 1 point. So there is a little bit of pressure inside their mind that they have to do much better than what they're doing right now.
Yeah, it always puts you in a very difficult position when you are faced with that fact that, all right, we lost a lot of points we could have secured in that previous game, and now we have to recover. That comeback mode, definitely, a few times it does help you out, but not always. That's just unnecessary pressure to deal with. But the good thing about Raw Official is we have seen how strong they are on Erangel and on Miramar. You remember how they started their journey in round 1, the first 2 games, top 2 finishes in both those matches. In fact, throughout the day, for the first 3 matches that Raw Official played in that opening week, they were very consistent, finishing in top 3 every single time. Because of which, for some reason, we expected them to be the top contenders. But let's see how this game number 2 of round 2 is going to turn out for them and everyone else. Again, the 16 names that are about to perform in front of us are going to be right here on the screen. Necros, what is your prediction for this upcoming match?
I guess I already talked about Medley Esports can be one of those teams, but I also think Team Limra has that potential to step up their game. The way they were pressurizing the top OGs out there in the lobby, they had a real deep impact. And we know Team Limra, they were in the finalist of BGIS as well, and the kind of power-packed performance they delivered already, they have made their name. And the lineup that they have, they carry a lot more potential inside themselves.
You know, we always talk about histories, right? I mean, I agree with you. Limra does have a lot of potential. But we always talk about histories. And history, as it says, every time X-Pac has a bad game, the next game they just end up dominating. So I'm expecting X-Pac to actually bounce back. And I think because Team Limra was the one who eliminated them, I think they are going to look to cause some trouble for the side of Team Limra.
Are you seeking for a drop clash, maybe?
I hope to see one. But I don't think it's going to be Xpark drop clashing anyone else. I think it might be some other team going for a drop clash. Not Xpark for sure. That is not something that they do. It's not in their playbook.
And they're more like a team to go for those rotation clashes and maybe the final stretch fights that happen in the ending phases like that. But overall, if you talk about even Orangutan, the way they got the positioning all to themselves in the particular map of Vikendi, in spite of some of the players being taken down, the kind of cover fire they got from behind was really exceptional.
Exactly, it was exceptional, and of course, the chicken dinner was secured because of that, but despite OG winning the chicken dinner, there were a lot of big names that left a lot lacking from that game one. Can they recover in this map of Miramar? We're going to find that out, ladies and gentlemen, because guess what? The countdown runs to 0, and that means we are about to head into game number 2.
The map of Golden Sand is all prepared as we move up to the second match of group number 4. And the flight path is starting from the areas of Toria Humada, ending down south of Puerto Paracillo, completely an eastern side oriented flight path, favoring a lot of teams to reach their drop locations without any difficulty. But for the teams going down in the areas of El Pozo, Valle del Mar, Monte Nuevo, they have to glide a lot or have to contest for those vehicles.
Elevate Esports once again, starting from the exact same position, the northeastern quadrant of the map. But this time, instead of Bliss, it is going to be the side of Aerobotz that's going to drop quite close to them. And as you mentioned, I mean, the western half of the map is going to be denied and out of reach for a lot of these teams. So whenever Miramar is there, El Pozo drop clash is one of the drop clashes we hope for, along with San Martin, Los Leones, Impala, early fights. But this time, El Pozo, since it's quite far away from the flight path, I don't think we're going to see a fight in El Pozo, maybe around it, maybe at the city entries, but there it is. Xpark and God's Reign taking an exit. Of course, it's going to be a fight for Hacienda and San Martin right off the bat.
Interesting to see how things turn around in the northern part of the map, because you see Elevate Esports and Aerobotz around the close proximity as well. There can be a slight of chances that we might be seeing rotational clashes, maybe a contention for the vehicle as well, because you see some of the players of Aerobotz, they're very close to the players of Elevate Esports out there.
Yeah, but let's see. Probability quite low for an early fight though. And apart from just a few teams within 100, 200 meter radius of each other, the big clash that has happened is in the city of Los Leones as Metal Esports, Raw Official, Team Crore, and Team Limra. To a certain extent, all 4 of the sides have decided to go for the Los Leones control. And the city is big enough to actually give space to all of these sides. But God's Reign and Xpark, as we spoke about them, the fight kicks off, and it is going to be Xpark who find the opening. Sarang shanking that one man from the side of God's Reign to his inevitable demise. And the other 3 players, they just scramble for cover, instantly falling back. Do not want to re-engage anytime soon. First finish of the game within the first few seconds of the match beginning.
This is definitely not the start that God's Reign expected. And this is, the worst part of a early drop clash. Not all the players get their ideal guns. You can see on Phantom, he's got a Win94, he's got a UMP. But to engage with a team like Xpark in this early phase, it's always a little troubling. And they have kind of replied back in a very fashionable manner. A knife to end one of the players' run, but God's Reign, they're still not out of their danger zone. They have to do something better, and already Xpark, they have taken their positioning quite nicely. I mean, you can see God's Reign, they're already in a very big split. Fury is on one side, you see Phantom and Alto on a different side, but to escape from this area of San Martin, it's really difficult when you don't have a vehicle out there.
Yeah, it's very difficult, but look at this. Alto runs out into the open, and a few shots is all that Joker needs, especially with that Mini 14. A second knock secured by the players of Xpark. In God's Reign, they are being put under immense pressure at this point. Xpark looking to rack things up as quickly as possible. Even Fury is going to be spotted out in the distance. They are just waiting for him to get a little bit closer. As soon as he does, Joker with his perfect loadout for this exact fight. The Mini 14 with the 3x can secure that third knock as well. When the last player is remaining, we all know that compound push is going to happen from the players of Xpark. They are going to try and pick Phantom up, but in the process, Spray Gods get knocked out. The suppressing fire is there. Spray God goes behind cover in the right nick of time, avoid getting taken out completely. But X-Pac, can they go for a revive? Someone needs to move in as soon as possible. And Sarang, he's on the run. He's trying to get close to his teammate as quickly as possible. Will he make it in time? I think now he will. He has found that vehicle to work with. It's a party bus.
But Phantom has his eyes already on that particular position, though that compound is just a blessing out there for the boys of Team X-Pac. Easily the revival will be done indeed. There is no problem with that. And Team X-Pac. So they do realize at this point that if you give one loophole to the boys of God's Reign, they're going to capitalize on it. So you better be very cautious with every step that you're taking. And in this situation, again, God's Reign, they are not looking very confident.
Yeah.
Because they have lost a couple of players out there.
2 players shut down instantly, right off the bat. And it's down to Phantom and Fury. And even Fury's position is compromised. Phantom's position is compromised as well. So X-Pac, they have everything going right for them. They have the map control. They have information. They have the players' advantage as well. Fury somehow managed to run into the back lines of these buildings. That does allow them some cover to fall back and disengage from this fight. But X-Pac, they have the luxury of just charging forward as a 4-man unit and just finishing off God's Reign whenever they please. And considering this is a fight happening inside of the play zone as well, they can take their sweet time in doing so. And look at this, they are going to go for that loot early on and then try and re-engage into the players of God's Reign. Oh, at this point, they might just take pity on this opposing side and just fall back and play their merry game.
I mean, why not? They're in the dead center, right?
Yeah.
They can take as much time as they want, but they also have to be very cautious because X-Pac is a very experienced team. They know if they take a lot of time in a single fight and they give away a lot of sound, there will be other teams rotating around their surroundings, maybe trying to chime into the fight and can take away some free finishes. And Hyderabad Hydras is definitely one of them. They have got some decent number of points in the past match that they played. And looking down to the performance that happened in round 1, Hyderabad Hydras seems to be a very formidable force at this point. They've got a lot more things to showcase us in the upcoming rounds as well. But right now, even the start that they have is decent. But for Miramar, definitely they will be looking forward for a double-digit game.
Yeah, I mean, this is one of those teams that thrives on playing slow, right? Their play style is all about being consistent in terms of their exit in the match. They will try to break into the top 3, the top 4 every single time. In the previous game, that opportunity wasn't allowed, but they still kept their total tally of points in a decent position. And as you were talking about them, this is the team that was moving in from the western side, just circling around the players of X-Pac, where the players of X-Pac were. And I think that vehicle in the back lines might have been spotted out by the players of X-Pac. They try to get away. But there's a problem coming in from the east as well. And that problem comes in the form of VASISTA Esports. So X-Pac and God's Reign, they are stuck in an awkward position. But it is a little confusing as to how these teams are moving around all close to the center of the circle. The early center of the circle. I think they are expecting the circle to take a northern shift in the later stage of the match. And maybe they are looking to secure some early cover to work with for a northern shift.
You know what, Johnny? Somehow I feel like out of all these commotions and the teams in the central area, VASISTA Esports can be brought down in a sandwich situation. You see WindGod coming up from the eastern side. There's X-Pac in the western side. And between all this commotion, what if VASISTA Esports again gets sandwiched from behind lines? Because even you see Team Crore coming up from down south.
And even now, I think one of the players from the side of VASISTA did take a few shots towards WindGod, few shots fired towards Team Crore, because there was that gunfire indicator on the radar in the southern direction, although no connections. But as you were talking about it a few moments ago, if you do take those shots, teams around you are going to be made aware, and I think WindGod Esports have been made aware of the threat in front. But we switch focus, move to the players of 4 Aggressive Man. Playing from La Cobriera, had a long way to travel in the early stages from the flight path to where they are right now. But they have an opportunity of blocking the way for the players of TCW, who are moving in from El Pozo and Ruins, moving from west to east, but they've found an entry inside of the circle. Early stages of Miramar, you rarely get to see action, right? The map is so big, there's so much map area for these teams to work with. Everyone will find a safe haven one way or the other. It is that stage 3, stage 4 transition where everyone starts to panic, because in that position, on Miramar, you will be forced to step out into the open if the circle is not on top of you. And you risk getting spotted out from the distance and getting taken out in the middle of nowhere from where there is no coming back. But Raw Official quite close to one of the players from the side of Orangutan. And just because that man is isolated, he might just decide to not pull the trigger, just relay this information to his teammates up front.
Very wise decision indeed for Atanki. He knows that if he engages, it can end his run in this particular match. And why would you put your team in a situation where they have to think twice before going aggressive or taking a fight, because they might lose the numbers advantage? So that is where definitely the concern lies. And that's why OG, after having a great start for themselves, they will be looking forward to grab some more points. Be like Global Esports, what they did in Group 3. They had an incredible dominating run, after which we were telling that it's no more G fighting, but it's G dominating.
That has always been the case. I think they've been dominating for about a year now, if you just look at how aggressive they have been and how much more aggressive they have gotten. There will be a time when this team just wipes out the entire lobby, and that is how they secure the winner-winner chicken dinner. It's just a matter of time before Global Esports sets the record for the most amount of finish to win the game. I mean, I believe it's going to happen eventually, man. This team there's no stopping them in their tracks. And Bliss Esports, after the fiasco in the previous match by getting eliminated early by the players of Elevate Esports, they are getting too close to the players of Team Limra, and I guess if Bliss, they aren't too careful, they are going to have to face elimination again. Eggy moves in and looks to crossover, looks to avoid getting taken out, and he does successfully evade the threat from the players of Team Limra. But Limra now on the hunt, on the chase. They are going to try and shut him down, and he is outnumbered, so he gets knocked out very easily. The finish point on the board for Team Limra.
He couldn't escape the claws of Team Limra at this point. Again, not a great sight for the boys of Team Bliss. Necro would be disappointed.
Yeah, man, it's Necro's team.
Yeah. He was very confident, but though I would still say it was an unlucky situation for that one player. He didn't expect that the entirety of Team Limra would be sitting right there.
It was unlucky for them, they are Necro's prediction.
Well, if it's in that way, even my prediction didn't work out pretty well. I had MOGO's choice.
Hey man, I mean, we went for MOGO because we expected aggression. They did well. Oh, but look at this. Look at the finish feed. It's Team Crow up against X-Pac. And it is going to be Team Crow with the advantage. Joker knocked out. Even Shadow, I believe, has been knocked and finished. Team Crow, big advantage in this fight. Last two players from the side of X-Pac remaining. But it's the worst duo you would want to go up against, man. It's Sarang and SprayGod now looking to get some revenge. Oh no, they are actually looking for that high ground advantage. Two players just trying to survive, but this duo can walk away with a lot of frags as well. And considering X-Pac had a decent tally, not a decent tally, but a middle pack performance in their previous game, I think once again, they are going to have the same level of consistency or are hoping for the same level of consistency. Again, 4 to 5 points, or 5 to 6 points actually per match is the average you need to maintain to qualify, and X-Pac can easily secure that. But if you want to make sure that you feel very easy going for those frags, going for your fights inside of your matches, check out iQOO Z9S Series, our official smartphone partner for the iQOO BMPS 2024, starting at 18,999.
It has got a powerful chip. Definitely boosts your gaming experience. But coming back to the game, the circle is quite tricky. It was kind of looking forward that it might just settle down in the areas of San Martin, but it went up north. Elevate Esports would be pretty happy because they don't have any other team around their surroundings.
Yes.
So they can have an easy entry, and they have already done so. TCW was the only team prevailing in the areas of La Cabrera, and now they have taken the urban control all to themselves. But in this position of Raw Official as well, Johnny, I would really want to see how they can capitalize, because there are a lot of teams in front of them.
Stage 2 coming to an end in about a minute and 40 seconds. And as you mentioned, Raw Official, yes, they have the high ground advantage, but after a minute and 30 seconds, when the teams start to move in, they might just get clustered upon and put under a lot of pressure, because the teams are going to try and contest this hill as well. And Raw Official, they are close to the center of the circle, surrounded by 4 different squads towards the north. Hyderabad, Hydras, eastern side. There are 2 different teams. There's going to be, I believe, Team Crow and Bliss. West, they have 4 aggressive men to worry about. And from the south, it is going to be God's Reign and the 2 surviving players from the side of X-Pac. But Orangutan on our screens now. Trying to breach the circle from that southern edge, and they will have easy access as well. No one blocking their way. But if they decide to move further deep inside of the play zone right now, then maybe they might just run into some trouble. As you mentioned, X-Spark, God's Reign, Raw Official waiting for them on the other side of this ridge. Not spotted on the radar yet, though. In a few seconds, though, they will be.
You know, somehow I feel like the game of Team X-Spark, it seems quite similar to what happened in the map of Vikendi.
Yeah.
2 players getting caught off guard. Then X-Spark losing the numbers advantage. And right now, oh, this is troubling. X-Spark, the vehicle is stuck. Raw Official is exactly upon their heads. Sarang, he decides he has to go for a fight. There's no other option. But like wandering around in the open like this, it's really, really problematic for Team X-Spark, because if one of the players of Raw Official spots them down, because they've definitely heard the vehicle sound around themselves. So they do know there is a team or a player in their surroundings, and they have to be very cautious about it. But SprayGod retrieves the vehicle, would be looking forward to find a safe spot for his team, but the circle, oh my god, a drastic shift over the northeastern side.
Exactly, and this one will give a lot of benefits to the players of Elevate and Team Limra. Look at the cluster of teams moving in from the south now. There's going to be so much chaos into this game of Miramar. We'll have to see who survives and who gets taken out. If every one of these teams start fighting amongst themselves, there is a possibility that X-Spark might also walk away with a decent number of placement points, because that southern cluster is what I'm worried about. So many teams moving in from the south to the northern direction. From west to east, we have Metal Esports and AstroKids, and they are going to be gatekept by Raw Official, who are playing for that TCW, my apologies, who are playing for that western edge control. Raw Official is towards the southwest. So Raw Official will have to worry about Team Crore, Hyderabad Hydras, VASISTA Esports up front. But Orangutan, them switching directions. They move a little bit towards the west and are going to try and breach the zone from where AstroKids is going. That's another interesting rotation, but I think the best case scenario for WindGod Esports is we saw them move from the northeastern edge and they find a safe haven to work with. But here we have it. Raw Official up against VASISTA, and Rigger just lobs a nade to deny the players of Raw Official access to that ridge to go for a spray, and just falls back, joins his teammate in the back lines. But look at the radar, the threat is still lurking on top of their heads. There's another team behind the players of Raw Official.
Aerobotz it is. No questions asked. Raw Official might be facing a lot of consequences, because if they go down south, go downhill, there will be VASISTA Esports already having their eyes on them. But if they go above, there is Aerobotz Esports. I'm not quite sure whether they have an idea or not, but if they do have the idea, there is a team lying below them, they will be just raining down nades on them to get the openings for themselves. But the rotation of Metal Esports as well, Johnny, I was really watching them for a very longer period of time. Now they might be causing a lot of trouble to the boys of Elevate Esports. They were very safe and sound so far, but now this rotation of Metal Esports up north can cause a lot of commotion, maybe some distractions for the side of Elevate Esports, because they have to focus on their backside, and that can hamper their performance.
Yeah, but Elevate Esports, I think brilliant mobility put on display by them in the early stages of the match. They take control of these hills, and this high ground advantage can give them a lot of information to work with. But if you want to be mobile in real life, check out our official mobility partner, Hero. They've come out with the Hero Extreme 125R, and of course it is an amazing bike indeed. We'll have to see which individual out of the teams that make it to the finale gets the tag of the survivor of the finals and rides home on the Hero Extreme 125R. But as they were talking about Metal Esports, Necros, I think again, teams on the west, there were two big names on towards the western edge of the circle, AstroKids and Metal Esports, and AstroKids kept things simple. Metal Esports forced to complicate their rotation a smidge because of that. Moved in wide towards the Oasis and tried to breach the circle from the northern side. But Orangutan, it seems like they're going to try and do the same thing.
The northern corridor seems to be very, very congested at this moment. But talking about the iQOO MVP of the previous match, Orangutan's WindGod with 6 total finishes and a damage of 589. He did a very fantabulous job in the past match that he's played. Also gave a lot of cover fire to his teammates to just keep them alive in tough situations. But talking about the top 5 players following WindGod, we've got Yatin of Team Crore, there's Termi, there's Dragon from Team Limra, and even SprayGod chiming in from Team X-Spark side. So it's really interesting to see all these players stepping up. But again, coming back to the game side, Orangutan's position seems to be very nice. But where is Aru heading, Johnny?
Oh, I think they are looking to clear up the front lines, or maybe looking for this first stage. A little bit of confusion between the players of OG. No, the other players are also moving up for Oases.
What?
This is quite interesting. OG just completely abandoned, running into a fight against the players of Metal and the players of 4 Aggressive Man, and they try to pick things off towards the northern side. Towards the south, though, is where the players of God's Reign have been unfortunately caught off guard by X-Pac, and we just saw X-Pac over there secure another frag for themselves. I wonder how bad of a position God's Reign is going to be in right now. But OG, look at this. I think readjustments made mid-rotation. And now they make the charge towards the players of 4 Aggressive Man. A lot of shots connecting on that coupe. That password was driving engine. There was smoke coming out of the engine, and yet he was able to survive. But the pressure from the players of OG is definitely felt by the players of 4 AM right now.
The main cause of this trouble as well, because they're out in the blue zone. They're also getting the damage from there as well. But Hyderabad Hydras, this is going to be really interesting. Mox, he has been caught off guard and instantly been taken down by players of Raw Official. But now where HH is heading, we see Aerobotz holding the compound. This is going to be a really complicated situation for the boys of Hyderabad Hydras at this moment. The pre-nade can hamper. Tommy goes down. This is real bad for Hyderabad Hydras, but Aerobotz, they have got the upper hand. Crypto goes down as well. Insidious left all behind, and this is it. Hyderabad Hydras, they end their run, and Aerobotz capitalizing on those 3 finishes. They will be still claiming this compound all to themselves.
Brilliantly done from the side of Aerobotz as well. A gift was handed to them in the form of the players of Hyderabad Hydras, and they accepted it with open arms. Moving in without any information is always going to be a risky rotation, and Hyderabad Hydras have just learned their lesson. But so did these two teams. 4 Aggressive Man and the players from the side of Orangutan. A back and forth between these two sides, and they have attracted the wrong kind of attention, because look at the radar. AstroKids, they will have a line of fire upon both these two sides, and while X-Pac, while Orangutan Aru was on that slope, he wasn't really in a position from where he could get taken down by the players of AstroKids. As 4 Aggressive Man, they go beyond this ridge. Now is when they are going to get sandwiched. Sheik finding the opening, but AKOP is going to look for that frag. It gets stolen, or in fact confirmed by the players of AstroKids. And Orangutan, they only have one option left. AKOP needs to run away, play for survival. That entire fiasco, the wide rotation, the back and forth between the two sides. And look who has capitalized. It is AstroKids. They have secured 2 points. They're looking for the third. This buggy has taken a lot of damage. There's a lot of smoke coming out of this engine. And he's just pushing further inside of the circle. This man is willing to take a lot of risk to play for survival. And he does survive.
Oh my god, AKOP. I really want his fortune for myself. The way he survived was incredibly well. Definitely his luck is on his side, but it seems like Team Limra, they're also facing the backlashes against Raw Official. The entirety of the team just pounding on them. There is no going back for the boys of Team Limra as they face 2 losses from this fight. Raw Official, they're just chiming on everybody that is coming on their way. And now this time it's going to be Aerobotz, it seems, because they are coming down slow. They've heard the sounds, they've got the cue. And they don't want to hesitate to let this threat stay under their banner.
There's a third party that might come in as well. Look at the radar. The players of VASISTA Esports have closed in. But hey, WindGod against Metal. 2 players down. Encore has taken a lot of damage. Dreams moves in with that buggy. It drifts out of control. Dreams try to take a gunfight against Paradox, but he falls. But there's the second attempt for the run over as Savitar moves in, and WindGod, they do end up slaying their foes. Metal Esports biting the dust yet again. In the previous match, they did not have a lot of eliminations to work with, but at least they had the placement points to show for their run, for their survival. In this game, they get absolutely nothing, just 1 finish secured.
Yeah, indeed. But look at Hesperos' position this time. Savitar, he come up close, but the pre-nades trying to give some hefty amount of damage. This nade is really accurate. Hesperos has to be very cautious with every move that he's taking right now. Team Limra, this is their last hope, standing chance to fight it against the players of WindGod. The numbers advantage is in their favor of WindGod. But Team Limra, how are they going to survive? How is Hesperos going to survive? Just 2 smokes as a cover. There's nothing more that he can do about it. Savitar, he lands the final blow. The 6th finish registered for WindGod as Team Limra takes an exit.
Yeah, Limra is definitely going to be finding themselves because of that. That fight should have been theirs, but WindGod, now the momentum holds strong for this team, and they are looking to take advantage of that momentum. The next team in their crosshair is going to be the side of Raw Official. Aerobotz with that high ground advantage as well can cause a lot of damage to both of these two sides, but they are choosing to save their ammunition and save their throwable utility for the later stage of the game. In the meanwhile, God's Reign, the last man does get picked off, and it is going to be Team Crore who find that elimination for their side. 12 seconds left before the blue zone moves in. VASISTA Esports, they've managed to squeeze their way inside of this play zone, but survival is going to be very difficult once they look to make that climb uphill. But looking at the finish feed, look at that Team Crore going up against the players of AstroKids. Back and forth trades happening for either sides. It's going to be interesting to see which one of the two teams does end up surviving. In the meanwhile, a squad that does not survive, it's going to be 4 aggressive man. And it is X-Park out of everyone who is still going for those frags. 4 eliminations secured by X-Park already. By 2 players as well.
You know, those two are like Goliaths at this moment. And they can just pound on anybody that they see in front of them. But now, the artillery strike coming up from Raw Official will be definitely annoying. And Anush finds an opening against Shadow. VASISTA Esports doomed in that particular dip at this moment. There's nothing more that they can do about it. Drigger also facing the backlashes, the chip damage on him. It's really annoying. But VASISTA Esports, they can't even move outside. They can't move out of this position because Raw Official, they're just over their head. They need to find openings, and it seems like there is 1 player down. This can be the golden opportunity for the boys of VASISTA Esports to push above and take down the players of Raw Official.
Well, let's see the VASISTA, a team with a lot of experience, a team with a lot of firepower. They did have a brilliant run in terms of those frags in the previous map, but this game it is going to be a struggle just because of improper positioning. Although sometimes even with a bad position, you can brute force your way inside of the zone itself, and VASISTA is a team capable of doing that. But now this is a king of the hill situation for Aerobotz. They have the high ground advantage. If they can pick off the players of WindGod and clear up their backlines, there's so much waiting for them on the other side. Look at this. The first team that walks into the trap is going to be Raw Official, getting shot at from everyone. Aerobotz going after them. There's going to be Bliss Esports eyeing out for Raw Official. X-Park as well looking to secure those points as SprayGod is going to try and tap away on that opposing player. But now this is where chaos has been brought to the max. Raw Official eliminated from the game. We saw on the finish feed WindGod as well taking a hit. And I believe after Raw Official, Team Crore also in a very precarious position going up against the players of AstroKids. And of course X-Park from the flank as well can be eliminated. But Orangutan, they go out on that 9th position. We're down to 8 teams, 16 players still alive.
AstroKids, this is a very vital position. If you ask me, Team Crore, they're right in front of them. And AstroKids, with 2 players remaining, they might have a big opportunity to capitalize on those finishes of Team Crore. But Sarkar goes down. Team Bliss, they are being the annoying heads for the boys of Team X-Park. But even at this moment, we can say TCW also takes an exit. Team AstroKids, they're in a very good spot. But Levi is the only player surviving at this moment. Team Crore, they're also being very annoying for these boys as they move up forward with a total of 8 finishes in their bag.
Yeah, Team Crore has done a phenomenal job throughout the day in the first 2 games itself. They have been incredible, but Pranav goes for the spray. He's the last man left standing for his team. He needs to be careful. And Team Bliss, they have the man advantage to go for the winner chicken dinner in this game. It's just the circle that is not theirs. X-Park blocking their way, but the nades, they sail through. Going quite close to the players of X-Park, but falling back inside of that smoke, they do manage to survive. And of course, VASISTA Esports on the flank as well is another side that Team Bliss has to worry about. AJ, the nade is going to be quite close. No damage dished out. The players from X-Park have just recovered, so they need to put on those first aids in order to heal up. But Whiskey from the side of VASISTA Esports is going to be the first man to be dropped by the players of Team Bliss. They are going to look to find another one. SprayGod closes in inside of the blue. He's losing out on that HP, so he needs to be careful as well. In the blue zone, the wall of death pushes forward. AJ, sliver of HP is going to get knocked out. Sam somehow managed to make it through, and Turbo from the backlines is going for a heal battle. This is about to get intense. Sam does survive, but no healing utility on him. That is a very troublesome position he has found himself in.
Somehow, if SprayGod has an idea where is the last player surviving, he can capitalize on it. But the big threat, Levi, is coming up from the above. SprayGod gets inside the vehicle. I don't know whether Levy's all aware of it. Yes, he is. But instantly, SprayGod on a pixel HP manages to take him down. AstroKids ends their run at this moment with total of 8 points in the bag. SprayGod, he's still surviving. He's got the ridge advantage. Rigger also tries to chime in, but Sam gets him out. Oh my god, we're down to the final 3 teams, but SprayGod's position is also compromised, but he's gonna take on the players of Team Bliss all alone.
It was the man going for the heal battle that has been shut down. SprayGod, the Molotov does a lot of damage, and he is about to get finished up, but now Prone's down behind the Rage, line of fire avoided, still can get finished off, and it is Team Crow. Oh! From the backlines, it's from the blue that they secure this win. An incredible steal, 2 games in a row, and it is always X-Pac who show up to close and show up to cause some trouble, but Team Crow 10 eliminations and the chicken dinner stolen away. Hey man, you know how crows are called scavengers, right? Well, this team lives up to the name. They scavenge all of those finish points, and apparently the chicken dinner as well, because it is. Yeah, it is the chicken dinner, so the Crows are going to go for that.
Oh my god. Once again, I didn't even think that Team Crow can just back this up. I even didn't see that player coming from the outside.
Yeah, was in the blue, all the way, very far back.
Yeah, exactly. I thought, okay, the Blazer is going to eat him up, but the way I saw Team Bliss playing out there, the Molotov in the right spot, still SprayGod was managing to survive in a pixel HP. I really thought that if it goes on a 1v1 duel, and if anyhow SprayGod wins it, it would be an epic moment for today's day.
I mean, for SprayGod to win that fight was extremely difficult. That HP disadvantage was too big to work with. Luckily for him, he wasn't the prioritized target. But still, I mean, why are we arguing about X-Pac? This is overall, if you think about what their journey was like in this match, this team could have been eliminated all the way at the start of the match. Could have been a team that finishes with no placement points at all. And yet, as soon as it was just those last 2 players surviving, Sarang and SprayGod, they brought their team into the top 2, and not just the top 2. I believe they have a lot of eliminations to work with as well. Yeah. But I think let's have a look at the winner chicken dinner moment. It got quite intense. Team Crow, Team Bliss, X-Pac fighting VASISTA, Drigger. He barely made it inside the circle. A few shots come in, and I don't know for what reason. Maybe he just ran out of first stage, but Turbo was forced to run out, man. It was the man who was going for the heal battle from the side of Team Bliss that got finished off first.
If he stayed at the back, I believe he could have earned the 2nd spot, at least for his team. And maybe the chicken dinner as well. Yeah. Because if he stayed back, he might have got the opportunity to capitalize on the last player of Team Crow. But I don't know what was the decision of Team Bliss, but it did cost them out.
Yeah, I mean, the only thing I can think of is no first stage. Maybe they just ran out of healing utility and there was nothing left in the crates around them. Apart from that, there was no reason to come out into the open like that. But hey, that is why the ending of the game got a little confusing, right? Because even Team Crow left apparently 1 player in the backlines. It was Pranav in the front who was sent up front to secure all of those finishes, and he did. Pranav had like 5 eliminations on him.
Yeah, and somehow Team Bliss played an incredible game, but I am really upset with Raw Officials' performance. I mean, they were unlucky to get shots from all around themselves. We saw Team Crow chiming in, the players of Team Bliss also targeting them and getting them taken down. Even X-Pac also got some finishes, if I'm not wrong.
Man, exactly. And you know for a fact, like X-Pac, I mean, they did bring themselves back into a decent position in this game. And I think, again, this team is one of those teams that you just know. It is a gut feeling, and I think this is Fortune being told, yeah, they are going to qualify for the finals. And qualifying from round 2 to round 3, they can do it without even breaking a sweat. Same could be said for Raw Officials, but now we're going to have a doubt. I mean, the previous game was a decent one, but this one just gives them a reset. And what is going wrong for Metal Esports, man? Previous game, no finishes, 6 placement points. In this game, they just have 1 point. So after 2 games, just 7 points on the board for Metal Esports. And I think this is going to be visible in the point rankings as well.
Yeah, definitely. We can have it just about what happened. 20 points for the Team Crow who took the chicken dinner away from the hands of Team X-Pac, I can say. Team Bliss also backing up 13. Team X-Pac also having 13 for themselves. Aerobotz got a lot of finishes to their name thanks to the ridge advantage, the topographic advantage that they have. 9 finishes in total, and they bag up 11 points.
And WindGod, I love the aggression that WindGod brought into this matchup. 8 finishes, very early exit, but 8 eliminations, 9. Decent start. AstroKids, good recovery after that early exit, early elimination into that map of Vikendi. AstroKids, nicely done. I was worried about them, but now I'm going to be a believer. As I said earlier, This is a group filled with a lot of dark horses. This is where all of those undergods are truly present. Teams that are going to give you the surprising outings inside of this match. And talking about surprising outings, Elevate Esports, no points from this game. That is surprising.
For
not a good
Hyderabad
surprise as well.
Hydras. Even for Hyderabad Hydras and God's Reign. I mean, God's Reign were completely unfortunate to go up against Team X-Pac like that in a drop clash, not having proper guns to play along with, 2 players taken down earlier already, then even getting caught off guard by the players of Team X-Pac. So 3 of the finishes went to Team X-Pac, but Hyderabad Hydras they did not even anticipate that Aerobotz would be there in the compound.
Yeah, Hyderabad Hydras is charged and completely blind, and they got punished because of that. And as you were talking about God's Reign, see, now here's the thing. There are a few teams that you should never drop clash on a few particular maps. Never drop clash Carpe Diem on Erangel. Never drop clash X-Pac, Carnival Gaming on the map of Miramar. And never go up against GE and iQOO Soul in the map of Sanhok. This should be like an unsaid rule inside of this game. If you go up against GE and iQOO Soul and Sanhok, man, you deserve what is coming in your direction. Those teams do not spare anything who goes towards that Temple Hill. And of course, if you talk about Miramar, that Picardo drop clash for Carnival Gaming, X-Pac and Hacienda and San Martin, they're very comfortable when people charge towards them in the early stages of the game.
Yeah, definitely. That is their home terrain and they know how to play along with it.
Yeah.
But when you mention iQOO Soul and Global Esports, I am recollecting my memories because they were the 2 teams going up against themselves.
Yeah.
But you know, I would be really interested to see how things turn around in the next upcoming rounds. But for now, we're going to go for a very short break. See you on the other side.
Ain't nobody fresher than a mega tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
Move out with my baby on the side. I move out with my baby, got a style.
Seatbelt, please.
And we go right, baby, it's a long way home.
The new Extreme 160R4V, the fastest 160cc. Challenge the extreme.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट।
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? Take 63. Ouch.
I'm not doing this.
300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर। अबे बंद करो बे, आँख में छुप रहा है। कट, शूट कैंसिल।
यार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
What an incredible day it has been so far. So many matches going such in an intense manner. But now I've got my big bro alongside me. This one match was really, really incredible. The way X-Pac also played out there. They were trying their best to showcase. And they had their own fun within this match. But I would like to ask your opinions on TCW and the way even Team Bliss was playing.
I mean, for Team Bliss, all you could say was quite a great game, man. Team Bliss really needed this, and once again, these sort of games are really going to be amping up your aggression, and not just that, even the confidence is now going to be there on point. Team Bliss has always been a bunch of veterans put together, and once again, for this combination to work out, Team Bliss, they need to be on the aggressive side of things. This time, they showcased a good mixture of aggression and tactical nature.
Similar things we can say about Aerobotz Esports as well. The way they holded the compound on the top was really superb. Didn't allow a single player to chime in and get that compound taken away from them. But when we talk about performance, we've got the iQOO Z9S series in front of us as well. Beautiful design, and the price segment 18,999. In such a less price, you get such a powerful phone.
Pocket friendly, that's all you can say, right? One of the best devices you can get in this segment. But let's move on the conversation towards a few more names that haven't been able to perform so far. And maybe one of those can also be Team Limra. Now, this is a big sign of concern for Team Limra. As we know, even inside of the round one, the start wasn't exactly that great. In the week one, Team Limra was choking too much, but then later on, they started to catch on the pace. They were looking pretty consistent. But this time around, they don't have 12 games. They've only got 6 games to play, from which the third game is going to be played right now in the upcoming one.
It's going to be a really intense pressure on the boys of Team Limra, but also it would be a pressurizing match for the boys of Metal Esports. Both the matches, it was disaster. Yes, the first match, they grabbed 6 points, but the second match, even after having such a beautiful rotation, they failed to deliver.
Yeah, that's the exact point, right? For Metal Esports, I'm not sure what's going to be the one to save the day. They have been struggling way too much in the playing field, and you cannot really afford to have these type of struggles, especially when you know your head's on the swivel. Overall standings on the screen for Team Crore. What a game that was. In general, the previous game was way too confusing. We never knew who was exactly going to be the one to come out on top, especially that whiff as well we saw. How was that even a possibility? The man emptied the entire magazine on the vehicle, and then the man just pops outside of the vehicle and strikes him down.
Oh, that was something. SprayGod, I mean, he has been doing this for a longer period of time, and that's why he has got that big name. SprayGod, and his spray is always to its perfection. But talking down in the next chart of the overall standings, Team Xpark, they've climbed the ladder. They have 17 points in total. Even Team Bliss climbing up the ladder with a total of 16 points. But the concerning factor is a lot of teams like God's Reign, they're going down. They only have 11 points. This match, it could have been better, but they crumbled down.
If you can get somewhere around 25 points in just the span of 3 games, you've pretty much made the cut. For Team Bliss, Team Xpark, still a bit of that heavy lifting to do. They still need somewhere around 5 to 6 points in the upcoming game. For Team Bliss too, if they do achieve that banner, if they do achieve that marker, it's going to be really good for the future runs. As you flip the page and you still see a few more disappointments, and one of those is also going to be AstroKids and Team Limra. AstroKids in 2 games only getting 9 points. That's a big sign of concern. Team Limra being a T1 team, struggling too much in the lobbies, only 9 points accumulated.
Not only that, even Hyderabad Hydras, they had such a great run in round number 1, and coming down to round number 2, this match, definitely it was a disaster. Previous one, they got 7 points and that's it. They have not got a single point from this particular match of Miramar, and blindly pushing to the compound where Aerobotz was holding. I don't think that was a wise decision.
Yeah, I mean, for Aerobotz, once again, with how things are looking, okay, they're still in quite a dicey spot. I'm not going to lie. We do not know if they're going to be the one to come out on top. If they can qualify, there's still a lot of those mysteries lingering around this name. The same thing can be said for TCW as well. But Team Crore, what a comeback that was, right? We never expected Team Crore to come out on top in that previous game, but still with the way the man was in the back line, striking down the 2 remaining players, securing that chicken dinner for his team, that was absolutely incredible. For Team Crore, one thing is for sure, they were playing for the med strat, they were playing for that second spot, but then that one man just secures the chicken dinner, and I'm pretty sure the entire team is now going to be filled with a lot of that joy. And that entire moment just reminded me of a moment all the way back in BGMI 2023, if I'm not wrong, where Blaze was the man from Revenue Esports who was going for the revival, and from the backlines, it was the man from Cheminix Venom who came in and strike down Blaze. It was Altu.
Good old days. It feels so nostalgic out there, but somehow I would say that the player who just got that final finish, he would be like, hey guys, I got you the chicken. You were expecting a hashtag too. I got you the chicken, 10 placement points. But again, this is going to be the last match of the day. It is on the map of Erangel. I have my eyes on the players of Orangutan as well. They also had a very great rotation, Necro, but somehow they kind of re-strategized and then moved back, having so much damage of the blue zone, but while entering, they got caught off guard.
You can still say OG is much more in a comfort zone, considering the first game itself on the map of Vikendi was pretty incredible. OG got a lot of elimination points in that map. They also got the chicken dinner, so once again, they have pretty much made up for the losses. Now in the last game, all OG needs to do is perform consistently. But still, for the names like WindGod Esports, VASISTA Esports, Raw Officials, even God's Reign, now it's time to strike down hard. Even they need a chicken dinner on the board, by the way.
God's Reign, team who has got the most amount of chicken dinners in round 1, now coming down to round 2, I believe they have to brute force their way. there's
Hands
one
down.
good option. Go for the strat of global esports.
Pretty much. Just try and be on the aggressive side of things, right? Because that's the way you can secure a lot of those elimination points, and also a high chance you can be pretty consistent. Even if you manage to get 5 elimination points per game, that's still going to give you an average of 30 points at the end of the entire round 2. And 30 points is supposed to be the easy qualification bracket.
Yeah, we were talking about like 2024.
Yeah.
It can be an easy one for them. But talking about this kind of performance, even Hyderabad Hydras, they have also got that kind of caliber to go brute force their way and grab the points.
I'm not even sure what exactly is going on with the players of Hyderabad Hydras, but now it's time to step things up by margin. If they're not going to do so, well, then this last game will definitely be a big disappointment for banners like Hyderabad Hydras. The plane fly pad starting all the way from George Bull towards down south, so Snovka military base, and once again this plane fly path is heavily tilted to the left side of the map. Knowing the fact that if you want to move in towards extremities like Kameshki, Lipovka, Milta Power, now that's going to be a tough stretch. You would need to go for a pit stop, get your hands on the basic weaponry, get your hands on the vehicle, and then move in towards those locations.
I'm really looking forward to see how Medal Esports are planning to go, whether they're going to go for Novoripnoi or maybe Kameshki, because those are their ideal drop locations. But if they're going so, they have to find out the vehicles at first. And we have seen in the map of Erangel that vehicle collision has always worked out for one team. The other team loses the players on an early note, and that team actually faces a lot of consequences in the later part of the game. But talking about the drops, so WindGod going around the outskirts of Zarki, trying to loot out Raw Official, will be there in the close proximity of Georgia North. But 4 a.m., they're heading towards Severny.
They indeed are. Severny will be easily in contention. There's no issues over there. You've also got VASISTA Esports towards that Georgia Pool side, even Raw Officials right there towards the apartments. So it's all good in the hood. Team Crow, after getting that big 20 bomber, they're definitely going to be feeling quite comfy inside of the lobby, which is a really good thing. Especially if you are the newer banner on the block, you would need that confidence too to move on forward. And Team Crow, they found the exact thing that was missing.
Right now, looking onto the map, do we see a drop clash between Team X-Park and Medal Esports? Because both of the teams, they're heading towards Novoripnoi. Though we can see that Team X-Park, they can go for the outskirt loots for themselves, while Medal Esports will have the southern side of Novoripnoi containers all to themselves. But there is a big chance. Both the teams don't want any early casualties for their side. But it seems like on the other perspective of the map, the players of God's Reign, they're brute forcing the way as Carry. He's been caught off guard, and look at them chasing him all alone.
Carry's still on a run. And Carry's also taken a few shots upon himself. Now they realize that the man is back towards the cavalry. Even a few returning shots were taken from the side of Aerobotz, but luckily enough, no casualties were found. And look at this man, Wiper. His position's uncontested. He did not even move a muscle, by the way, because he knew if he moves a muscle, his position will be known, and the players will instantly try to pounce on top of the opportunity. And speaking about the opportunistic bunch, this time it's Team X-Park against the players of Medal Esports. It's a big drop collision that just came into fruition, and Team X-Park, they found themselves with a big advantage inside of the fight already. Why did Team X-Park go towards Novoripnoi? The main reason behind this was because of the plane fly path. It was not towards Zasna Poliana, so Team X-Park, they decided to drop right on top of the players of Medal Esports and go for this contention. And now the man inside of the bathroom, he's only got his hands on the shank, and even he will be taken down with ease. The players of X-Park not even struggling, not even breaking a sweat inside of the fight, as now Encore is going to be the only man left standing for Medal Esports. And Medal Esports was struggling throughout the entire day. And once again, they're going to be struggling inside of the fight too. One last man against the entire firing squad of Team X-Park. What can you do? There's not a lot of options left for you to try and pull off, but still Encore is trying his best to fight back, but his best is not enough.
I really thought that Sarn was down as well, but what a try by Encore out there. X-Park again prevailing on the top. There is nothing more that Medal Esports could have done, but this early clash, this early collision could have been avoided. Medal Esports, they should have had the idea that going towards the areas of Kameshki could have been a little bit more profitable, but they opted for the Novoripnoi drop, and they have paid the price. X-Park, a brilliant start, not a single casualty in their name, 4 finishes, and the entire Novoripnoi all to themselves. Even the circle is favoring this area particularly.
Hands down it is. X-Park's on the run, by the way, towards Novoripnoi now. They're going to get their hands on the loot. get their hands on the vehicles and then move in towards the safety lines. But this is how the fight really came into fruition. Metal Esports, the players did not even have enough weaponry to try and hold themselves. And that's where Team X Park, they got the big advantage. Last man was Encore. He could not really do a lot. He tried his best to keep his team inside of the game, but as I mentioned, his best wasn't enough. And even Godsreen was on the pounce, by the way, considering they found one man from 4 a.m.
I was not quite sure what Godsreen was doing. First, they went on for the players of Aerobotz. Now, 4 a.m. was one of their targets. Going up north, moving towards the ears of Yasina Poliana would definitely be very valuable for these boys of God's Reign, but alongside them, we also got WindGod moving towards that similar direction. And I really believe there's a big opportunity that God's Reign and WindGod can collide against each other. I'm not quite sure who is going to be fruitful in that, but WindGod, I guess they are planning for a very long rotation, maybe towards the most eastern side of this particular circle, maybe towards the ears of Lepovka. It's quite vacant though. They should be quite aware that the flight path was favoring mostly the western side, so the extremities of the east would be vacant. There shouldn't be any team out there unless OG tries to move in, but OG are also safe and sound in their own built-up power area. Even for OG, it's going to be a really interesting and a much-needed map. They need a lot more points to themselves.
Not exactly, no. OG started things off with a chicken dinner, so they're still pretty good. They just need somewhere around 5 to 6 points in this game, and it's all going to be good in the hood. If you get one chicken dinner in first 3 games, man, that's going to be covering up for a lot of that stuff. If OG gets even 5 to 6 points in this game, it's all good, man. They're still chilling in the overall standings. Keep this thing in mind. Right now, the cutoff is only around 24 points. So OG, for them, it's not even that big of a deal. They've already crossed that 24-point marker. Taking the conversation towards Elevate Esports. This is another one of those teams that we need to have a conversation about. Elevate Esports, when it comes to the survival instincts, they're pretty good. But when it comes to the elimination side of things, they do tend to choke. And that's what's been happening in today's day.
Yeah, it was quite evident in the previous match. But right now they have to make those corrections to again get a backup, get themselves back on track to find some good spot and good ending to the day one that they're playing right now. But talking about the MVP, Pranav, the man who just got the chicken dinner for his team in the past match of Miramar, having 5 finishes all to himself, 680 damage, 2 headshots as well. This guy was a charm for his team.
He indeed was. Game changer, if you'd like to say. He was quite the valuable player, so it makes a lot of sense. He was the MVP. A 20 bomber from Team Crow. And I'm not going to lie, a lot of these newer faces, they're coming up with these surprise explosions that are just catching us off guard. But in a good way. VASISTA Esports on the run towards the safety lines inside of the zone. They do want to be the proactive ones, find themselves a better spot inside of the circle, feel good about it. And VASISTA Esports, they haven't really notched up that aggression just yet. It feels like they're still getting the lay of the land.
Yeah. The map of Miramar was a disaster. I mean, they were completely unlucky, getting trapped in that dip, getting shots from all directions, Raw official pressurizing them with those util damages. And also, Team Bliss coming as one of the big threats as well while entering the circle. Not a great match for the boys of VASISTA, but still, I guess they have the potential to make a comeback in this game, maybe in the next 3 games that they will have tomorrow. Have a lot of expectations from these boys, but you have picked Team Bliss, isn't it, Sonecro?
Yes, I have, and I think so they're doing decent so far. Previous game in the top 3 with a lot of elimination points, so that's a good outing. In the first game itself, did not really do too great. But Team Bliss, as long as they secure more than 21 points in these 3 games, I would still think it's a win-win scenario for them anyways. Hyderabad Hydras, that elimination gets stolen away by the man of Bliss, by the way. And Crypto is going to be pissed. One thing is for sure. Hyderabad Hydras, they need to be on the cautious side of things. Team Bliss is around them. Even VASISTA Esports is right around the fray too. It's a trifecta of death that's forming. And all the three names, they're quite the known ones.
That in the dead center. You can see so many teams. The cluster that is being formed out there, the next circle shift, will definitely be very crucial for where the circle is going to head up. God's Reign, while they're on the north, they have all the way to play along with. And again, it's a good shift towards the eastern side. The shelter area will be in the smack center. WindGod Esports, they can take a lot of time to rotate and find a good spot, but if they want to rotate early, that's also fine. Have to see how things goes around, but you talk about 4 AM from north, they're rotating from through the bridge, and it can be a little bit of possibility that Aerobotz and 4 AM might collide.
Soon enough, it's going to be a big cluster of teams in the smack center. Quite a passive game of Erangel so far, I'm not going to lie. A few individual blows here and there, but after that, we aren't really seeing anything major happening. Metal Esports was the early casualty, that's it. For Metal Esports, keep this thing in mind, 3 games done and dusted, and still they're in a pretty bad standing in the overall. So what can they do to try and recover? Pull off an iQOO Soul.
That's a kind of example that they have said already when we just saw the matches of Group 1 and 2. And that is a benchmark that they have to hit right now.
Yeah, there's a high chance Metal Esports can be kicked out as well, just like Revenant Esports.
Oh my god. I mean, that's facts again. Revenant Esports, we had a lot of expectations like what we have of Metal Esports as well. And almost Revenant and Metal, they had some similar performances in the day one.
Yeah, they just didn't perform when they were supposed to.
Exactly.
Simple. And that's why they messed up. Maybe they would have performed if they would have had their hands on the iQOO Z9S series, which is starting from only 18,999. If you move on towards Google and search for the iQOO Z9S, you might just stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9 Pro, and 15 of those devices are being given away.
Definitely, you can be the lucky one, unlike me. Necro, would you love to try your luck?
On a lottery ticket, probably.
Hey, if you win it, it's a 50-50. Because I give you the opinion.
It's not a 50-50, man. Lottery tickets are next to impossible to hit. That's what it is.
But coming back to the game, it seems like Raw Official, they have something to tell us, as they have caught some of the players of God's Reign. And I guess it's not just caughting them off guard, but also punishing them. Fury getting taken down. Superman in some really vulnerable position. Alto is also there in the distance. The shot is going to take them down. Raw Official down to the last 2 players. The cover fires are already inevitable at this point. Alto also coming up as a backup. Has to do a big job at this moment. Trying to get him down as well. But no! Alto is just too better. What have you done, Raw Official? This is a very tragic elimination. While God's Reign, they will be cherishing 5 finishes to their name, and even all the players will remain alive.
God's Reign, they hit the jackpot. That's what happened. Man, Raw Officials, how did they just melt like that? It's one of the most unexpected squad wipes that we've seen. And for God's Reign to try and come back into fruition now, this is exactly what they needed. 5 elimination points to kickstart things on the last game of the day. That's the best possible outcome. And luckily enough for God's Reign, there's also no potential of third party, considering the fight's happening right above Yasna Poliana, outside of the safety lines. So yeah, no one's going to be there all the way in the back lines. And just look at the way the players of God's Reign, too, just provided the perfect cover fire to each other.
Exactly.
Alto not leaving the side of his teammate. Even one more man was knocked out. I think it was Venom in the back lines. But still, the remaining 2 players, they played it perfectly. Alto and Phantom saved the day.
I was really surprised to see Superman not able to finish Fury out there. I really thought that he can be taken down because he was lying right in front of him. It was an easy free finish that you could have taken, but again, thanks to the cover fire, thanks to the backup that was provided by his teammates. And this is what you need, teammates like this.
Indeed.
You should learn something, Necro.
A friend in need is a friend indeed. What are you saying, man? Use P90.
I did not use P90, but you are the baiter in the classic match. You always bait me up there. And you take the finish out and you brag, yeah, I've got so many finishes.
Yeah, it's because I know you're going to be useless anyway, so sometimes you got to sacrifice. Just like how Thanos sacrificed his own daughter for that stone.
Okay, you're making a comparison between me and that? Okay.
I'm just messing around, man. I love you. All right?
Oh, thank you.
But you know what? Team X Spark, with how they're moving to. Once again, moving in from the edge lines, from the Brit side. Now they're going to try and find themselves a bit of that pit stop around this area, considering they do not know if the front lines are being camped by anyone. And there is the squad of AstroKids. That can be a bit detrimental. But we're still speaking of Team X-Park over here. And keep this thing in mind, X-Park usually likes to drop in towards Zasna Poliana. The only reason why they drop down south towards Norupnoi, it's because of the plane fly path. And they also found themselves quite a head start.
A desirable start indeed. But talking about some more desirable starts we've seen from God's Reign as well, and from them coming down from the northern side, they have a lot of vacant area to play along with. You see the players of 4M, they're in a very distant area. Until and unless God's Reign decide to push that compound, everything is fine for them. A peaceful start. But the next circle shift is where the problem lies, and you can see again a central shift. VASISTA Esports will be pretty happy. Same for Team Bliss as well. They have a big, huge compound to play along with. The squad house can be really beneficial to them.
It indeed can be beneficial. VASISTA Esports, especially in the Smack Center, now it's all looking good. And once again, it's a big cluster of teams towards that centric side is God's Reign. Fury ejects out from that moving vehicle and is still constantly doing a lot of that damage. But Elevate Esports, they reply back in a greater fashion. What a shot that was from Corey. And he's also constantly tracing down the man in the back lines as well for God's Reign. There's a high chance Fury can be collected. And he will be eventually. The man ticks to death as Elevate Esports, they somehow elevate themselves in this fight.
But the main concern, Necro, is that 4AM, they're also coming up from behind. Corey got knocked out by Password, who is still there in the big compounds of mansions, so they have to be very cautious about it. But being cautious, talking about this fight, Atanki and Aru, they are up close and personal. AstroKids, they're facing the backlashes at this moment, but Atanki gets taken down. What a lovely nade by Lovish. He's still backing up his team no matter what. They might have conceded one player, but right now, Light, he needs to get the revival. Even AKOP's position has been compromised. Lovish, he's been incredibly well. AstroKids, they're back into this fight.
I'm not sure what AKOP was trying to do there. But one thing is for sure, he just threw the game for his team.
Yeah.
OG now in a big world of trouble with just a two-man squad. Even WindGod is trying to close on up. AKOP, he could have found the perfect flank angle too, but then he wanted to be extra sneaky. He got spotted while he was trying to create that flank angle. Should have been a little bit more proactive, more cautious with that approach. Orangutans, I think he as well is still knocked out. Can they get the revival? And the answer is going to be no. They pretty much give up on their man. But here's the thing, right? OG, the target they set for the day, they've already achieved it in the first game itself. So now OG, even if they do lose out in this game, it's not really going to be hurting them a lot in the overall standings. They will come back tomorrow and hope for the best.
For 1 second, I was thinking that OG, they're just going to go in front of the players of HH. But they changed the direction, good for them. But the threat is still there. Atanki has been compromised. It's down to 2 players. WindGod and Aru has to do the heavy lifting to get some couple of points. But as you mentioned, they're still in a comfortable spot. So if they even walk away with like 3-4 points, I don't think it will hamper their performance. But talking about mobility, we also have our Hero Extreme 160R4V, a 160cc bike with so much power and also with some stylish looks.
Hands down. Once again, a big fan of the color combination. Black, gray. Add on a little bit of that.
You're a biker guy, right?
Of course I am.
Ah, yeah.
Add on a little bit of that golden too. Looks pretty nice. Team Limra. All the 4 players this time around playing it pretty cautiously, considering they know first 2 games weren't exactly the hits they wanted to. One last chance in the bag. Can they deliver the most out of it? A lot of the questions still rising up as Team Limra, they look to reposition in a better spot. Team X-Park, they find themselves a piece of candy. They do want to collect it though, but he's going for the sprays constantly, but nothing's happening here. He's not able to get the confirmation on the player. The vehicle blows up eventually, but still, the piece of candy is not collected. And now Team X-Park might just be a bit pissed.
Hunter is trying to just get the rescue mission done. But the circle again is favoring the western side. Team Bliss will be the happy man. They have a compound all to themselves, and all around them is open lands. Any team that comes and takes any initial covers out there through the vehicles or maybe somewhere around the dip, they can capitalize on them. And if you see up north, you see 4 AM, Team Limra still out there. God's Reign will be having a good spot for themselves so far. Even for Elevate Esports, but oh, Team Limra, they strike back. Harry is down, and now Dip has been snatched away from their hands.
Yeah, for Harry, it's not a good outing at all, I'm not gonna lie, but this Dip now taken away. It's a blood bell. Team Limra finding themselves a decent cushion to play with. Not exactly something they can rely on for the entire game, but still is something they can work with for now. 4 AM's player still around the fray. Password's gonna find himself this warehouse to play in. He's the only man left standing for this entire banner, but you've still got 14 teams left alive with 47 players in total. There's a lot of these teams still cooking in the game. We even saw the zone shift a while ago, shifting towards the top left. WindGod Esports might just have a smooth sailing in the safety lines. But look at towards Shelter. There's so many teams right next to each other. Team Crore, Aerobotz Esports, and there's also Team X-Park.
The Shelter area seems to be a danger area at this moment. Not an ideal spot for a hideout. One of the players of VASISTA Esports also being taken down. And this can be a good signal for Team X-Park if they want to move up and push the players of Team VASISTA, because if I'm not wrong, they are the one who took a 1 knock, but Sam from behind gets triggered down as well. So Team Bliss are also trying to chime into this fight, do some third party and get some free finishes, but Joker comes in up close and personal. The shots are being fired. No! Team X-Park, this is a good position. Siren gets 1, he gets 2, he gets a triple 1 as well. Team X-Park, they're all in VASISTA Esports. They bite the dust in a fraction of seconds.
What just happened to Team VASISTA?
Oh my.
You blink it and you miss it sort of a moment. Team X-Park just came through, easily wiped out the players of Team VASISTA Esports, and now they've also gotten a pretty strong spot to play with. Team X-Park, this is the exact team we like to see. The exact performance that was missing for a long time. But now Team X-Park, once again, they spring back to life with that one. Hyderabad Hydras, now that's going to be their primary focus.
They won't allow them to enter the circle from that particular area. And the next circle shift will definitely go down for the favor of Bliss Esports. Team Bliss out there. It can go up north. But eventually, even Orangutan, you can see them taking so much damage from the blue zone and then entering the circle. But right now, coming back to this fight, AstroKids seems to be in a little bit of trouble. Elevate Esports bringing them a lot of havoc.
Yeah, Elevate Esports, indeed. They do want to elevate inside of the fight too. But yeah, they just overwhelm the opponents with their own presence. And AstroKids, they come crashing down this time around for Elevate Esports. One thing is for sure, when it comes to defense, they're pretty good. They've got a proper stance as well. They know how to exactly bring this fight into fruition for themselves. They always do have the positive traits as well, but this time around, it's now going to be the players of WindGod Esports chiming inside of the playing field. They do want to take this compound away from Elevate Esports. It's down to just Corey, and even this man is going to be overwhelmed soon. A Molotov tossed inside of that closet room, and Corey can't do anything.
WindGod Esports, they claim this compound, but the circle has shifted away, so they have to move out of this compound quickly. They still have a 1-minute timer. But on to the other side, God's Reign wipe out the entirety of 4 aggressive men at the 11th position, and they will be walking away with 0 points. Not a single point being earned by them. This is going to be really problematic. But right now, God's Reign, they will be gatekeeping the likes of WindGod, and this can be really troubling. The circle is really in the favor of Team Bliss, God's Reign, and even trying to chime in, it's going to be Team Limra from a distance. They have to find some openings against God's Reign or maybe the players of Team Bliss so that they can enter the circle without any player loss.
Just look at this. WindGod Esports is screwed. Where can you go if you're WindGod? All the good spots are taken away by the teams. The only thing WindGod Esports can do is ram their vehicles against the players of God's Reign and hope for the best. That's the only thing they can do for now. But WindGod Esports, they still do find a few knockouts against the players of Hyderabad Hydras, which is a really good thing. Now they can go for the prioritization, and that's what they're doing. They do want to steal the spot away that the players of Hyderabad Hydras were in a while ago, but even for Hyderabad Hydras, they're under heavy fire. But WindGod Esports, they crash in that same spot now. They found themselves the home at least for a few more seconds until the zone takes a shift away from them. But still, for now, this might just be a bit of that comfort zone that WindGod Esports will be good with. A lot of the shots are being peppered against them, and WindGod Esports, as long as there's no knockouts, it's all good in the hood. But even for Team Crow, it's not looking too nice. They're taking too much damage upon themselves. They wanted to breach inside of the safety lines, but the breaching point they found wasn't too good. For Team X-Park, there's a bit of that return knockouts against them. Team X-Park facing the casualty, facing the brunt. The consequences this time around for Team X-Park, they're too much to handle. As Aerobotz Esports did duke it out against the players of Team Crow. Even the Wall of Death is now going to engulf one of the men from the side of Team Crow as he falls down all the way in the back lines. And now it's down to just Pranav, the final man left standing. But a util, it's going to find the confirmation. And that's it, Team Crow. They have been sent back to the lobby.
Aerobotz, what a beautiful fight that they took off. 2 finishes registered. And thanks to them, the Team Crow did not aggress towards the boys of Team X-Park in spite of finding some couple of knocks out there. But right now, Team Bliss up against Team Limra. Once again, it's going to be a very important battle for this compound. Because if Team Bliss gets cleared off by the players of Team Limra, it can create a big loophole. Team Limra already in a very good position. Team Bliss have to go up front and clear them as quickly as possible, because after that they have to move inside the circle as well. Eggy's nade can be really problematic for Hesperos, but he survives thanks to that big fence that he has.
So many utils being tossed, but no one's able to find any sort of connections for Team Limra. This has to be it. Hesperos has taken too much damage upon himself, and here comes the bounce. Hesperos, he needs to reposition himself, but here comes the opening knockout as well. But unfortunately, the backs were too exposed, and from the back lines, it will be someone else to capitalize. A free elimination point accumulated for Team Bliss. They're taking too much damage upon themselves. Surroundings are way too exposed. The remaining 2 players, they need to crawl back to safety. But can they? That's the question.
6 more seconds on the clock, Necro. Not a big timer for the boys of Team Bliss to enter the circle. They have to do a very big job out there. But for Team God's Reign, they are making a smoke path to go up front and take a battle with the boys of Team OG, while they are just having one shack cover all to themselves, while Team X-Park can be that main brutal force to take things away, but Aerobotz can be that one big obstacle. Odin has been taken down. Viper gets taken down by Shadow. Team X-Park, this is a good opportunity, but even Godrin wants to chime into this fight. Team Bliss also comes up, and Turbo has been punished. Team X-Park, they are in a very good spot, but now Godrin is the main concerning factor. 2 of the players of Team X-Park, they have been taken away. It's down to a 2v3 situation, but WindGod, they're also chiming in.
What the hell is going on? That's my question. Team Bliss, God's Reign, Team X-Park, all of these guys, they chiming inside a big fight. But right now, Team Bliss, they're definitely facing the brunt. Even WindGod Esports, now they want a piece of the pie as they close on up towards this entire engagement. And for God's Reign, Altu's going to be the casualty with that nade place from WindGod Esports. Another one sails in, and it's going to find a knockout against Venom. God's Reign in a big world of trouble, as now they're taking down to just Phantom, and Phantom is trying his best to keep his team alive. A few more smokes tossed out. WindGod Esports, they make the pounce. They want to go for the confirmations too. A random spam with the shotgun inside the smoke as well, but the man runs out of bullets. He still needs to be careful and wary of the fact that there's also Team X-Park around the corner. Spray God all by himself. He still has the opportunity to turn the tables in his own favor. And for Team X-Park, considering he's the only man left standing, everything's going to come down to him. But then that beautiful place nade comes into play, and that's going to wrap up the entirety of Team X-Park.
It all comes down to God's Reign versus WindGod. Savitar has been taken down, but Altu falls. Phantom has to do a big job, but he doesn't have a lot more HP to play along with. It's a 1v2 situation, and Phantom, he couldn't do anything much better than that. 12 finishes in the name of WindGod, as they will be moving up a total of 12 finishes. And Team Bliss, he has went for that heal battle. Sam, he didn't have any other option, and this is going to be the match for WindGod Esports.
It indeed will be. Before Team Bliss, you can't say what a consistent finish this has been. In the top 2, once again over here, they have secured 12 points in total, and that is quite nice. 12 points in this game, decent points in the previous game. Team Bliss, I think so they've already made the cut. On tomorrow's day, they only need 5 to 6 points. That's it.
Looking forward to find any free finish if it is possible, but no, it's not. WindGod Esports, they will be walking away with this winner-winner chicken dinner with an exceptional performance. Savitar stepping up in such a great manner with those beautiful nades timed on the players of God's Reign, as well as Team X-Park. troubled both of them in one single moment.
Yeah, WindGod Esports, what a game that was. 12 finishes in total, and also getting that chicken dinner. That means that's 22 points in total from WindGod Esports. One single game just covering up for the entire day.
But Team X-Pac, they also got 15 finishes, Necro.
Yeah.
That is also one of the key points that we need to highlight, because 15 finishes almost taking down every other team that was coming in their way.
Yeah, it was Godsreen making that push. Team Bliss made that push as well. Even WindGod Esports later on chimed inside of the playing field. SprayGod was the only man left standing, but then a nade came in from the side of WindGod Esports, considering they knew there's one man lurking inside of that smoke. And as soon as the nade was tossed, even SprayGod was wrapped up in a sheet and sent back home. But for Team X-Pac, we pretty much knew they're easily going to qualify. It's Team X-Pac we're speaking of at the end of the day. The real question was for teams like WindGod Esports and Team Bliss. And now you can successfully say that, yes, even these guys are going to move on.
But I'm really concerned about VASISTA Esports. The way they got charged in by the players of Team X-Pac, and all the players were there in one saturated position. I'm really wondering what was going on in the minds of VASISTA Esports. I mean, all the 3 matches, I didn't see a very great match which I can appreciate for their side.
Yeah, even Hyderabad Hydras, right? Pretty much on the same side of the spectrum. I'm not sure what's going on with these 2 known banners, but one thing is for sure, they're choking too much. And that's something you do not really expect from banners like these, right? For Raw officials too, if you remember with the way they kicked off the entire round 1, we all thought that these new Raw officials, they have a lot of that potential. But now look at them, they're choking so much.
I guess they're feeling the heat, they're feeling the pressure, and every other team they're stepping in such a great manner. Team Limra, they're also falling short with some points, I believe, because they do have a lot more things to showcase us, and we know it. They have that kind of caliber. But somehow, even after winning a lot of fights, they are failing in the right moment.
I mean, just look at the few moments in the last area, right? Especially Godsreen, they were facing off against WindGod, Team X-Pac. It was too much to deal with. A lot of those utilities were lobbed against them. Not a lot could have been done. Yes, a bit of that team knockout as well. We saw that into play, but it's completely fine as long as WindGod Esports, they recovered back in a great fashion. And for Godsreen, just not really having the man advantage inside of the final few moments costed them the entire game, but it's completely fine considering Godsreen, they had quite a good finish.
I'm wondering, Dreams would have been so pissed off by the nade. It was like, man, I was about to push, and why would you need? But, oh, fine. You have got the winner chicken, and they've got the win, they've got the points what they wanted. But mostly, I have seen one thing. The teams like Global Esports, team like X-Pac, they had that kind of mindset that we will qualify after playing 3 matches only. We'll get so many points that we don't have to push ourselves in the last 3 matches of this particular round 2.
It's because they're confident. They know they can easily qualify. But if you try and speak about the teams that are just self-doubting themselves, Team Limra can be one of those. Elevate Esports as well can be one of those. 4 Aggressive Men, Aerobotz Esports, AstroKids. The names can just keep on going on. So many teams were not able to perform up to the occasion. What can they do? Tomorrow, they've only got 3 more games left. And now it's time to just go all in. You cannot try to play too tactical. You need to get the elimination points to be in the forefront of the action and get those consistent points.
I was really wondering that you would say go for iQOO Soul's perspective, go for iQOO Soul's strategy. And because, again, they have set a benchmark. That's why we are giving the reference over and over time. But yes, that's the only way. Even for TCW, I was really hoping that they can do something better. But
you talk about iQOO Soul's strategy, right? That's what they did. In the game 1 on the second day, they were playing quite passive, right? And luckily enough for the players of iQOO Soul, the zone was forming right on top of them over and over again in that game of Erangel. But then later on, they started things on quite the aggressive note. They were taking so many fights, and iQOO Soul, considering it's them, they were also coming out on top. All they needed was first game to go on their way, and that's what exactly happened. As soon as they got those decent amount of points, iQOO Soul knew that, yes, now we can easily pull off that comeback and play with the hearts of our fans.
Yeah. I mean, that was something that, if we check the heart rate of all the fans, it was like going this. Even for a lot of teams, I would say not for Godlike, because they were performing from the very first match itself, so for them it's fine. But yeah, iQOO Soul, even I was thinking that after the first match, in the second match, they knew one good match and we are in the top 48. But talking about the point standings, 22 points, WindGod Esports, they will be getting from this particular match itself, while X-Pac will have 19 under their name.
It's X-Pac we're speaking of, but Team Bliss as well getting 12 points. Consistency all across the board. We'd love to see that. Godsreen as well, 12 points on the board. Orangutan not doing too bad. 7 points from this game. Once again, Orangutan as well is going to be propelling themselves in quite a great spot. Aerobotz Esports, even they get 5 points. Team Limra just getting 4 points. Consistency from Team Limra has been lacking a lot. AstroKids, even they lack a lot in this game.
Talking about lacking, Medal Esports definitely not the match that they desired for this particular map of Erangel. Had a drop clash with Team Xpark and got completely taken down without even having a single gun to themselves. That was really unfortunate, but I don't know what to say about Raw officials and for Aggressive Men. They had the loot, but they couldn't capitalize properly when it mattered the most.
Yeah, for Raw officials, maybe it's just that pressure that's building up now, considering it is exactly a newer banner. Not exactly the newer banner, but you can't say the newer playing for. A few players is still quite the known ones, still quite the veterans, but man, for Raw officials, one thing is for sure, they're cracking under that pressure. Medal Esports, they were just caught off guard in that last game. They did not really expect the players of Team Xpark to drop on top of them, but hey, that's what happened. Let's move on towards the overall standings so that the picture can be a little bit more clear after the 3 games that these groups played. You've still got the top 3 pretty much the same, no one breaching in, but you try and look at the latter half of the board. Team Xpark, they have made that entrance.
3 matches, 36 points. What an incredible performance by these lads. 26 finish points being registered. So many things done already. Even you see to the players of Angry Swan, they have played 6 matches, but only 21 finishes. Team Dragons also chiming in, almost close to it, but only in 3 matches. And that is why Xpark is prevailing on the top. But talking on the later part of the overall standings, we will be moving on to that as well, because I think that is where a lot of ups and downs is going to happen. WindGod Esports on 18th spot, having 35 points in total, so even they have also crossed that marker.
Xpark has easily qualified. WindGod Esports qualified as well, getting the 35 points. Team Bliss, 28 points in total. You've also got OG with 27 points. For Team Bliss and Team OG, even they have qualified because on tomorrow's day, they just need 5 to 6 points, and that's easily achievable in the span of 3 games. Even if they get 2 points per game, they are still making that cut. And you move on towards the latter half of the board. Team Crow, yes, they had 1 big game, but then after that, once again, the pace was dropped, so they have 27 points. A lot of these teams barely on the verge of that qualification. For some teams, all the 6 games are done, and we pretty much know who's going to be out, who's going to be making it. Latter half on the board, and you clearly see GT over there as well. 3 games done and dusted. They have managed to acquire 21 points. For Godsreen, 23 points in 3 games. Once again, we're speaking of Godsreen here. I think so they can easily move on forward.
Yeah, definitely. No doubt about it. The last 3 games would be vital, but I know they can handle the pressure. They have got the caliber, and they definitely will be getting a lot more points to qualify. Talking about the later part, even we see Aerobotz climbing up the ladder with a total of 18 points. And on to the later part of the game, or the overall standings that we can see, Raw Official only having 4 points in 3 matches. For them to climb up and be in top 48, it's a heavy task that they have to do tomorrow.
Hyderabad Hydras only 8 points, Raw Officials only 4, VASISTA Esports only 8. What is going on? Is this a joke? Because look at the drop-off in that performance. It's a major one. And no one would expect to see such a big drop-off. Especially in lobbies like these, you expect these type of teams to just easily glide through, but then they're struggling just right over here. Imagine what's going to happen in the semifinals if they do qualify.
Even for Team Versatile, I'm really surprised by their performance. Somraj as an IGL, he has got so much experience, but now in round 2, all the 3 matches that they have played has went downhill, and they couldn't do anything much better than that.
I think so. The biggest surprise over here has to be Hyderabad Hydras. They had 145 points, by the way, in the span of 12 games, and that's really impressive. And now look at them. In 3 games, just getting 8 points? That's not what you expect from a banner like Hyderabad Hydra, especially the playing 4. It's been looking quite formidable. But what just happened to them in the round 2? That's a big question mark and a mystery. But a few mysteries being unraveled on the screen. The iQOO contenders on the screen. And as we know, you've also got CG's Goblin at the top with 45 finishes. He's, of course, going to be the MVP of the iQOO BMPS 2024 because the momentum and form this man's been moving with, I personally think so. No one's going to be able to steal it away from him if he keeps on moving with the same consistency.
I was about to contradict because Dive is just not too far behind. Just 2 more finish away.
Yeah, I know.
He can be the literal competitor for Goblin.
Let's be honest, right? Experience is something that matters a lot. Maybe in the online phase, Angry Swans can dominate, but when it matters the most, that is going to be the land finale. That's where Goblin will pretty much have the cake for himself. And we all know that's what's going to be happening, right? Dive, as the time keeps it passing by, there's a high chance the entire Angry Swan squad can just start crumbling under that pressure. We might just not see the prime performance anymore, but that's where teams like CG will prevail.
Yeah, even the likes of Hero Extreme God, like Admino was there on the list as well.
Yeah.
He's also climbing up the ladder step by step. You never know. He's also got that LAN experience, and when Hero Extreme God, like suppose they qualify for the LAN, and this can be a real debate. Goblin, Admino, Hector, who is going to take it away.
Now, once again, speaking of how the entire day started off, right? It started off from group number 3. It was quite the group of death. We had a lot of expectations from a lot of teams, but a few teams disappointed. A few teams made up for it. Global Esports, with the way they were playing, it was so beautiful, man. I was a big fan of that. And you know, at the start of the day, we also made our predictions. I personally went with Team Bliss, and I would say I'm not disappointed. I like the way Team Bliss played, because with today's performance, they have pretty much qualified for the upcoming stage.
I predicted MOGO indeed. Even Johnny did that.
You guys went with the safer side, right? And still, you guys lost. Come on.
I mean, out of all this prediction, Necro, you had that one cheeky pick for yourself, which worked like a charm. But again, I'm going to keep my hopes on Destro for tomorrow's last 3 games, and I really hope that they're going to qualify.
Yeah, I mean, they don't have any other choice anyways, right? They need to perform. What is the other choice? Not perform and get eliminated from the tournament? And that's something Destro's not going to have, right?
Yeah.
So one thing is for sure, tomorrow, MOGO Esports, they need to perform, go back to their drawing boards tonight and see what mistakes they made. You've also got Sparrow with Team X Park. Sparrow has pretty much won this prediction today because Team X Park, they were performing out of their minds, getting those consistent finishes, and a lot of those as well at the same time.
Seems like both the casters on the extreme left have won their predictions of today's day. Spear and Necro would be the happy man in today's day for sure. But talking about some more happy performances, again and again, it's on my mind. Global Esports, that was the group of death. Everybody knew it.
Yeah.
And the way they played, it was like, it was just a lobby. It is not even a group of death for us. They literally dominated like anything.
I'm telling you, man, it was a hot knife through butter for Global Esports. And we saw this coming miles away. Because Global Esports, this is exactly how they like to play, right? Even if you get away with 4 or 5 points per game, you still easily qualify. And that's what teams like Global Esports realize. Go for the fights no matter what.
Even comeback performances. We can just talk about, yes, we saw something from Team Cosmic in the previous day.
Oh,
Today,
man.
it's TMG. I mean, Franklin, that one match of Sano, I still can't get it over. The way he controlled his aggression, the way he was controlling the entirety of the fight, it was tremendously well.
And how can you forget what Team Crow did?
Oh, man.
All the way from the back in the blue, stealing that chicken dinner away from the Desperate Ones. And one thing is for sure, after finding all of that out, they're going to be kicking their feet. But with that being said, ladies and gentlemen, today's day is pretty much coming to an end. But before we end the show, we got to give a huge thanks to our sponsor, iQOO Z9S series. Starting from $18,999, move on towards Google and search for the iQOO Z9S. You might just stand a chance to win the iQOO Z9 Pro. And also our official mobility partner, Hero Extreme 160R4V and Hero Extreme 160 or 125R. With that being said, today's day comes to an end. First 3 games are done and dusted for group number 3 and 4. Tomorrow, they will be playing their latter 3 games that are left over. With that being said, it's time for me and Necro to take a leave. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
tasker. Talk about stronger, quicker, faster. Slider, slider. Gonna make way for the mega tasker. And fully loaded, go the ammo. Can't get it bigger, better, that's the plan, yo. Throw a challenge and you shall know. Tap, 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 slide of ammo.
Who's winning?
Who do you think? Mega Taskers win the game at every level.
iQOO Z9S Pro with Snapdragon 7 Gen 3. Fully loaded for Mega Taskers. Search iQOO Z9S on Amazon.
मम्मी का फोन है, एक मिनट।
किसी और को बात करनी है क्या मम्मी से? टेक 63.
Ouch. I'm not doing this.
300.
यार ये एक्सूट इतने कूल है, लेकिन अगर शूट ही नहीं होगा तो दुनिया को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suit's so stunning that even Dynamo won't let us tell you about it. X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
भाई इसको कोई एक्टिंग सिखाओ यार।
क्या हो रहा है?
कट, शूट कैंसिल। आना प्योर। अबे बंद करो बे, आंख में छुप रहा है। कट, शूट कैंसिल।
हार पूरी रात निकल गई, अगर शूट ऐसे ही चलता रहेगा, खत्म ही नहीं होगा तो ये लोगों को कैसे पता चलेगा?
X-Suits, a million reasons to keep everyone away.
ये है बदनसीब लाल। इसने अपना नसीब बदलने के लिए काफी टैक्टिक्स ट्राई किए।
कब चमकेगा मेरा नसीब?
पर नसीब चमकता ही नहीं, क्योंकि हमेशा थर्ड पार्टी हो जाता है। गोल्ड स्पिन में आइटम्स जीतने के टैक्टिक्स तो बहुत होंगे, तो मेरी मान बस स्पिन करता जा।
अरे मिल गया।
लेट्स गेट स्पिनिंग।